Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another spine number of Chasing Labels. Welcome. This is Chasing Labels, spine number 190. And if you are joining me here for the first time, I'm your host, Andrew. And this is the podcast YouTube channel where we cover movies in general. But typically here on this show, we cover the recent announcements in the world of the boutique labels, home entertainment, if you will. This is a podcast specifically centered around the announcements from the last 2 weeks or so. It's not every single announcement. It is mostly things that I'm interested in, perhaps you're interested in, things I will be hopefully adding to my collection at some point. But thank you here for joining me. It is May the 4th. If you are here in the East Coast of the United States, or I guess the United States in general at this point. But it is, of course, Star Wars Day. Hopefully all of you have your lightsabers ready to go. Big Star Wars fans here on Chasing Labels. It's been part of my life since I was like 8 years old, so going back a time. And recently we did a kind of live stream of Around the Movie Room where we talked predominantly about our love of Star Wars here on Chasing Labels. Check that out if you haven't already. But I do have a guest with me here, and my guest here is Paul Berriman, and I'll have him introduce himself here as he is currently incepted. But no, there he is. Hello, Paul. Welcome to Chasing Labels.
Hi, Andrew. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me on. And yes, happy May the 4th to you. May the 4th be with you. It's now May the 5th here in Australia. So it was yesterday for us. And last night watched The Force Awakens, a Star Wars film that we put on. Past few years, we've watched A New Hope, which is always a great one to watch. But no, really happy to be here as part of Chasing Labels, a fun show that you do, going through all the boutique labels, which, as most people can see if you're watching and see behind me in the background, have a collection of movies, and I do love collecting boutique labels myself. A lot of them that we'll be discussing today are ones that I have titles from. Been collecting probably since about 2012 was I really started getting into collecting, and then the past 5-6 years has been really focusing in on things like Imprint and Umbrella, which are local here in Australia, so good to pick up down here, not having to import them, but also importing stuff from Criterion, from Indicator, from Severin as well. And we thankfully have a great outlet here in Australia called Outrun DVD, and they get a lot of those import titles. So yeah, very great to go on there and look up all these sort of exciting things that come out in the US and the UK and be able to get them here as well.
Awesome. Yeah, fellow collector. I know, Paul, you've been a fan here for a little while. We have a good foothold of fans from Australia, just people we've met within the movie collecting community and the movie loving community over the last several years since we've been doing it. And we will have some more guests from that area of the world coming up here on Chasing Labels. Our Suzanne Bolin will be my guest next time. She will be here, I believe, May 18th, which will be the next episode of Chasing Labels. And then after that will be June 2nd. We will have our good friend Tony Michez. He will be here joining me as well. So I'm looking forward to that. So put that on your calendars if you're watching. Typically, we do a bit of a movie collection update to start off our show, but we're going to be skipping that this time just because there's been so many announcements over the last few weeks. We need to really concentrate on those things, but we do have some comments here. Before we do that, actually, I do want to mention that our show Movie Mutations will be having its season finale episode drop this Wednesday. So look out for that here on Chasing Labels as well. We just did a recent episode of the Unwatched Pile, which was a lot of fun. We also did a recent episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, where we talked about Blade Runner from 1982, one of my all-time favorite movies. It was actually my pick. It was a movie that opened up my mind back in like 2008 when I saw it for the first time, and the final cut at that time had just come out. There was the Blu-ray had dropped at that time, the DVD had dropped at that time. They had released a new edition with 5 cuts of the movie at that time. I was just getting into movie collecting and just watching movies in a serious way. So that movie really was a gateway for me for so much other things. So that was a fun time talking about that. We do have some comments here that I was going to get to. Our friend JB44 says, "Greetings, Chaser. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you as well." Also, we have our friend Josie. Josephine is here. Hello, Andrew and Paul. May the fourth be with you. That is an interesting Star Wars conversation you had with Steven the other day. Yeah, it was kind of
Yeah.
a flowing thing, kind of jumping from here and there, pulling Blu-rays off the shelf. Ironically, I still have them over there. Us talking about, our favorite, certain Jedi that we would combine to make the perfect Jedi, certain Sith we would combine to make the perfect Sith. And we were just pulling things out of all kinds of places. New watches from Josie, Upstream Color, interesting watch there. I know that Josie had recently watched Primer as well, which
Mm.
is by the same director as Upstream Color. I remember when Upstream Color came out, actually. People were really buzzing about it. American Madness, The Major and the Minor, which I think is a Howard Hawks film that has an Arrow Academy Blu-ray release, if I remember.
Okay.
And The Moment of Innocence. Andrew Paul, which of these have you seen and thoughts? I've seen The Major and the Minor. I can definitely say that. Um, that's a good classic film.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Well,
any
have
of
you seen any
those,
of
but I
those?
know I know Upstream Color got that Umbrella release recently, which I didn't pick up, so to get that and Primer, but I've heard of that one, haven't heard of the others.
Nice. And our friend Film
Yes.
Nut 79, which I think is Tony.
That's
Hey
Tony.
there.
Yep.
Yeah, hey there, gents. May the fourth be with you. Nice, nice. Thanks for tuning in, Tony. We've had Tony here several times over the years, specifically on Movie Mutations. He's been on there quite a few times. Always great to have you. I can't wait to have you as a guest in a couple of weeks. So this is a good primer, Tony. Josie says, "May the Schwartz be with you." Nice, nice reference to Spaceballs. Which, where do I have my copy? So I just watched. I think I put it on my shelf. I did. Obviously, there's going to be a new Spaceballs movie coming out. Who thought we would get that in 2026 of all time? It's been almost 40 years, or actually
Oh,
past
that's
40 years at this point.
very
Uh,
exciting, that one.
yeah. So, Tony says Susan Boleyn is a great guest to have. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to meet new people, or people I know from social media, whether it be Instagram or Facebook and stuff like that. I'm not a big social butterfly, so I guess it's kind of pushing me into my out of my comfort zone a bit. Let's see. More from Tony. It's great to have Imprint Cast family joining you. Yeah, Paul, you are involved in Imprint Cast, right?
Yes, I'm an occasional guest on Imprint Cast, either on their deep dive episodes or on their announcement episodes, and also the unboxing videos that we've been doing on YouTube. Yeah, very pleased to be a part of that gang with Tony and the crew he's assembled as a part of that Imprint Cast family. And Suzanne is part of the family as well. You'll really enjoy having her on. She's wonderful to talk to and a great physical media collector, but also she's been contributing to physical media releases recently, which is very exciting for her.
That's always really cool.
Yeah.
Then one more. Let's see. JB44 says, "I agree. Around the Ruby Room was pretty cool. Thank you, JB, for watching." And then Tony once again says, "The new Spaceball movie was shot here in Sydney. Looking forward to it. I did not realize it was shot there."
Yeah, that was shot here, only, yeah, very recently, and, remember there was lots of sort of news reports of the stars coming through the airport when they got here into Sydney and stuff, so yeah, it's a great place to shoot stuff here in Sydney for big Hollywood films. We get quite a few
I
ever
was gonna
since,
say there's a lot of things shot in Australia because of certain, I think, like tax breaks or like they'll fund certain projects or help fund certain projects and stuff like that. They've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, it's
Um,
always been financially savvy for them. I know The Matrix, when that was shot here, the directors were particularly glad that they were so far away from the studio, the other side of the world, so they could really just kind of do their own thing. So it's
yeah.
nice to have that distance for filmmakers as well sometimes.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it is incredibly expensive to shoot here in the United States. For those of you who think like all movies are kind of shot here in like Hollywood or the United States, that's not really the case. A lot of things are shot overseas and make it to look like it's here, or a lot of things actually shot in Canada to make it look like it's here. I know, like, Toronto's used a bunch of times to double for New York, or they shoot a lot of television series shoot in Vancouver. A lot of them do, just because it's so much cheaper production wise. I know Marvel typically shoots in like at the Atlanta, Georgia area because I think the whole state tax breaks and stuff like that. But it's all a government funding thing. It's all about money, really.
Yeah, it all comes down to the money.
It always
It's
comes
show
down to it. It
business.
really does. Um, Tonio says the more recent
Mm.
films shot here in Sydney were Send Help and Apex. Send Help being the new Sam Raimi movie, which is one of my favorites of the year. But let's kind of dive into what we're here to dive into. We will be talking about all kinds of stuff tonight. We'll be talking about Imprint, Umbrella, Eureka, Arrow, couple of Kino releases. We'll be talking about one release from New Wave Video. We'll also be doing Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff. So hold on to your hats. It's time to do it. So let me pull up my screen here. Here we go. Actually worked out much easier than I thought and made us a little bit bigger. Hopefully everyone can see that. Is there any place specifically, Paul, you would like to start out? I do have the Imprint up just by happenstance, not because of your geographical location.
Yep. No, if we're happy to go with Imprint first, I'm happy to start there. Company that I really enjoy. So definitely good to start.
Sure. I know this may be a little bit of double duty for you, like you're talking about. You work with Imprint Cast and stuff, but we did have their Imprint Asia bundle for June, I think, drop recently, and let's see. I know they have the whole bundle here, and it's not available to pre-order yet. I think that's coming up in a week or so.
I think it's May 12th.
Yes, May 12th, right. So initially they did it in stages, and Imprint loves to do it in stages. It's not the best for people like me trying to set up a podcast to talk about it, because like you think you have all of their stuff in line, and then 2 days later they'll drop a whole bunch of other stuff on you. And they did it this time. They start off initially with the the Cinema of King Hu Volume 1 box set. We'll start there because this was kind of a big one. For those of you who don't know the work of King Hu is a Chinese director who worked pretty much from the 1950s, 1960s, starting off as an actor and writer and kind of production person, to doing his own directing in the 1960s, all the way up pretty much through the 80s and up until his passing in the 1990s. And this is a collection of his early stuff. Like I think his first, is that 6 films in this box set here. And the films are Sons of Good Earth from 1965, Come Drink With Me from 1966, Dragon Inn from 1967, Four Mules from 1970, A Touch of Zen from 1971, and The Fate of Li Khan from 1973. Now, as you can see here, a couple of these are 4Ks, a couple of these are Blu-rays. I can say just off the top of my head, Come Drink With Me has gotten a Blu-ray release already from Arrow a couple of years ago. Many of you may have that in your collection. I thought I had it in my collection, but I don't think I ever did. I saw it all the time in the store, and I'm like, maybe I should buy that. Never did. But Dragon Inn and A Touch of Zen, I know, have Blu-ray releases from Criterion, and they've had them for quite a while. A Touch of Zen's been on Criterion for like 10 years. I finally got around to watching it, but I'll leave it to my guest here. Paul, have you seen any of the King Hu films that are in this set?
I haven't seen any of these films that are part of this set yet. A lot of the titles which are coming is things which I've heard of but not seen, and especially with Imprint, things that might not necessarily have been available locally here before, but have been available overseas. When I saw this set was announced, though, I was pretty much instantly excited, based on some of the things that Tony had told me about, and then just like these covers look so good. And I'm a big fan of when Imprint do their collections, especially for directors, because they're always curated really well. And the genres of these being part of the wuxia genre, which is the Chinese genre of fantasy, action, martial arts heroes, which I've seen a few of sort of other films in that genre. So yeah, it does look very, very exciting.
Yeah. It's interesting to get your perspective from, being in another, place that doesn't get as readily, movies released as readily as other parts of the world do. Having to import a lot of things can be, financially difficult. I know just from trying to import stuff, ironically, from Australia to here, it can be very, rather expensive. And also, just not having these movies readily available. A lot of the stuff here with the boutique labels is stuff you can't really find to stream in a lot of places. First, a lot of these are making their premieres on physical media, or at least premieres on Blu-ray. So there's all kind of differencing factors here. But this box set itself is a great place to start for King Hu, in my opinion. Like I said, I've seen Come Drink With Me, I've seen Dragon Inn, I've seen A Touch of Zen, and that was enough to be like, I understand why this director is as revered as he is, how important he is for not only Chinese cinema, but I think just cinema in general and international cinema. Certainly a um let's see, an inspiration for later films down the line. It's the history of Chinese cinema is fascinating to me because it really, I think a lot of people have this notion that it's all about martial arts and all about kind of things like that, which it is. And but a lot of that stuff really didn't happen until like the mid to late 60s, which is a relatively close time to modern times if you're thinking in the grand scheme of things. But King Hu was very much at the bedrock of trying to figure out how to depict martial arts on in cinema, specifically from a Chinese perspective. When it came down to choreography and fighting and things like that, he was really kind of, not I wouldn't say making it up at the time, but really being innovative and figuring out how to do that. Because there wasn't really a lot of people within the film industry in China at that point in the 60s that knew how to do it. You know what I mean? So that's why I find these movies so historically fascinating. I will say the true highlight of this box set here is A Touch of Zen. I think A Touch of Zen, which I just watched, is truly a remarkable film. It's not only because of its martial arts aspect, but it's very spiritual. It's dealing a lot with Buddhism and a lot of theology in that regard, a lot of philosophy in that regard. So if people are just trying to get into King Hu, I think this is a good box set to start with, and these films are probably good to start with as well. Some are better than others, but I think Come Drink with Me, Dragon Inn, and like I said, A Touch of Zen are the true highlights. But let's go over some of the features that come with this set. So let's see. Yeah, we're starting with um, Sons of Good Earth. So the year is 1937, just prior to the Japanese invasion of China. Painters Yu Rui and Lao San stumbled upon Hihua, a woman sold into the sex industry at a local brothel. Made at the Great Shaw Brothers Studios, Sons of Good Earth was King Hu's first major directorial effort and won the 1966 Golden Horse Award for both Best Screenplay and Best Editing. The film stars Peter Chan Ho, Betty Loti, Lee Kun, and King Hu himself. Yeah, King Hu did actually a lot of acting early in his career. And like I said, production stuff. He didn't start directing until several years into his career. And he started off at the Shaw Brothers. So if you like Shaw Brothers movies and you want more Shaw Brothers movies, here you go.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we have 1080p high definition presentation, new audio commentary with writer and film critic Camille Zaurin, new interview with academic and author Victor Fan, and a theatrical trailer. For Come Drink With Me, which is a movie I talked about here years ago when Arrow announced it. Considered one of the greatest wuxia films of all time, Come Drink With Me smashed the Hong Kong box office in 1966, skyrocketing King Hu in stardom. Golden Sparrow is a fighter for hire who has been contracted by the local government to retrieve the governor's kidnapped son. Holding him is a group of rebels who are demanding their leader be released from prison to return for the captured son. After a brief encounter with the gang at a local restaurant, Golden Sparrow is joined by an inebriated wanderer, Drunken Cat, who aids her in her mission. Interesting. This is a 4K release, so a bit of an upgrade from the Arrow release, but as we've learned from Arrow in the past, chances are they may upgrade that to a 4K relatively soon. We get the movie with Dolby Vision and HDR10 on 4K, restored from the original camera negative, audio commentary by critic and film historian Tony Raines. That's on disc 1, and then disc 2 is where we get all the good stuff. We get the movie, we get the audio commentary by Tony Raines, we get the video essay by Walter Chaw, we get new interview with film scholar Dr. Luke White, Cinema Hong Kong, Wuxia featurette, Come Drink With Me, interview with actress Chang Pei Pei, The King and I director Sui Hark, Remember King Hu, and then Return of the Drunken Master interview with actor Hui Hua. Then you get archival interviews with the actress Chang Pei Pei, Hui Hua, Menashe Wan, daughter of actress Chang Pei Pei, and the interview with film historian Paul Foneroff. And then to Dragon Inn. I'm not sure how these featurettes compare with the Criterion one, but I'm assuming anything that's new is obviously new. I don't have to, I think, explain that to people. Uh, whose next wuxia smash was Dragon Inn, which set box office records in multiple countries and won the 1968 Golden Horse Award for Best Screenplay. China, year 1457, Minister of Defense is executed and his children are sentenced to exile by the order of tyrannical Sao. Fearful of future revenge from the young people, Sao sends cruel soldiers to murder them, but a brave group of swordsmen can change the course of battle at the Dragon Inn. Of course, of course. We got the 4K disc with the new audio commentary by critic and author David West, a new audio commentary as well with Tom Cunliffe. And then on disc 2, you get the movie as well as those two audio commentaries, plus new video essay by Wayne Wong and a video essay by Tony Raines as well. And then TV news clips of 1967, the Taipei premiere. All right. Then we get, we get Four Moods from 1970. In between his masterpieces, Dragon Inn and A Touch of Zen, who directed one of 4 segments in the anthology ghost film Four Moods. That's right. This is an anthology film. First movie directed by Lee Han is a light, playful, romantic story where young lovers navigate attraction and misunderstanding. King Hu's segment, which is called Anger, follows a wandering swordsman who becomes drawn into a violent conflict after witnessing injustices committed by a powerful local authority. Chung Chui's Pleasure is a tragic tale of separation and loss, focusing on lovers torn apart by fate and circumstances. The final segment, Sorrow, from director Lee Sing, explores desire and emotional fulfillment in a courtly world. Now, for special features, audio commentary by Walter Chaw, a new interview with academic Victor Fan, and the restoration comparison. Interesting. I'm just curious, Paul, do you have any kind of familiarity with Chinese cinema in general? Just not necessarily these films, but just, Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, stuff like that?
Yeah, Shaw Brothers, definitely. I've got the first 2 volumes of Shaw Brothers from Arrow, and I've got the 2 volumes so far that Imprint Asia have brought out, Shaw Shock, which I really, really, really enjoyed, especially that first volume, Oily Maniac, Sex Beyond the Grave, great films. And yeah, anything that Shaw Brothers Imprint has brought out from Shaw Brothers, I've picked up. I haven't got any of the Shout sets from Shaw Brothers though. I never really got into those side of it. But yeah, in terms of
I
Asian cinema,
understand.
it's
There
mostly
are
what
there's so much Shaw Brothers stuff that's come out over the last several years.
so
Some
much.
movies, have been released multiple times. Some different box sets. I'm kind of with you when it came to the Shout Factory box sets. There were so many of them, and they came out so fast. I
Yeah,
couldn't like wrap my head around them. I was still stuck on the Arrow box sets.
yeah, and
And
I couldn't keep up with what titles were maybe crossing over between those sets and if there were any in the Arrow, so I thought, "Okay, I'm okay with what I've got for now," and yeah,
yeah, because they were also doing not only like Shaw Brothers box sets, they were doing like some theme-centered ones where they would be doing a lot of like kind of the 80s horror supernatural ones, kind of like Shaw Shock, which we will be talking about in a few minutes
yeah.
because there's 2 more of those volumes coming out. Uh, but yeah, it was so much so fast, and they're still coming out, which is crazy to me. I mean, we just got another Shaw Brothers set from Arrow last year, I believe. So it's the purple set that I currently don't have. I've got 1, 2, and 3. I got to get the
Mhm.
4th one eventually. But yeah, there's so many of them, and just a lot going on with Shaw Brothers. And I know Golden Harvest. There's stuff coming out from Golden Harvest as well. But yeah, so it's so much. And here we have A Touch of Zen. So this is King Hu's wuxia masterpiece. A Touch of Zen has received endless accolades since its release, an ambitious experimental work that transforms as it unfolds. Its release cemented King Hu as an author and marked a turning point in the global recognition of Chinese cinema. Yeah, like I said, this movie is kind of a masterwork, and it lives up to that reputation. So Gu Shangzhe, an artist in his early 30s, still lives with his mother, but he is suddenly shaken by the arrival of Yang Huizhen, a mysterious princess on the run. Yang brings goo into her circle of protectors, including a nameless monk whose spiritual guidance transforms him into a valiant fighter. Um, starring, we already know who it's starring. Let's see, what begins as a haunting tale of suspicion and survival erupts into one of the most extraordinary martial arts epics ever filmed, and the meticulous 4K restoration elevates Who's vision to a breathtaking new level. I would say this, the movie is visually striking, and so I can only really imagine how much better it looks from the Blu-ray to a new 4K, restoration of it, or at least a new 4K edition of it. If I was a betting man, I would say that Criterion must upgrade this relatively soon. I feel like the time would be now to do it.
Yeah,
Uh,
it seems like it might be on the cards if
it
Imprint
might,
have got
yeah, I feel like it might be
yeah.
on the cards. I mean, obviously, if you want all the special features, you may have to get this edition as well as the Criterion if you want everything, because there are quite a few new things here. There's a new video essay by film critic Camille Zaurin. There's a new interview with film scholar Dr. Luke White. New interview with academic/author Victor Fan. It says more special features to come, so you don't really know. But I would say this: the movie is worth rebuying. It's one of those where you wouldn't mind rebuying it. The Fate of Lee Khan from 1973. Let's see. King Hu followed a touch of Zen with another slice of wuxia action in The Fate of Lee Khan, starring Li Li Hua, Roy Chow, Hu Fang, was that Su Fang, Tian Fang, and Angela Mao. Angela Mao, that name sounds very familiar. But Li Khan, a high official under Mongolian Emperor Wan of the Wan Dynasty, see, procures the battle map of the Chinese rebel Chu Huanchang's army. Rebel spies, aided by treachery within Khan's ranks, strive to corner him and an inn. And we're back to an inn again, I guess.
Yeah.
Described by Sight and Sound magazine as um, taut as any Hitchcock or Clouseau suspense. Violent action erupts out of nowhere and ends almost as quickly as it began. Sounds fascinating to me. Um, yeah, I'm definitely down to watch this eventually. Let's see, 1080p high definition, new audio commentary by David West, new interview with author Leon Hunt. Um, and that is it. But there's also a bonus disc, I think, within the set itself, which has a new video essay by author critic Walter Chaw. There's a new interview with film critic Camille Zaurin, new video essay by historian Tom Cunliffe, new video essay by independent film critic Tony Williams, and new essay by historian/historian Tony Raines. And there's a hardcover booklet within the set as well. So big set. Like Paul said, Imprint does a really good job at curating these sets, and each movie has its own case in there. I have a few of their sets too. I have a few of their actor-centric sets. I think I've got the one for Jessica Lange. I've got the one for Gene Hackman. Looking up at my shelf here. I know they've done the director sets too.
Yeah.
Which are really nice. They've done 2 Sidney Lumet sets. They've done the Walter Hill set from several years ago. That was a big old seller. That's now out of print. Good luck hunting that down. The Yang Zhimo and Gong Li set, which is also long out of print, but they released a standard edition of that, I think, at this point, where you can just
They did release a standard as just without the box in a thinner case, but
in a
all the
thinner
discs
case. At
are
least
the
you get the
same.
movies and the on-disc stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
And David Lean they did as well, volumes 1 and
yes,
2.
the recent David Lean stuff, which was fascinating because it was all of his early British work from David Lean, which was part of those movies were also ironically in a Criterion set, the Noel Coward Criterion set, but some of them weren't. So it was a nice little little bit of a crossover, a little bit of some new stuff as well. That's a set that just came out recently too, the David Lean one. Yeah, so let's see what else we've got here in terms of Imprint. Sorry, completely blanking. Because they now, after the King Hu set, they announced the Swordsman set. Let's see if I can find that. There it is, the Swordsman collection. So the Swordsman collection, this is another one that had already been released by Shout Factory, because King Hu actually directed the first Swordsman movie, and I watched that when I covered that. So this is a set of 3 movies. We've got The Swordsman from 1990. We've got The Swordsman 2 from 1992, and we've got The Swordsman 3 East is Red from 1993. I believe each are directed by different directors. Uh, but yet again, this is another set that I believe it's from the Golden Princess Library.
Yes, that's one of the ones that's Golden Princess, which Imprint, along with Arrow and Shout, sort of got the international rights to. So each territory has had their own releases of these. I myself have been picking up the Imprint ones, just as I said before, because that's easier for me. But I've also heard good things about the Arrow and the Shout. This is a collection which I'm very excited for. I like that. I mean, I've not always been the biggest Steelbook fan, but I'm kind of coming around on them, especially as the Steelbook is inside the hardbox case, so there's no risk of it getting scratched. It's going to be inside that case, and they do the book with it as well. But yeah, it's going to be a 4K for the first film. I think is it Blu-ray for the other two in this one. But yeah, I'll definitely be getting this because this looks really exciting, and I love both the box art and the Steelbook art that they've included.
Yeah, I would say I definitely agree with you when it comes to Steelbooks. The biggest thing with Steelbooks is they're easy to scratch, easy to dent. If you drop them, they may dent, and you can't really fix those things. It's not like you can get a replacement. But I like the fact that it's in the box itself, so it kind of preserves them, just as the way they are. And yeah, I've been talking about so much Golden Princess stuff because one will announce their release, and then the other company will announce their release, and the other company will announce their release. So you get a lot of the same movies here over and over. And I think they're basically all sharing special features. I think they all have kind of the same special features. I don't think there's anything really different. So for the Swordsman, Golden Princess Wuxia Classics, Swordsman, Swordsman 2, Swordsman 3, all meticulously restored from the original 35mm negatives. The 1990 original comes to 4K and Blu-ray with 2 sequels on Blu-ray. So you get the 4K, and then the sequels will be on Blu-ray only, which is still not bad. I know people would be like, why not all 4 of them on 4K or 3 of them on 4K? Because this box set would probably be double the price.
Yeah, and we probably know that if a 4K was available, they would have included it. And there's probably like the elements of those films, it could have come down to that. If they're not going to be as good, at least the films are on Blu-ray. So
yeah, that's another. Yeah, that's also very, very true.
Mm.
So for the Swordsman, we have right at the start of the 90s, Wuxia surged back into the spotlight with Swordsman. Direction was credited to the great King Hu left the project partway through, with the film completed by producers Sui Hark, Chang Su-tong, and Raymond Lee. A kung fu manual known as the Sunflower Secret Scroll is stolen from the Emperor's library. An army detachment is sent to recover it. Meanwhile, a young swordsman and his fellow disciple are accidentally drawn into the chaos. Loosely adapted from the novel The Smiling Proud Wanderer by Jim Young. The film stars Samuel Hui, Cecilia Yip, Jackie Chung, and Sharla Chung. Let's see, special features. So first disc is a 4K. You get the movie in 4K. It's got the Dolby Vision HDR10. Let's see, restored from the original camera negative, and you have nothing in terms of special features. Okay. I thought there would be at least a commentary. But the second disc has the movie, a Time of Legends interview with co-director Raymond Lee, new Cult of Personality interview with actress Fanny Wen, David Wu, Proud Wanderer career retrospective with editor David Wu, Hawks Dynasty, the early years of film workshop interview with the general manager and executive producer Terrence Chang, Hong Kong Confidential, Inside Wuxia and other and author Grady Hendrix, sorry. So we move on to Swordsman 2. We're at a time where we just gave movies the moniker 2. Well, I guess they still do that now. They still do it now.
Yeah.
Also known as The Legend of the Swordsman, this action-packed sequel stars Jet Li, Bridget Lin, Rosamund Kwan, and Michelle Reyes. Let's see, along with Fanny Wen, who returns from the original. Let's see. My eyes are failing me already. Ling Wu Chung decides to hide from the chaotic world before leaving. He visits his friends, a tribe of snake-wielding women warriors. Okay. However, he finds that the tribe has been attacked and their leader, Yami Ying Ying, has been abducted. Produced by Sui Hark and directed by Ching Su Tong. who did A Chinese Ghost Story. The film is loosely based on The Smiling Proud Wanderer by Jin Yong. So for special features, new Phoenix interview with actress Fanny Yu, and that's it. Okay, you can kind of tell they put a lot of effort into the first movie, maybe a little less into the sequels, which I
Yeah.
guess makes sense. I mean, usually the first movies is the one that gets people in, and then they make the sequels to kind of draw out the money.
Yes, exactly.
Hmm. Let's see. Producer Sui Hark returned for the third slice of The Swordsman, with director Ching Su Tong and Raymond Lee at the helm once again. A royal official accompanies a Portuguese warship to the Black Cliffs to see the site of the defeat of the evil Invincible Asia, who attained supernatural abilities by following the sacred scroll and castrating himself. Well, I guess that's what you do when you get supernatural powers. So who knows? Let's see. So for the special features, we have a return to Wuxia interview with co-director Raymond Lee, and that is it. So that is the Swordsman box set to go along with their other um, Golden Princess releases. And then we went in, and then later on in the week, they decided to drop a whole bunch of other Imprint Asia titles: Face to Face, Eureka, Madadayo, and then the two Shawshank box sets. I guess we'll start with the Shawshank box sets. So volume 4 is no volume 3. Sorry, volume 3 is where we'll start. Because I know you said that you were collecting these right along, so I assume you're going to be getting this one as well.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, well, I've been really enjoying the Shawshank sets. It's interesting to see films. We're used to like the Western view of things in cinema, and this is the Eastern view of cinema, and they just do things differently. There's more creative ways that they do effects. I find there's always very interesting sort of practical effects that they do for the time. I remember Oily Maniac uses like a little sort of video overlay type thing. And it's always, yeah, Kire in the chat has just said fun films. That's the truth. It's lots of fun. So yeah, these ones I've heard of the titles and I'd heard of the Hex films, so I'm glad that yeah, you've got this one coming in collection
Yeah,
3.
this is the for those of you who don't know, I feel like the Shaw Brothers movies come in phases. You
Yes,
get their early
same.
stuff, which is them like kind of not trying things out, but you get like the one-armed swordsman. You get a lot of like martial arts, early martial arts type stuff, like historical based stuff. You know what I mean? Like stuff that's in the past in Chinese history. And then in the 70s, they kind of branch out a little bit, and you get like the more supernatural, weird, out there martial art mixed with martial arts. And then you get to the 80s where things go crazy. And then it gets supernatural, it gets horror, it gets weird as you can imagine. And that's where the Shawshank box sets really come in.
Yeah.
A lot of the weird 80s stuff, which is not for everyone. I will definitely understand if this is not people's preferred Shaw Brothers things. It's not Enter the 36th Chamber. It's nothing like I said, the One-Armed Swordsman or any of those types of movies. This stuff is weird.
Yeah,
it,
that's a
it,
good way to
it all
describe it.
it's hard to describe. It's not. I don't think they're Category 3 films per se. I feel like those are different.
Yeah, I feel like it's bordering on that type of thing. It's not over excessive violence in that way, but it's still violent and it's still, yeah, weird concepts. They'll just throw anything that will stick, but entertaining nonetheless. Like it's never really confusing or anything like that. They still make solid films within that kind of, yeah, weird framing.
Very much. So we'll get into these a little bit. I unfortunately wasn't able to see any of these films, so I'm right in the same boat as Paul here, where I'm curious about them, but I haven't got a chance to see them. So we have Hex from 1980, Hex versus Witchcraft, and then Hex After Hex from 1982. Let's see. These 80s revenge horror comedies are brimming with gore, sex, and slapstick humor, which places them amongst some of the most unique genre-bending entries in the Shaw Brothers catalog. If you love over-the-top sound effects, gauche comedy, and characters breaking the fourth wall, then this is the trilogy for you. Brought together on Blu-ray in a limited edition 3-disc hardbox, strictly limited to 1,500 copies only. That is the one thing with Imprint. I don't mean to go off on a side quest here. Still, after all these years, their limited editions are still like 1,500 copies for the most part. I thought they would have expanded that after time, just because of how popular their releases have become.
Yeah, it's an interesting number they've decided to stick to, potentially for costs, replication costs and whatnot.
Mm,
Um, but you kind of always know that when you're looking at Imprint, okay, we're looking at 1,500 titles, so 1,500 uh, units made, which is yeah. I'm surprised with you actually that with the popularity on different sets that they still keep it limited to that number.
yeah, yeah, and they do sell out rather quickly. Some do, some don't. But like I said, some of these box sets have been out of print for a while, and they do go for quite a hefty price on places like eBay or other third party, sellers and other places. Even personal collectors know the value of the media. You know what I mean? They understand like how much these things go for on the market. Um,
Yes.
but so if you want some of these, I would recommend getting them as soon as you can. I would also recommend checking regularly on the Imprint or the Viavision website to see if things are running low in stock. They do tend to tell you that if something is running really low. Um, there's still a few things I have to get from Viavision. I've actually been collecting their Bewitched series sets. I have
Yeah.
their first two volumes. I need to get volumes, uh, the last two volumes to complete the series. So that does actually remind me. My birthday is coming up in a month, and I think that's what I will do for that. Just because I know once those sell out, they're going to be impossible to find. And there's a whole other branch of Viavision and Imprint that does do television, and their television sets are really good. If
Oh
people are
yes.
interested in collecting television.
They are extremely good. I've discovered, some shows that I hadn't heard of before, but also been able to pick up films which they sort of, TV series which they brought back into print, which had
Mm.
really old editions like Space 1999 and The Prisoner. They were basically
Oh,
long out of
yes.
print on DVD in Australia, and then they came along and did Blu-ray editions. And The Prisoner, I think they've also just brought out a standard edition of that. So if anyone hasn't seen that 60s British TV series, highly recommended The Prisoner. Like you, I've got Bewitched. I did continue getting them. They look beautiful on Blu-ray, and also worth mentioning the TV movie of the week collections that they
Mm.
do on their Imprint TV line because they have saved some great TV movies basically from obscurity and putting them out on Blu-ray.
Oh, yeah, and some of their box sets as well, like some of their adventure box sets and things like that. A lot of those movies would never see quality released ever. They would they're just movies that are kind of like B movies from yesteryear that really probably played at drive-throughs and things like that, or even pre-drive-throughs. Um, and those movies are all getting kind of really nice releases too. There's a whole one of like sci-fi serials from back
Oh
in like the
yes,
50s, which is really nice. That stuff you never see on physical media. Serials they would play at movie theaters and stuff like that. Things that would inspire, ironically, Star Wars,
yeah,
things like
that's
that. Um, like the old Flash. Well, they didn't really put out the Flash Gordon series, but it's stuff like in that vein.
yeah.
Um, and I just find that endlessly fascinating. But for this box set here, back on task, we have the first movie Hex from 1980, constantly mistreated by her cruel husband, the frail Chen Sao Ying, asserts no awaits certain death from tuberculosis. That's sad. The new servant girl Yi Hua takes pity on the plight of her mistress, and the pair proceed to drown him one evening. They dump his body in a nearby pond, but Sao Ying believes that the man's bloated corpse has risen from the bog to seek vengeance. Now, this story here has been told several times, in several different kind of iterations. I know Radiance has put out a couple of movies that have adapted this exact plot line where two people have like an affair and they get rid of the spouse of one of them, and then the spouse like its ghost comes back and haunts them. We've seen that happen in horror movies before.
Mm.
But for special features here, we got a new audio commentary by Asian film expert Arn Venema and filmmaker Dom Dom Ting, yes. And then a theatrical trailer. And then Hex versus Witchcraft. Bit of a shorter synopsis here. A compulsive gambler weds a ghost who helps and hinders him in both horror and hilarious ways. Well, gambling addiction can be a problem, especially if you're going to such lengths as to contacting the afterlife in order to fulfill that gambling addiction. But for special features here, they haven't listed any. It says more special features TBC. So there may be more added on later. And then Hex after Hex, a female ghost possesses the body of a dead girl in order to get a muscular stuntman for a boyfriend. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. And once again, there's no special features here listed yet. So that is the Shaw Brothers Horror Collection Volume 3, 1980 to 1982, limited edition Blu-ray hardbox. And then we've got, we'll go to Volume 4. Let's see, there it is. And this is Shaw Brothers Horror Collection Volume 4, 1981 to 1982. And we've got Hell Has No Boundary, Bewitched, and Human Lanterns. And I think I've actually seen Bewitched. I don't remember the context of me watching it. Maybe it was for one of the Shout Factory releases of these like Shock movies. But yeah, let's go over these movies here. So Hell Has No Boundary. While out enjoying a seaside picnic with her fellow officer boyfriend, policewoman May becomes possessed by a murdered little girl spirit who immediately unleashes violent rage within her. This movie actually I have seen, I think. But yeah, this is a 4K release actually, so people make note of that. It's got a 4K release with new Dolby Vision and HDR10, presented on a 4K UHD restored from the original camera negative. New audio commentary by Asian film experts Mike Leader and George Clark. And then the second disc has the movie as well as an audio commentary, the same one I just mentioned. So that is that. But Bewitched, while possessed by an evil spirit, a man murders his daughter, a police detective investigating the case who also becomes possessed while a good monk helps fight the evil spirit. Like I told you guys, a lot of possessions going on, a lot of supernatural, spiritual stuff going on in these movies. It does get a little repetitive, but if it was selling audiences at the time, you might as well make it. A visual feast of colorful, unhinged production design. Director Kwei Ching Hung treats us to a gory tale of witchcraft and vengeance that builds to a feverish, full-on climax. New audio commentary by Asian film expert on Venema and author Stefan Hammond. And then we have Human Lanterns. A psychotic craftsman pits two rival kung fu masters against each other while designing special lanterns from a disturbing source. Prepared to be mesmerized with this wuxia horror from director Sun Chung, soaked in neon colors, intricate martial arts choreography, and graphic torture sequences. Okay, actually, I have seen pictures, like screenshots from this movie. It does look quite horrifying. New audio commentary by cult film critic Ian Jane, and then more features to come. Okay, so it looks like you have quite the graphic viewing in the future from these two box sets.
Certainly, and it's great that one of them's on 4K. I think not many of the Shaw Brothers films come to 4K. Usually it's on Blu-ray in the sets, so it's interesting that this one is getting an upgrade to 4K. I'm sure it will look great if it's a full restoration.
Oh, we do have some comments here I do want to highlight. Yeah, so KN 5150 80s is more modern times instead of the usual kung fu titles. Yeah, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. There was a changing of the tide in terms of 80s decades of movies. Paul, I don't know how you feel or how familiar you are with this. It's such a unique vibe of movies from that time period. So different than any other decade, I think.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. It's very different to other period and very distinct in its themes and their tone of things. I know there's a Arrow release we'll be talking about from the 80s soon, so I won't get into too much more. But yeah, I completely agree with you with that. And yeah, interesting to note. Yeah, modern times of the usual kung fu films for the Shaw Brothers stuff. So it's like they obviously moved into what was more popular moving into the 80s as well.
Yeah, and KN5150 also says Golden Lotus and Seeding of a Ghost are Cat 3 Shaw Brothers titles. So there were some Shaw Brothers titles that were considered Category 3 titles. They're also Category 3 titles. That makes sense. Yeah. And then Human Lanterns is a must. Okay, so we've got one upvote for Human Lanterns. Like I said, I've saw some of the screenshots from it. I think from just being on Letterboxd and just trying to look up the movie in general, and it looked horrifying. So we are in the right company, I guess. So let's move on to. I want to look at. So Madadayo is a movie I've talked about here a long time ago. We'll go to that one next. Madadayo, I believe, is Akira Kurosawa's last movie that he directed before he passed. Once upon a time, Steven and I did a podcast called Cinema Discovery Project, which we did from, oh goodness, 2018 to 2021, before we did Chasing Labels. That was our podcast. And one episode we talked about last movies from like famous and well-known directors. And I
Wow.
believe Madadayo was by Akira Kurosawa. Yes, it's right there. The 30th and final film from legendary director Akira Kurosawa joins the Imprint Asia collection, a moving, thought-provoking drama based on the life of academic and author Hyakuin Uchida. In post-war Tokyo, beloved writer Professor Hyakuin Uchida retires and is buoyed through hardship by the fierce devotion of his former students. Told in warm, gently comic vignettes, Kurosawa's farewell celebrates aging, friendship, and the sustaining ritual of a teacher and pupils refusing to say goodbye. Paul, I just have to ask you, are you familiar with Kurosawa's work? I know it's a loaded question.
Yes, yes, familiar with his work. Probably haven't seen as many as I should have throughout the years. Thankfully, in university, we were able to see some. Particularly, remember Seven Samurai being really, impactful on me in terms of the film and its legacy. Definitely interested to see this one being his final film. Whether intentionally or not, be interesting to see. I picked up the BFI release of Seven Samurai, so I got that to watch in 4K. You got the Criterion there.
I do have my Criterion here. It just happened to be next to me.
Yeah.
I still haven't swapped out my old Blu-ray for the 4K on my shelf yet. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I know Imprint had also put out. Oh, maybe you remember what Kurosawa film did they put out?
I think that one. Yeah. Dersu Azala.
Dersu Azala, yes.
And that was way back. Imprint number 158. So that was a few years ago now. I've got it on the shelf.
Yeah, keep in mind we're at like Imprint. What are we at, like 300 and something?
We're nearly at 600.
Well, okay, I was way off.
we're nearly at 600. The Billy bookshelf cases from IKEA is what I have my Imprint collection in. And let's say we're at the bottom shelf now.
Okay. Let me just say, when we started doing Chasing Labels here 5 years ago, because we just celebrated our 5th year anniversary this past March, they were still doing, like, we were still well under 100 titles at that point. Like, we were still doing, two digit titles. So, in 5 years they've done like 500 titles. I mean, it's been quite a lot, and that's not including their like side stuff. Like, these Imprint Asia titles started from like number 1 and all the way up into the 70s now. So it's a lot. And they've also, they've done so many side things, but Dersu Uzala was the one, because that's another one that for some reason not a lot of other places put out the Blu-ray. Like, I know Criterion still has it only on DVD, and I think that DVD may be out of print. So that's one that I've been waiting for them to kind of put out on Blu-ray, or somebody to. And I know there's been a lot of Akira Kurosawa stuff getting 4K and Blu-ray re-releases, like you just mentioned, the BFI. And I know Ran has been put out by Studio Canal in the UK. That would be another one that I know Criterion put out that DVD many, many moons ago. I don't know if they'll ever get the rights back to that. That would be nice, but who really knows? But Seven Samurai to me is one of my favorite movies ever. Like, if you go to my Letterboxd, it's in like my top 4 Letterboxd ever. I think about this movie at least several times a week. I don't know why. It's such an epic story. Every time I watch like an epic film, I'm like, how does this compare to Seven Samurai? But just like, when you watch an epic, it feels so lived in. Like, you feel like you've gone on the journey with these characters. So when you get to the end, you're like, you feel exhausted. You feel exhausted. But Madadayo, like I said, is Akira Kurosawa's last film, and I think it wasn't intended to be his last film. He just happened to pass away after this. And if you're a fan of Kurosawa, you want to watch it, at least. You want to see where his career ended. But for special features, you have a new interview with film historian Jasper Sharp, Making of Madadayo feature-length documentary, Akira Kurosawa, The Essence of Filmmaking featurette, and a theatrical trailer. It says more new special features TBC, so they will be coming soon. It's like I said, it's been years since I've seen the movie, but it's Kurosawa. I watch any Kurosawa movie anytime. There's no way I would not do that. Uh, but we have the movie Eureka, which I wanted to see until I saw that the runtime was 218 minutes. And I was like, I don't have that kind of time right now. I've got like another like dozen movies I have to watch for Chasing Labels.
Yeah.
Uh, but it sounded really something that I would definitely want to sit down, talk about epic, and really kind of just absorb. But like I said, it's a long movie. An epic Japanese drama running at almost 3.5 hours and almost entirely in sepia tone. I do like a good sepia tone film. Eureka from the year 2000 is a haunting and meditative journey that explores trauma and the reality of living as a survivor. In rural Japan, the survivors of a tragedy converge and attempt to overcome their damaged selves. Their damaged selves, all while a serial killer is on the loose. Let's see. We also have winner of 2 prestigious awards at the 2000 Cannes Film Festival, the Frapresca Prize and the Prize of Ecumenical Jury. This is an extraordinary opus from director Shinji Aoyama, described as unique and harrowing by the Chicago Tribune. Let's see, for special features, a fantastic idea that Jasper Sharp and Jim O'Rourke discussed Eureka, a trauma bond, Yale Japanese film scholar Aaron Giroux on Eureka, theatrical trailer, teaser trailer, long version trailer, TV spot, and that is it. Like I said, I wanted to watch this movie, but that's a long time commitment. That's 3.5 hours.
Yeah, that's a long run time, and you've really got to put time aside. Like sometimes a long film it can be good, depending on the story, but yeah, when you don't have the time, it's like you really got to set aside the time with an intermission built in sometimes.
Yeah, in my younger days, I used to gravitate more towards longer films. Like I felt like any movie that was less than 2 hours, that's not long enough. And now in my older days, I'm like, 90 minutes looks real good right now.
Yeah, short, sharp 82 minutes of a nice mystery or horror film can be quite easy to
Yeah, and
digest.
especially doing Chasing Labels, you appreciate shorter run times a lot more.
Yeah.
Especially when you know, because I like to watch as many of the partner label titles that we'll get to later as I can, and when 22 partner labels titles drop at one point, it's like how many of these can I watch in a weekend? Because it drops on Friday, I have Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, and that's about it. So it's like let me go to the shorter ones first, and then
Yeah.
we'll see if I can gravitate towards some longer ones later. But like I said, 218 minutes, it's a long runtime for any film. I know recently Martin Scorsese seems to be doing super long movies. Both The Irishman and Killers of the Flower Moon are 3 hours or longer.
Yeah, over 3 hours.
Like I got my Killers of the Flower Moon. He had 206 minutes. So Eureka is 12 minutes longer than Killers of the Flower Moon. um, so and then but Scorsese, when you watch a Scorsese movie, and this is maybe my bias, you know the movie is going to move. Like the editing is going to move, the plot's going to move. It's going to be something that pushes it. Even with Silence, it was a journey, a physical and spiritual journey that was constantly moving forward. But like I said, 218 minutes, a lot of time. Tony says the same thing. Irishman, 209 minutes. Killers of the Flower Moon, 206 minutes. Yeah. Ironically, I think I have them both around here somewhere. I know I've got Killers of the Flower Moon, and I think I have The Irishman probably behind me or something. I've got to make room in my Scorsese section for these movies. But let's see. Tony also says that he's excited for Eureka, as I am as well. And then Tony also said Dersu Uzala when I was thinking of the movie. And then Tony also said Madadayo is a great finale from a master filmmaker. It really is. If you also haven't seen Akira Kurosawa's Dreams, that's a beautiful movie.
I need to see that one.
Yeah, there's a Blu-ray, and I think there's a 4K now from Criterion. It's such a visual, sumptuous movie that you almost have to see it in the best quality to truly love it. Tony also adores Silence. That flew by at 161 minutes. I was one of like 3 people in the theater to watch that movie when I went to see Silence, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And no, and then other like film people were kind of appreciated it, but it didn't really hit the masses as people may have thought it would be. Um, and Tony does back me up here. He does say that there is a 4K of Dreams from Criterion. Yeah, because I remember buying the original Blu-ray and then being like, "Oh, they're coming out with a 4K." Of course they are. Of course they
Interesting.
are. So Eureka, I do want to check that out eventually when I have the 3.5 hour time. Let's see. I think there's only one
Uh,
more here. Face
Face
to
to
face.
face. Yes.
That's the one. That's the last one here. Then we shall move on to another label. Imprint is always kind of a long way to go because it's multiple box sets and all that kind of stuff. So I figured it would have taken us a while to get through them. But Face to Face, Stephen Fung stars in Face to Face, a disturbing horror thriller from director Casey Chan, adapted from a novel by famous writer Edogawa Rampo. A man dies in a skiing accident only for his best friend to marry his wife and inherit his fortune. Supernatural hijinks ensue. I'm guessing he comes back from the dead. that's that's
Yeah.
that's got to be my guess.
When you read that, that's the first thing I pictured. He's coming
I'm
back
like,
from the dead.
he's coming back, and he's gonna be like, maybe he's upset, maybe he's not upset. When they say hijinks, what type of hijinks are we talking about? Is it gonna be
Yeah.
funny? Is it gonna be harmful? But there's an audio commentary by film historian and authors of the Midnight Eye Guide to New Japanese Film, Jasper Sharp, and Tom Mess. More special features perhaps coming, but that's Face to Face. I didn't get to see the movie. The cover is
Oh,
pretty grotesque.
yeah. When I saw that cover, I'm like, haven't heard of this, but wow, that looks amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
that
yeah,
cover looks
I'm in
great.
for that.
Um, Once we get to Vinegar Syndrome, there's going to be a cover that's going to upset me because I talked about it a few weeks ago when the movie was actually announced from Indicator. It's the same. It's Macabre. It's Lamberto
Oh,
Bava's
okay.
Macabre. It's the same. It's the same exact release. It's with the same special features, but
Mhm.
the cover art from the Vinegar Syndrome release spoils the entire movie. And I
Oh,
talked about
that's
it at the time, and I'm going to talk about it again. Cover art, while some can be beautiful, can also spoil the movie too. Um, but
yeah, it has 2 jobs to do, sell the film and often use, like, if there's an original poster to use, but if it's ruining the story, I'm like, well, if someone's not familiar with it, that might not be the best thing to do to go with in terms of cover art.
yeah, if it's revealing a third act twist in the movie
Yeah,
that's building up to a third act twist, I mean, I appreciate the artistic integrity of the person who created this because they've got
yes.
talent. I have
Yeah,
no art. I can't draw anything really. So I always tip my hat to people who have that innate ability to be artists.
yeah.
I mean, we've had Tony Stella here on Chasing Labels in the past, and he does some of the most beautiful artwork you've ever seen. And it's like, if I had 1 ounce of his artistic talent, I'd be unstoppable, you know? But uh, where shall we go from here? Paul, I'll leave it up to you. I don't know if you want to
Oh.
stay in your area and go with Umbrella or if you prefer to go someplace else.
I'm happy to go to Umbrella. It's also the next down my list of notes here, so save me scrolling. And there's only a couple of titles, so we can stay in Australia for
Yes,
Umbrella and make a
there's
jump.
only two titles.
Yeah.
So we have um it's how did they actually sell it? We'll talk about it. It's yeah, it's Adam Green's like Hatchet collection. And of course with Umbrella, we've got a couple of different editions here.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the one that comes with actually a VHS version of the movie. And you can get the VHS in NTSC, which is this is getting really technical. People, stay with me. That's the way you kind of watch things here in like the US and like Region One land. I'm going back to Region Ones and stuff. PAL is the one you watch in like Europe and the UK. And you want to know what the difference is? It's different speeds. It really is different speed. The TVs in Europe are calibrated a little bit differently than TVs here in the United States. I'm not sure if NTSC or PAL is used in Australia.
We're a PAL system in
Or PAL,
Australia.
okay. You
Yeah,
guys
and
are
I
PAL. That
remember
makes
a lot
sense.
of DVDs that were coming out sort of at the beginning of DVD that only came as NTSC. We'd have a little sort of label on the top of the cover, making sure this DVD is programmed for NTSC. Please make sure your television is compatible. And I remember my grandparents always telling me, right, we can get these because we're compatible.
Yeah. And there would actually be converters that you could get
Yes.
for your TV or there would be a converter within the TV, I think a switch or something, where you could change from NTSC to PAL. And like I said, it is kind of like a frame rate speed thing, the difference between NTSC and PAL. If you go back to any of your old DVDs, it'll say NTSC. That's not really an issue when it comes to Blu-ray and 4K
Yeah.
and stuff like that. That's an old DVD thing. I remember that because when I started like importing stuff, I started to learn about what the difference between NTSC and PAL. Um, but yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's some old school stuff that we no
Yeah.
longer have to deal with. But I think I'm just looking to see if there's any other. Okay,
I think, yeah, there's the option, Blood in Bayo,
yeah, I
the
was trying to
Hatchet
see.
Collectors has the without the VHS.
Yeah, let me go. I just need to get. I just need one that has a list. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. The collector's
Yeah.
edition. And then there's one you can get that has the VHS version as well. VHS is making a massive comeback for anybody listening. Um, a lot of the younger collectors, people, I guess you could say, are from the generation after me. You know, I'm a millennial. The people, the Generation Z, are getting into VHS now, which is kind of great to see. They're still out there and they're relatively cheap. It's not something I would ever go back to as a collector because I lived through that age already. I think I mentioned this last time, or maybe I've mentioned this, in my discussions with myself, like I'm in the King of Comedy and just talking out loud. But yeah, I'm Rupert Pupkin. I'm just talking out loud to myself as if I'm holding my own TED talk or my
Yeah.
own talk show. And but like I've lived through the VHS generation of things, so I know what VHS is. But a lot of the people discovering it for the first time are falling in love with that retro vibe of VHS, the
Yeah.
analog of it all, the low grade quality of it all, because it is rather low grade quality. But I understand everybody's got their own things. So I do kind of like this idea that they're releasing VHS versions of newer movies. I think that's kind of a cool thing to do. Not that Hatchet is actually new. It's from 2007. And
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bit of what's that? Eight, is that let's see, 19 years ago? Yeah, 19 years
Yeah.
ago. Jeez. Um, Let me date myself by saying this. I saw Hatchet in the movie theater 19 years ago.
Wow.
um, I had no idea really what the movie was at the time. I wasn't really big into horror at the time, and I went to the theaters with my cousin, who was about 5 years younger than me, but he was into horror, and he was kind of my guide into horror. So he was like, "Let's go see this movie, Hatchet," and it's basically like Friday the 13th, in a swamp. That's kind of what Hatchet is. For
Okay.
those of you who've never seen it, Victor Crowley is the Jason Voorhees type character, and he's got a similar tragic backstory. That is the reason why he does what he does. It's a slasher. It's a throwback to like 1980s slashers, and it has spawned a couple of sequels, actually three sequels: Hatchet 2, Hatchet 3, and then the fourth movie is called Victor Crowley. And then there was supposed to be a fifth one, and it just has not materialized yet. And I think Victor Crowley came out in 2017, so it's been 9 years and no, subsequent fifth film.
Yeah.
Adam Green is the director, and I think Adam Green is actually from up my way here in the United States. He's not from my state, but I think he's from Massachusetts. Um, and so kind of a local, I guess, local filmmaker, if you want to say that. It's kind of one
Mm.
state over for me, for anybody who's not a geography, enthusiast, kind of like one state above me. And yeah, so this movie set in 2007 came out in 2007. Let me just read the synopsis actually. Let's see if that's actually here. Bum. Blood in the Bayou. That's a great title. Let's see. Before we get to that, there's some details here. If you get the collector's edition, it says worldwide exclusive Hatchet collection in 4K Dolby Vision, 100 plus page book, 120 page Adam Green's Hatchet graphic novel, volumes 0 through 3. Custom art rigid case with illustrations by Shannon Trotman, 8 art cards. You have the reversible poster and limited number release as well. 4 films of Southern Fried Slaughter, now in 4K. Um, Hours of new extras, and Now we will get into. Let's see. Description. From writer-director Adam Green comes the complete Hatchet collection, a blood-soaked love letter to 80s slasher cinema across 4 ferocious chapters. The legend of deformed swamp killer Victor Crowley unleashes a relentless storm of carnage deep in Louisiana's haunted Honey Island swamp. Each installment escalates the mayhem, delivering inventive kills and outrageous splatter from the original Swamp Massacre to the shocking resurrection of a modern slasher legend in Victor Crowley. The Hatchet collection embraces the spirit of classic 80s horror while pushing the limits of on-screen carnage. Let's see, savage, hilarious, and unapologetically old school. The Hatchet collection brings every gruesome kill to your screen in 4K Dolby Vision. Directed by Adam Green, who directed 3 out of 4 of the movies. I think the third film is directed by B.J. McDonald, but produced and written by Adam Green. Let's see. So let's see. Hatchet 1, disc 1. That's what we want. The 4K UHD disc. 4K Dolby Vision uncut feature. Like I said, so premise. They didn't really describe the premise here. Maybe I missed it. Let's see. Hold on, let me. Oh, they didn't really describe. Usually they give a little description here, but I guess I will run it down. So, in the first film, because the movies kind of pick up right after the previous film ended, so you can kind of go on this little journey with me. So, first film is set during Mardi Gras in New Orleans, like I said, around 2007, and people go on this illegal swamp boat trip. So people will take trips on these little boats through the swamps of Louisiana, and it's basically like a tour guide will take you and show you around. And this one just happens to go to where the legendary cursed Victor Crowley lives, like his cabin on the swamp or whatever. So you've got all these bunch of people, relatively low budget. I think the first movie was made for like $1 million. It's relatively low budgeted stuff. And one of the passengers on this boat is there for a specific reason. Their father and brother have gone missing in this swamp and they are looking for them. And they're led to believe it has something to do with the legend of Victor Crowley. And so this young person is on this boat, and then lo and behold, what ends up happening, the boat ends up running aground, and Victor Crowley comes out and starts killing these passengers on this boat. And they have to survive. It's classic 80s slasher stuff, right? Classic. The movies all have like I said, low budget practical special effects, a lot of blood splatter, a lot of like dummies and prosthetics and stuff like that. Old school type of filmmaking, which is rather charming in the modern world of CGI and CGI blood and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So
I
I just want to
agree.
give people, yeah, I just want to give people a rundown of what this movie is if they haven't seen it before. The lead actress was recast after the first movie to Danielle Harris, who is kind of a well-known scream queen at this point. Danielle Harris was in Halloween 4 and 5 as the little girl in those two movies, and then of course she was in um, Rob Zombie's Halloween and Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 as well. She played one of the friends of Laurie Strode in those films. Kane Hodder, who famously played, like I said, Jason Voorhees, he plays the Victor Crowley character with all the makeup and prosthetics and stuff. So you got some horror legends in here. Robert Englund is in one of the films. Tony Todd is in the first and second movie as well.
That's
So,
cool.
like I said, you've got some big names in there. But back to the task at hand. Audio commentary with the writer and director Adam Green, the cinematographer Will Barrett, and actors Tamara Feldman, Joel David Moore, and Dion Richmond. Audio commentary with the writer and director and producer Adam Green and actor Kane Hodder. Disc 2 is the movie plus those two commentaries plus a vintage making of from 2007. And then there's a new Honey Island Horror Part 1 Hatchet documentary. Writer director Adam Green, cinematographer Will Barrett, special makeup effects supervisor Robert Pendergraft, actor Parry Shen, actor Joel Moore, producer Sarah Ebert. I guess they're Elbert. They're all on that documentary. And I think
Mm.
these documentaries, like part one's on the first one, you can kind of get that. Um, New Coffee and Donuts, Adam Green and Will Barrett on the first film. New MPAA Doomsday, Adam Green on screening Hatchet onto the ratings board. That must have been fun.
Yeah.
um, uh, Upward Spiral, David Joel Moore on working with Adam Green. Meeting Victor Crowley. Guts and Gore, Anatomy of a Kill, A Twisted Tale, gag reel and theatrical trailer. Then Hatchet 2 is also in 4K as well. And you get an audio commentary with the director and the cinematographer and the special effects person. Same thing. You got another audio commentary with the director and actors Kane Hodder and Tony Todd, the late great Tony Todd. That's nice to see. And then you get the Blu-ray disc for Hatchet 2. You get the movie, 2 audio commentaries, behind the scenes making of documentary, plus Honey Island Horror Part 2 documentary. That's the new documentary with all the same people I just mentioned before. Actually, there's actually some new ones, but you get the gist of it. If those of you watching on YouTube, you can see what I'm saying for the most part. And then you have new Creature from the Buchler Lagoon. Oh, I like that. Making effects artist Robert Pendergraft on John Carl Buchler. Hatchet 2 First Look featurette. The Killing Machine Meet the Effects Team 2010 featurette TV spot. Then you get the Hatchet 3 4K as well. Audio commentary, 2 audio commentaries. This time it's with the new director, B.J. McConnell, and not Adam Green, but it's the same other people involved. And then disc 3 is same audio commentaries behind the scenes of Hatchet 3. And then you get that new documentary, you get part 3 of that documentary. And then you get Club Madman, Derek Mears on portraying a horror icon. So Derek Mears is another horror icon. I believe he was in the remake of The Hills Have Eyes. Plus,
they're good films, those remakes.
Yeah. Plus some other horror stuff. I'd have to look him up right now, which would take some time. So I'm not gonna. But people who are horror enthusiasts, which a lot of collectors are, super big horror enthusiasts. Derek Mears is a name you will know. He is in this movie. He plays a SWAT team guy, in the movie, like a no-nonsense SWAT team guy. Let's see, Raising Cain featurette, Swamp Fun featurette, Hatchet 2005 production journals with an intro by Adam Green. That's kind of cool. And then you get disc 7, which is the Victor Crowley film. That's the latest film and most recent film, 4K. With the Dolby, I think these all have Dolby Vision, if I recall. Yes. Or yeah, these all have Dolby Vision. And then let's see, audio commentary with Adam Green and actors Perry Shen, Laura Ortiz, and Dave Sheridan. Another interesting 2 audio commentaries by the director as well. What could he possibly say in a second audio commentary they didn't say in the first one? Who knows?
Yeah.
But you got cinematographer Jan Michael Lozada, editor Matt Latham, and makeup effects artist Robert Pendergraft. And then the last disc 8 has those 2 audio commentaries, Fly on the Set 2017 documentary, part 4 of that new documentary, and then you've got Hatchet Army Deployment, Adam Green, Daniel Harris, Derek Mears, Felissa Rose, and Kane Hodder on horror conventions. Oh, that's interesting. Raising the Dead, again, 2017 featurette, Swamp Tales 2024 documentary. So, if you are a Hatchet fan, this is the set to end all sets. Unless they come out with another movie, then it may render this set irrelevant. And that's always the problem with franchise sets. How do you feel about franchise sets, Paul? Because I get wary of them because I always feel in our modern day movie society, another movie in a franchise can come out at any point.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. If it's they, advertise something as the complete whatever it might be, you think these days, well, there could easily be another release or a TV spin-off that may make that no longer complete. Maybe they should change their wording when they're doing that, just like, films 1 through whatever. At least with this one for Umbrella, they don't skip out on the special features, so there's a lot here. If another Hatchet film did come along at any point, it'd probably all be carried over if Umbrella even got the rights. And that's the other thing. Sometimes the rights for things within franchises can change companies. And so having a box set that is truly complete of some things can become impossible based on that. So yeah, I am also weary. And then different when there's films that are the first in the franchise that we know, like for instance, the new Dune. We knew Dune was going to be part 1. And you could just wait and get part 1 and 2 together, things like that, where the studio is obviously trying to make their money on the first release, and then the second film comes out, and they'll have the second release making their money, package them together to make money. So yeah, there's that kind of thing as well. Um, but this one does look interesting. I haven't seen any of the Hatchet films. Have you seen all 4 of them?
I have seen all 4 of 'em. Like I said, I saw the original back in the theaters back in
Yeah.
'07, and I think the sequel came out in 2010. The 3rd film, which I had thought I'd seen, came out in 2013, and then the 4th film came out in 2017. So I hadn't seen 3 or 4, and luckily they were available to stream. They were able to watch that way. Um, and yeah, they're relatively low budget. Like I think like I said, the first film was like $1 million. The second movie, because this first movie was such a success, the second movie ended up getting a higher budget. That's kind of the way those things go. And then the third movie, not so much of a higher budget. And then the last movie, I think, was made for like 400,000 American dollars or something. Like, it was like super low budget, and you can kind of tell. And maybe perhaps that's the reason why they haven't pursued a fifth movie yet. I think here you just mentioned right. I think it's Dark Sky Films that has the rights to those movies here in the U.S., or at least is the production company or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, like, if they still have the rights to it, or I don't know what the status is of that franchise. Like I said, they were supposed to do a fifth movie and just kind of hasn't materialized yet. And they're advertising this as a complete collection. So who knows if that's ever going to happen. Either way, like I'm similar to exactly what you're saying. This whole idea of, in the modern world, they could make a new movie in a franchise at any point. You just mentioned Dune.
Yeah.
Dune's got Dune Part 2. The third Dune is coming out. There's an HBO series that takes place in the Dune world that's out as well. And so you never really know what more they could do within that world. I just remember them putting out series Blu-ray sets of the Fast and Furious franchise. Kept putting out about like complete in quote collections of all the movies. People would buy them like crazy. And I'm like, there's another one coming out in like a year or two. What are you doing? It's just gonna keep coming out. Ironically, we talked about Star Wars recently. Star Wars has got to be one of the most re-released franchises on home video ever.
Oh, definitely.
So anything that says complete Star Wars set or anything like that is not really complete, because there's already been so much more. There's going to be so much more. I taught we did a whole live stream on Friday for talking about Star Wars. We talked about I have the original Blu-ray, like was the complete saga. Ironically, it's not the complete saga. It was just the prequels and the original trilogy. And this was years before they did the sequels, the sequel trilogy, and then of course whatever they're doing going forward. Heck, we're getting a new Star Wars movie in this month. So,
yeah, a few weeks away.
And then we're gonna get another one next year too. The one starring Ryan Gosling. So it's the franchises never end. It was the same thing with the Hunger Games. The Hunger Games is another one where they put out like complete like Hunger Games sets, and then the author wrote more books, so they're gonna make more movies, and they did.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me. I maybe that's just the collector in me wants things a certain way within their collection. I think that happens with all of us. But that is the Hatchet complete set here. There's a collector's edition, and usually, typically, there's a standard version where you don't get all of the bells and whistles if you want to save some money. I don't know if that's necessarily an option yet. Those, for some reason, I don't know. Maybe you know about this a lot more than I did. Those tend to sell out much faster.
They do
Maybe
tend
there's
to
not.
sell out faster, and I think a lot of the time, it's what we call the retail edition. So here in Australia, we have JB Hi-Fi, and that's where those editions will go, and it's just basically the films in usually just a slip case, and none of the booklets or posters included. I'm not sure how often Umbrella now, with their new model, put that up for pre-order on their website, because usually, as you can see here, standard is crossed out. You've got collectors.
Yeah, you can't
I
even
do
click on
know
it
you can't
at
click
all.
on it, yeah. But JB Hi-Fi get the standard edition.
It's interesting that you say that, because that's kind of the way how it works here when it comes to Umbrella releases. Is the online retailers here, Orbit DVD, Diabolic DVD, or Odyssey Movies, they typically get that exact edition you're talking about, the standard edition, which I've got. I just happen to have Dogma here.
Yeah,
So
nice.
this
I got
edition of
the
Dogma
I
is
got
the
the web store
standard
one.
one. Yeah, you got the you have a much cooler one than I do.
Yeah, this was the umbrella web store one. So that slip is what comes inside the hard box from the
Yeah,
web store edition, and then that's the retail edition.
yeah. So it was yeah. I basically got all the on disc content.
Yes.
Everybody else got the cool collector's one that's got all the extra goodies. But what I really wanted was the extras. But like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to Cecil B. Demented, my favorite John Waters movie, I feel like I need that collector's edition from Umbrella. I'm just waiting for them to either have a sale or something because with the way in which the world is now, shipping from overseas is pretty expensive. Like it's like $30 to ship from Australia here to the US.
Yeah,
It
roughly the same coming the other way.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it used to be around 20, maybe 18, 20 to get from Umbrella to get it from directly from Umbrella here to the US. But now over the last few years with tariffs and the way in which politics is and all that kind of stuff, things have changed a little bit. They've actually changed domestically here, shipping as well. Things have gotten
Okay.
a little more expensive from local sellers and online retailers. But um, let's move to because there's only one more Umbrella release, and it's called Manhunt. Completely different vibe than this. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Um, it's a it's a film from the 1970s. Here we go, Manhunt Blu-ray Collector's Edition, and let's see. This comes with a 48-page booklet of behind-the-scenes material and essays by Mark Schilling and Jonathan Clements, custom art rigid slipcase by Colin Murdoch, 8 original and replica lobby cards, versatile poster, limited edition number release. It says Manhunt comes to Blu-ray featuring iconic screen legend Takakura in the classic Japanese fugitive thriller. This edition has been meticulously restored in 4K from the original 35mm OPN, which is, I think, original positive? No, I don't know what OPN stands for. Uh, by producers Kadakawa. Please note this is a Blu-ray release only, not a 4K. Makes sense? Let's see. Outrageously over the top, Manhunt, also known as Hot Pursuit, um, is the fugitive thriller epic to rival all that followed. Tokyo District Public Prosecutor Futo Morioka is suddenly accused of a crime he didn't commit and arrested in the middle of a bustling Shinjuku street. Excuse me. Taking advantage of a lapse in police procedure, Morioka escapes and starts a search for the witnesses who have disappeared with police in pursuit. What follows is a legendary chase across the length and breadth of the country. Morioka fight uh, across the country. Morioka fights bears, falls in love, flies a plane, escapes an asylum, finds dead bodies, and survives multiple near catches from the relentless police inspector Yamura. On his tail, will Morioka expose the conspiracy that framed him before they catch him? So what you got here is the classic wrong man scenario. If you know Alfred Hitchcock, you know what I'm talking about. This movie feels actually coincidentally like North by Northwest, like the 39 Steps, which was kind of like Hitchcock's first attempt at North by Northwest, or that type of plot line where you've got this guy who, unbeknownst to him or unbeknownst to us really as viewers, did something and people are after him, and he's got to escape and prove his innocence. He happens to be a lawyer. So he's trying to go around to find certain witnesses who alleged to see him commit this crime, and he's coming across them, and they're already gone. So he can't use them as to help, and so he's got to find other pieces in which to figure things out. And like the description says, he goes through all kinds of things. Like he's like running through the woods at some point. He's flying a plane. He's fighting a bear. I mean, he's doing it all along the way. It is a fun, like wrong man scenario movie, and it's constantly moving forward, and it's constantly the plot's constantly changing, and red herrings and all kind of stuff's going on. It's a rather exciting movie, completely different, like I said, than the Hatchet box set that they're putting out. But for special features and stuff like that, we have an audio commentary with author Patrick Macias, and you get the international cut of the movie. And it says the modern samurai Matthew Carter on Takakura and the Art of Silence. So not much in the way of special features, but the movie itself is really, really good. And you get all the little extra swag that Umbrella's going to throw into this release as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it from Umbrella. Just 2 releases, which made my job a heck of a lot easier, I'll tell you
Yes.
that. Usually they do a few more than this, so this was nice. I guess that box set, which was actually teased a couple of days beforehand, so I kinda knew that the Hatchet box set was coming, so that was nice. So, now, where else would you like to go, Paul, on our journey through the boutique label releases?
Oh, there's so many, but maybe go to Eureka or actually Indicator. Let's do
Okay,
Indicator.
let's go to Indicator.
Let's do Indicator.
We'll go right to the source, we'll go right to let's see, I don't need this Umbrella website up anymore. We'll go straight to Eureka's website, or Indicator's website, rather. I don't know why I said Eureka, because I had
Yeah,
on
my
the mind.
fault.
Yeah, I don't know. So we have, I think, 3 announcements. We have Full House, Stavisky, and La Travestie. Um, and it looks like Full House is getting both a UK and US release. Stavisky is getting a US and UK release, as well as La Travestie 2. So I was only able to see 2 out of 3 of these movies. I was telling Paul earlier beforehand when I was getting these all set up that La Travestie I could not find at all to stream or watch anywhere. That was kind of the toughest one, but I guess we'll start with Full House. I typically go to the US release. It
Mhm.
really doesn't matter. They both have the same special features and all that kind of stuff. It's really just the region encoding.
Right.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, because this is region A and B. It's not even the region encoding. It's usually the cover. The ratings will be removed.
Ah,
That's usually the difference. Um, so 3 of France's most beloved fictional detectives are on the case in Full House. A portmanteau policier from director Henri Verneuil. Verneuil. Oh, my French is so off today. First, you have Monsieur Venn, created by Stanislaw Andre Steeman, is puzzled by a case in which the chief suspect seems to have the perfect alibi. He was with Venz at the time of the murder. Secondly is Peter Cheney's Lemmy Caution. Becomes entangled with a femme fatale as he tackles a jewel robbery, and the final segment focuses on George Simenon's Inspector Maigret as Michel Simon solves a murder from his sickbed with the aid of an altar boy. So what you have here is a movie with 3 vignettes within it. All of them are stories with these famous inspectors solving a case, and they're all, like I said, they're all relatively short. I think the runtime of the movie is 117 minutes. So each of them is slotted in a specific time, and it's fine. If you're familiar with these characters, perhaps you'll get a lot more out of it. If you like detective stories, perhaps you'll get a lot more out of it. I thought they were fine. Maigret was the only one I had actually heard of, because there's that whole like Maigret series that of movies that Kino's been putting out recently. So I was familiar with that, but the rest of them I hadn't really been familiar with. Uh, Paul, have you seen this movie before, or familiar with any of these inspectors?
I'm familiar with the same inspector as you. I think Maigret, I think
Mm,
is the French pronunciation. Because well, I say recently, is probably in the last 5 years. Rowan Atkinson did a version of that character. So that's how I was familiar with that particular French inspector. But I hadn't heard of the other 2 characters. But this kind of anthology type film does sound quite interesting. And um, we're talking about runtimes of films. I feel like watching an anthology film, no matter the length, does feel shorter because you've got your sort of your individual films within it. So it is a nice digestible chunk of time to watch. But no, it does sound interesting, and I do pick up indicator releases every now and again. I do love their limited editions that come in that Scannovo case with the book inside as well. So yeah, it looks like an interesting one, and I do like this cover on this release as well.
yeah. I'm trying to see if I had any. No, because I think I have them all on my shelf. Because I've been getting the Jean Roland 4K edition that they've been putting out. That's
Hmm.
been my main concentration from Indicator over the last several years. That whole fantastique type of stuff. Because those 4Ks look so good. Because that
Right.
world of Jean Roland is just all like it's all imagery. The stories are kind of whatever. It's just
Yep.
all like imagery and mood and fog machines and stuff like that, vampires and stuff. So I've been picking up those recently. So I haven't gotten into a lot of the other stuff that they've been doing. But I've always loved Indicator. We've had I think it was Sam and John. We've had them here on Chasing Labels a couple of times. They've been nice enough to come on here and talk about what they've been doing over at Indicator. I had their film noir box sets. I
Yes, those are great.
Those are great. A lot of those early ones are now out of print. Talk about third party upsells. They sell
Yeah,
them. People sell them. I have their Hammer box sets as well. Still missing Hammer Volume One, which is a
yeah.
tough one to get if you didn't get it in
I
time.
I started with those hammer sets at volume 3, and then I got 5, and then 6. I missed 4, went out of print, but I was able to get the standard editions at least of those films because I'm a big Hammer fan.
Mm,
Absolutely love anything that Hammer puts out. So yeah, those Indicator ones are really really good. And the Mae West box set, the
yeah, I
Marlene
got that
Dietrich
too.
box set, yeah. So
I also have they re-released their Sinbad box set, and I went
oh,
and I got that because I by the time I started collecting Indicator,
mhm.
their Sinbad set was long gone. Their Hammer Volume One was long gone. I was lucky enough to get in on, um, yeah, even their first Ray Harryhausen set was gone by that time.
Wow, that
Yeah,
would have been a
so
good one. Yeah.
but I got the Ray Harryhausen set Volume Two, which you can still find actually. It's actually maybe because I think it's because it's first the I think was it their second volume? But no, I forgot whichever one had like Jason and the Argonauts. That's the one that people really really wanted.
Yeah, I
Um,
feel like that was volume 1, but I did miss out on that as well, and then I remember a while ago they had that sale where it's, like, very limited ones coming back or damaged
yeah,
stock or something, and it's like, obviously that went straight away again.
yeah. I remember I ended up getting Remember the Night. Talk about kind of more classic film.
That's yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
which I
Yes.
missed out on when it was announced, and I was like, "Oh, I'll pick it up eventually." You know, I'm one of those indifferent people, and
Yep.
then it ended up selling out, and I'm like, "Oh, damn, I really wanted it." And then they had one of those out of print restocks, and I'm like, "Oh, thank goodness." And it was brand new. Like
Oh,
usually those out
wow.
of prints, it was still like factory sealed. So I don't know if it was
Yeah.
something they had gotten from a store that didn't sell it. But it was brand new, nothing missing. Because sometimes they do say like these may these may be missing a booklet, or these may have like sticker residue on them, or there may be something wrong with these releases. But the two times I did it, there was nothing wrong with them at all. But Remember the Night was one I really wanted. I still need to get their Universal Noir Volume One and Volume Two, or do I have Volume One? I can't even tell. I think I've got so I have Universal Volume One. I didn't look over to the right far enough. Universal Volume One. I need to get Volume Two. I've got Columbia Noir number 6, and then they just started British Noir, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got to look into that. Yet again, they actually just had a sale on their site recently too, and I know Steven picked up a couple of things. But yeah, Indicator. I've been a big fan of them for so many years. I've got, like I said, a bunch of their stuff. Um, yeah, I started off small and it just grew and grew and grew.
Yeah,
Uh,
those sales that they do are really good. Like, you can get some things for really good prices, and those are the 2 times, not past 2 years, but, 3 and 4 years ago, I just picked up a whole bunch in the sale because I figured, "Right, this is the time to do it," and managed to get I think Remember the Night was one of them, some of those noir sets, I thought, "Right, now's my time to stock up on them for those prices," and, if you reached a certain amount, it was free worldwide shipping. So I thought, "Well, I've gotta reach that amount now if they're gonna
yeah,
offer
yeah.
worldwide free shipping because
Now,
that's what can be the cost."
now I wanted to ask you. You said you were a fan of Hammer. Are
Oh,
you
yes.
talking like Hammer horror, or are you just talking Hammer in general? Because I feel like
Hammer
there's a
in
distinction
general.
between the two.
Yeah, Hammer in general. Bigger fan of their horror and their more well-known stuff, but I have been getting those recent 4K releases that are coming from Hammer, which are the, like, noir titles, um, and I've watched, Stolen Face, Spaceways, and Whispering Smith Hits London. I'm also a fan of those, which was during their exclusive period where it was, like, exclusive films, under the Hammer umbrella.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned that is because Hammer directly themselves has got a huge initiative going on last year and this year where they're putting out some big deluxe releases. I've been eyeballing that Curse of Frankenstein for months now because I've got the old Blu-ray from Warner Archive, and I know Warner Archive put out the 4K too,
Yes.
but it doesn't have the same amount of special features as the one from Hammer does. Also, that those Hammer sets are these big,
Yeah.
gigantic, thick sets.
I've got them down on the shelf over there. They're underneath indicator, and yeah, the chunky sets they are big, but they include I think 4 or 5 discs, and then a big booklet. One of them has like a graphic novel sort of thing inside. Yeah, very impressed with the work because for a long time we thought maybe Hammer was going to stay with all the different distributors it was kind of with, but since like I think it was John Gore bought the company, all the rights have sort of come back to Hammer
Nice.
themselves, so they're able to handle it in-house, which is very, very good to see.
Yeah, and that was the thing with with Hammer horror films, at least for just from my perspective, is the catalog seemed to be spread out amongst different companies owning the rights to different movies. At least I can just talk about just from a US distribution perspective. That
Mhm.
seemed to be the case here. I know like Shout Factory had a bunch of Hammer horror, Warner Brothers has a bunch of Hammer horror. I mean, it just kind of bounced around. Some's like in the public domain. Like it was all over the place until recently. There's been a lot of consolidation and a lot of, like I said, really nice sets coming out for Hammer horror stuff. For which we do talk about here on Chasing Labels whenever there's one announced. Uh,
Yeah.
let's see. Tony does say he does say something. He says Hammer's releases, especially the box sets, are very impressive. They are, because they are extensive. Like I said, they're not only thick just for the sake of the extra swag, their on disc content is extensive as well. A lot of historical stuff being poured into that because there's a lot of history behind Hammer. Hammer's been around for a long, long time, decades upon decades. And they didn't start out doing Hammer horror. They started out just doing, just as a movie production company.
Yep.
And then they saw that horror was becoming popular and was like, hey, we should cash in on this. And that's when you get Curse of Frankenstein and you get House of Dracula and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The Christopher Lee stuff and Peter Cushing and everybody's being those are two big heavy Hammer horror guys in
Yeah,
my
and they were
opinion.
just about every film you'll see them pop up type thing. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
they
mean
were on staff at Hammer, they were working out for other films, but always come back to Hammer and put in their roles there as well.
yeah. And then you would get I want to say yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say Donald Pleasance as well. I feel like he was in there. Um, but yeah, those are the two main guys. I mean, there's even I mean, we're gonna
Andre
talk about
Morel as well, he was in a lot of them, the
yeah.
French,
You see a
British
lot of the
director.
same directors too doing Hammer
Yes,
films. Ironically, I can't remember the one. Is it Terrence Young?
Terence Fisher.
Terrence Fisher, right? You see his name pop up a lot with Hammer stuff,
Yeah.
and it's really good. But hey, let's get back to Indicator. Uh, before we go too off book. Like I said, a lot of stuff to talk about here. So
So much.
for
Let's go.
this release here, we've got a 4K restoration from the original camera, original nitrate negative. Sorry,
Ooh,
original mono audio. Michelle Simone, Old Roos's award-winning short film portrait of the great French actor. Image gallery, promotional and publicity materials, new and improved English translation subtitles. Limited edition exclusive booklet with new essay by Aaron Smoodin, archival profiles of director Henri Verneuil. I can't pronounce it. George Simenon, Stanislaw Andre Steeman, and Peter Cheney, and film credits. U.S. premiere on Blu-ray, limited to 4,000 copies for the UK and the US. More to be announced, and that is the movie Full House. Now let's go to the movie Stavisky. Stavisky stars someone people may recognize. That is um, Jean-Paul Belmondo and Alain René's Stavisky. Also, Charles Boyer is in the film as well. This is an interesting film about a real life person. So this is based on a real life person. These events may or may not be true, so bear with me here when it comes to these things. So, who was Alexander Stavisky in this? Oh boy, that's a long word. Charistic, characteristically fragmented drama. Celebrated author Alain René, who did Last Year at Marienbad. He also did so many other great works. Explores the months leading up to up to and examines the consequences of the death of historical figure and political enigma Serge Alexander Stavisky, portrayed by Jean-Paul Belmondo. He was in the movie Breathless, but he was also in so many other movies. Pierrot Le Faux is another one from Jean-Luc Godard, but he was
Mm.
in so many movies all the way up through the 90s, even all the way up through his death. And I will say this again, Paul, I don't know if you're familiar with when I say this. Every time Jean-Paul Belmondo pops up here, he passed away a few years ago, and they like have footage of his funeral, right? And it is the biggest like celebration and just emotional outpouring I've ever seen from a funeral. Like it was as if a a king had passed away or someone of royalty had passed away in
Wow.
France, and you people can look it up online. It's just it they took his death incredibly emotional, and it was really striking to me because
Mm.
to me I know him as the actor, but apparently he was just this French actor icon that was so beloved that people were really taken with his passing. And I've been getting into more of his work recently because Kino's been putting out a lot of his work from like the 70s and stuff like that. And of course, you have his work in the 60s. And ironically, this work is also from the 70s. But Jean Paul Belmondo, I had a commenter on here one time basically said he was the Jason Statham of his time. And I didn't realize how much of an action star he also was, too.
Wow.
So I was like, oh, that's very fascinating. Um, yeah, so I'm learning more and more about Jean-Paul Belmondo as I do the show here,
Yeah.
and
That's
it's
really
just rather
cool.
fascinating to me. But
Mm.
Stavisky is not really an action movie. Like I said, he portrays this enigmatic man who gets involved in political wheelings and dealings. Stavisky follows its subject as he tries to hold on to the illusion of control when his financial crimes come under intense scrutiny from the French police. Friends and foe alike circle him like vultures, all leading to an inevitable violent political flashpoint. Um, so I believe this movie takes place. It's pre I believe it's pre-World War II. Don't really quote me on any of this, but I believe it's pre-World War II France. So I'm thinking like the 20s, 30s area. And this guy, Stavisky, he was like a financial schemer type of guy. Like he would make deals and like screw people out of money and stuff like that. And he gained a lot, and he was able to get away with a lot of it because he knew the right people in the right places when it came to like political and rich people. So he was
Mm.
able to get away with a lot of that stuff. But over time, the more and more he did all of these illegal things, the tougher it was for him to get away with it. And then there is a lot of question about how he died. I believe it was ruled that he killed himself via suicide, but there's a lot of questions behind it of whether he was, assassinated or not. Like he may have screwed over someone he shouldn't have, and he was in hiding at the time as well. And there's also come some forensics. There's like, this bullet, the way in which it enters and the damage it did, doesn't look like it was done from a close-up perspective. So there's a
Mm.
whole bunch of things. There's even stuff as recently as like within the last 10 years of them debating these things of what happened to this guy. But you do some wheelings and dealings and some shady things that involve political and rich people and finances. It's going to catch up with you after a while. It
Yeah.
really is. It's the age old story.
Yeah.
I've also said it many a times on this channel here. Don't mess around with powerful people in powerful positions, especially if there's organized crime ties as well. We see it in movies all the time. We
Yeah.
see it.
There's warnings.
Yeah, these movies, I know they're fictional, but they do have some real life components to them. You don't want to get yourself mixed in with a lot of these people. So that is Stavisky. Let's get into what the special features are here. Um, Let's see. We've got 4K restoration from the original camera negative, original mono audio, The Guardian interview with Alain René from 1982, archival audio recordings of the celebrated filmmaker in conversations at the National Film Theatre in London, The Guardian interview with Stephen Sondheim from 1988, archival audio recording of the much-loved composer and lyricist in conversation at the National Film Theatre in London, original theatrical trailer, image gallery, promotional publicity materials, new and improved English translation subtitles, limited edition exclusive booklet with contemporary production reports by Jonathan Rosenbaum, an analysis of Stephen Sondheim's score, and an overview of the critical responses and film credits. US premiere on Blu-ray, limited edition of 4,000 copies for the UK and the US. Region A and B. The other one was also Region A and B as well. Or we can call it region free, as the cool kids say. I feel like that seems to be the case. And then you have La Travestie by Zabo Boisset. And this is a film, like I said, I could not find to watch at all, although I tried. A stark departure from his other works, Yves Boisset, La Travestie is a technically abrasive look at the patriarchy and identity. Lawyer Nicole is driven by the frustration and male hypocrisy in both her personal and professional lives to leave her law firm and her hometown and to reinvent herself as a man. Arriving in Paris, Nicole makes friends, and soon those friends turn to lovers and lovers turn to enemies. Well, there's a lot of emotion involved in those things, so that can happen. She suffocates in the identities she creates and lets rejection make a villain of her until insecurities turn to tragedy and she has nowhere to turn. Centering on female psychosexuality without demonization, the film presents challenging gender dynamics and trans imagery at a time when neither was common within mainstream cinema. It also utilizes genre tropes to complex ends, never losing sight that it is, first and foremost, a character study with much to say about the plight of women in contemporary France in the late 1980s. Okay, so this movie is dealing with a lot of things. Obviously, it pretty much says it right here: sexual identity, identity in general, gender identity, stuff like that. It's dealing with women in a male-dominated society. It's critiquing the patriarchy. A lot of stuff going on in this movie. I just wish it was more available for people to watch because it seems like it's very contemporary.
Yeah, it sounds really contemporary, and it's great. You've got a special feature by Alexandra Helen Nicholas. What a
Oh
great
yes,
person to be able to talk on this topic, because I know she's a very, very good academic, and I reckon it'd be really interesting
yeah.
to have
Well, yeah.
her
Actually, that's as
thoughts.
good a segue as we can get.
Yeah,
4K restoration from the original camera negative. Girls and boys come out to play. Video essay by film critic and historian Alexander Helen Nicholas, exploring the film's themes of gender and power. Yeah, if you want to get someone to really explore these things, she's the one to really do it.
yeah.
Um, uh, Image gallery, promotional publicity materials, script gallery, complete dialogue and continuity script, new and improved English translation subtitles, limited edition booklet with new essay by Georgia Humphreys, excerpts from the film's press kit and an overview of critical responses and film credits. U.S. premiere, 4,000 copies in the UK and the US. Looks like a fascinating movie. Um, Rather contemporary. You have Alexandra Helen Nicholas doing a special feature for it. That's an endorsement in and of itself to at least watch the movie. Anytime she shows up, or any of the other people who have been, who show up on a lot of these releases, Kat Ellinger is another one that every time I see her pop up on one, I'm like, I gotta at least see this movie. Uh, but yeah, that is pretty much it from Indicator. We have Full House, Stavisky, and La Travestie. So these are all have UK releases, all have US releases, regions A and B. They're all only on Blu-ray, no 4Ks here this month for them. But yeah, check out Indicator's other work too. So, Paul, where shall we go next? I'm just leaving it up to you this time. I sometimes
Yeah,
I usually do it, but I figured might as well let you go off and do all the work.
I love that. Let me look through my notes and see
Okay.
which would be a good one to go to. Scroll past what we've covered. We'll do Kino Lorber.
Okay.
Another couple of small titles for that
Now
one.
let me go over to where I typically go is I go to their Facebook page because that's kind of where they announce their things.
Mm.
Let me take a look over at this. I always have to scroll down and see. I don't even remember what I put on my. Let's see, what did I put on my for Kino?
That's a good
I put
Rio.
Rio Lobo and the
Yeah.
Lost Man. Let me see if they actually put Rio Lobo on their page. yet because I know I saw it someplace else. Worst case scenario, I'll just go look up Real Lobo on Blu-ray.com. They did announce a few things in the last few days that I just didn't add to the list because we already had so much other stuff to talk about. But there's The Lost Man, and I think Real Lobo I'm going to have to look for someplace else.
There
Oh,
you
no,
go.
there it is. They just didn't put any details out on it yet. That's typical Kino. So
Yeah.
Real Lobo is the John Wayne film from 1970. And let's see, it's coming soon on 4K UHD, brand new HDR/DV master. I can't remember who directed Real Lobo. Let me look that up really quickly. Um, it's a John Wayne Western. It's the movie he did right after he did the movie that he finally won an Oscar for, which is True Grit. True Grit. True Grit came out in 1969. Real Lobo came out in 1970. I think I've said this before on many a Chasing Labels episode. John Wayne was he was staunch old school Western guy straight to the end. He
Mm.
was still making movies that were kind of the old school type of Westerns, even though by 1970 we had kind of the newer Westerns. We had the spaghetti Western influence had made its way from overseas in Europe over to the United States, and you got movies like The Wild Bunch and other Westerns like that. But he was still holding on to the old one. So Real Lobo was directed by Howard Hawks. You got two old school guys here for the time. Howard Hawks, ironically, the other night, Turner Classic Movies was showing Red River, and it was like I had to turn it off because I'm like, if I start watching Red River, I'm going to want to watch the whole movie, and I don't have time for this right now. It's Red River is one of the earliest Criterions I ever bought. It was a big, thick set that came with the book as well. I always loved when they did that. They did that with an Australian film actually.
Uh, Picnicking Hanging Rock.
Picking a
Yeah.
Hanging Rock. They had their first edition Blu-ray edition had the booklet had the book in it as well.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, Picking a Hanging Rock. What a movie! What a
Oh,
movie!
I love that movie, and I love the book as well. I actually read that recently. Last year, I read the novel, and it is amazing.
I have to read it. I always forget that I technically have it, even though it's not on my bookshelf. I still technically do have it, so I have to read that soon. I've been going back and reading a lot of stuff from my collection as well, because I've been an avid reader since I was a teenager,
Yeah, me
and
too.
and I've been reading a lot of I have a whole section in my personal library of movies that were adapted, no books that were adapted into movies. And so, like I just mentioned, True Grit. I read the book for True Grit. I've seen both adaptations. I just read Pride and Prejudice. I did in a recent unwatched pile. I watched the Pride and Prejudice with the Joe Wright film from 2005 with Keira Knightley and um, can't remember so many other people in that movie. Donald
Mm.
Sutherland was in that movie. Colin Firth was in the film as well, but I had never seen that movie. But I was like, I want to read the book, watch the movie. Sometimes that can, I guess, ruin the movie for you, but
Yes.
I guess that's the case.
It depends upon the intricacies of the book, which can't really be translated to film. Like I
Yeah.
recently read for the first time, Talented Mr. Ripley, and I
Mm,
hadn't seen the film, but I knew the film has quite a fan base and quite a following. But I read the book first, which is from like the 50s, and so it's very old school detective type stuff and things which the protagonist couldn't really get away with modern technology. And then I watched the
right.
film, and I was almost disappointed in the film because there's layers to the novel which just had to be stripped away. Like there's no way you could kind of put it all in without making a 20-hour film. So I can see the compromises that were made. But the book, yeah, reading that was a
It's
real good
interesting that you
experience.
say that as well, because I also have read The Talented Mr. Ripley, but I
Oh,
had
good.
seen the film adaptation beforehand, and I
Ah,
rewatched and I read The Talented Mr. Ripley, and then I watched the recent Netflix adaptation of it as well,
okay, I haven't
which
seen the
is
Netflix one. What was that like?
oh, it was good. It was really, really good. It's a longer form, so you could do a lot more with the medium as opposed to doing a 2-hour film. You can make a multiple hour, limited series. It was really good. I think Andrew Scott was in it playing Ripley. A great actor, amazing actor. So that was really good. What I also learned from reading the book and from watching, the movie adaptation and even to an extent the limited series adaptation, the character that Philip Seymour Hoffman plays in the movie, he's not like that in the book at all.
No.
Like Philip
Yeah.
Seymour Hoffman took that character and just went with it, and
Yeah.
it comes off on the screen like magic. It's like
Yes.
so good. Like there's that famous scene, you can watch this clip on YouTube of, yeah, what did he play? Freddie Lowndes, where he's
Yes.
he's walking across the street and he's just talking and talking and talking. All of that energy of that character and just the zip in that character is not on the page at all.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. You talked about difference in adaptations. Like that's something that, if anything, improved from the book to the screen. Um,
Yes.
it's funny how that does happen because there's not a lot of one-to-one, ratio adaptations of book to screen. Although that's what people want, the mediums aren't the same. I've tried to tell this to people for years. I say it with comic books as well. Comic books and movies and TV shows are not the same. You can't do the same things. And sometimes when they try to do the same things, it doesn't come off as well. I brought the same thing up, I think, last time with anime, Japanese
Mm.
animation. When you try to do a live action version of it for an American audience, it doesn't translate because it's so weird. It's so weird and wacky and over the top. And I'm like, this is what it is to screen. But yeah, it's just so fascinating to me. But John Wayne, back to John Wayne. He was in True Grit, which came out in
Yeah.
1969. He's in Rio Lobo, directed by Howard Hawks, which also had a book, which also was a western from back in the 40s. Young Montgomery Clift was in that film as well, one of my favorite all time actors. But it was just on TCM the other night. That was another Howard Hawks and John Wayne team up. But after the Civil War, Cord McNally searches for the two traitors whose treachery causes the defeat of McNally's unit and the loss of a close friend. That is the plot of Rio Lobo. And I know Rio Lobo had a Blu-ray release at some point in time. I think it was a kind of a bad Blu-ray release. I want to say, oh boy, I want to say in 2011 it had a Blu-ray release here in the US from Paramount Pictures, and I don't think it looked very good. I don't think there were any features on it whatsoever. So at least, yeah, there was no features. It looked bad. My guess it was from an old scan. So hopefully this release at least has a commentary. That's what Kino tends to do. If something doesn't have a feature at all, they'll put a commentary on it or something. That's kind of nice. But yeah, that's
Mm.
Rio Lobo. Now we'll move on to the other one I want to talk about, which is a movie starring again another one of my all time favorites, in Sidney Poitier. Now,
Yes.
yeah, it's coming out. Yeah, how do you feel about Sidney Poitier, Paul?
I think he's a great actor and director as well.
Yes, people don't
Probably,
realize that he directed a few films.
yeah, he
Um,
directed quite a bit. Surprisingly, like when I see his name, I don't really kind of picture him as a director. You look at him as a figure; he's a very distinguished type man, like a very actor. But imagine what he's like, behind the camera. I guess Who's Coming to Dinner and To Sir with Love, probably my two favorite ones. And a quick funny story: when I was in high school, went with my friends for a birthday to see the movie 2012, which Danny Glover is in. And we came out of the movie, and my friend's mother says, "Oh, it was so great to see Sidney Poitier on screen." And we all just laughing. That wasn't Sidney Poitier in that film. So whenever I hear the name now, I associate that
that
with
that
that memory of him being
that's an
mistaken by my
interesting story.
friend's mother for Danny Glover.
What's interesting is that Sidney Poitier, at least by that point, had been retired for
Yeah,
almost 20 years.
yeah,
I think
exactly.
I think his last movie may be Sneakers. I think that may have been his last movie, which came out in like 1994. Uh, but we just mentioned Indicator. I think they put out that collection of the Richard Pryor films. The one where he did,
Oh, yes, they did. The stir crazy,
yes,
Hear No Evil, See No Evil. Yes, I did watch both those recently. It was on an Umbrella Blu-ray that had the two and a double feature. I did want to get the Indicator set of that.
yeah. And the reason why I bring that up because I
He's
believe he directed a couple of them,
I think he did. Yes.
and it's yeah. I can't remember. He actually may have directed Stir Crazy. Now that I think about it, um, it's yeah, just fascinating to me. Like you don't think of Sidney Poitier as a director. You don't think about certain directors who actually did direct. Ended up becoming directors, and some of
Yeah.
them have had success. Some of them haven't. I think I mentioned here before. I mean, more modern. You've seen that more in more modern times where people have had success. I think of George Clooney. You know,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
yeah, George Clooney's on the mind. Although his last couple of movies not so great, like Monuments Men, and then Suburbicon, which I think was also George Clooney. Uh,
Yeah.
not the best movies, I would say, but his early stuff, was it Confessions of a Dangerous Mind with Sam Rockwell? And no one talks about that movie. I think it's kind of brilliant.
Nice.
Um, it's yeah, he did some truly interesting work, and some other actors. I mean, I talked about Charles Lawton all the time. Well,
Oh, yeah.
because he coincidentally directed one of the greatest movies ever, and it's only now revered as one of the greatest movies ever. At the time it was just completely, you know, panned, if you will. But I was right. Stir Crazy was directed by Sidney Poitier in
Yeah.
1990,
And, Hanky
1980.
as
Sorry,
well with Gene Wilder. Yeah, he was
Gene Wilder.
in
That's yeah. He also directed Buck the Preacher, which is a western that Criterion has put out on Blu-ray as well. I completely forget about that.
wow.
Um, so yeah, it's just fascinating which ones are successful and which ones aren't in terms of making that transition from actor to director or going back and forth.
And back and
Just-
forth, yeah.
I'm trying to think of other ones off the top of my head, but my brain is not quite in that mode right now. From doing Chasing Labels for the last 2 hours. I mean, Spike Lee has technically done both. He's been an actor and a director. I mean, you could say the same thing with Quentin Tarantino to a much lesser extent. I mean, he wanted to be an actor, but he's more of a director. But then he pops up and acts in his own movies, and the Robert Rodriguez film of From Dusk Till Dawn, too, as
Yeah.
well. Um,
I've just looked up a few names of Greta Gerwig,
yes, Greta
and
Gerwig. Yes,
directing.
of course.
Clint Eastwood.
Yep, Clint Eastwood. These are big names I should have remembered.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm looking through, Ben Affleck.
Yeah,
He's got
yeah.
some alright
Local Matt.
directorial.
I don't think Matt Damon's really directed. If I do recall, I don't think he really has, but Ben
No,
Affleck definitely. I mean, The Town, of course, Argo won Best Picture.
yeah, I
His
love
his
The
movie
Town.
Gone Girl is still pretty revered. Um, you know, yeah, Sofia Coppola started out acting. She was in,
Yeah,
Godfather Part 3, and then, of course, she started her own career with The Virgin Suicides, Lost in Translation, which we are talking about
that's a
Kino.
classic.
Kino,
Yeah.
where's my Lost in Translations 4K that you promised me 3 years ago at this point?
Yeah, maybe we wait another 3 years and they'll
Yeah, I
then
know,
do the
maybe I was like,
release.
"Come on." As it is, what did I get recently that it took them, like, 2 years to put out? It's probably behind me, Mimic. Um,
Oh,
Guillermo
is
del
that Guillermo
Toro's
del
Mimic.
Toro?
Yeah, where they announced it in, like 2 or 3 years ago, and it finally got released, like, this past January or February.
Yeah.
Maybe it was behind me, I don't know, I can't really reach around. My athletics are not that good. But that was another one that they announced a while ago, and it finally got released. So hopefully Lost in Translation is coming, but I
Mm,
can tell you that this Sidney Poitier film is also still coming. Um,
yes.
um, I've always been a fan of Sidney Poitier. If he's another actor whom I kind of want all of his movies. I mean, I have In the Heat of the Night, Lilies of the Field. Of course, you mentioned To Sir with Love, which I think all came out around the same year. Actually, that's a three. Or yeah, that's three pretty great films. Although Lilies of the Field, I think, came out earlier. The Lilies of the Field was like 1964, I think. The other
Okay.
ones were later. I think of the movie. Is it A Patch of Blue that he was in, where he gets in like a bit of a relationship with a blind woman? Okay, Warner Archives put out that movie. That's another really great film from him. Uh, uh, Also, there were sequels to In the Heat of the Night, which I actually still
Yes.
to this day have not seen.
And I got the Kino of In the Heat of the Night before Imprint did their 4K, and the Kino does come with the other 2 films, in there, which I
Yes,
haven't seen either, but yeah, they did release them,
that was the one
in
nice
that
thing
set.
about that set is it did come with the sequels, um,
Yes.
which is really cool. There's also In the Heat of the Night TV series that I don't
Oh,
think people remember
I didn't
from
know
I
that.
want to say the late '80s with Carol O'Connor from All in the Family fame
Mhm.
playing the lead cop. Why am I forgetting his name yet again?
Is it Tibbs something?
No,
Is that
no, the Rod Steiger character. I think
the
that's
Red
Rod
Star
Steiger,
character?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's in that, yeah.
yeah, the Rod Steiger character. That ran for several seasons. I think that's only ever been available on DVD. That's just me just advocating for more old television to get HD releases, just
He
to
was
make it
police chief
happen.
Bill Gillespie.
Yes.
Interesting.
But this movie, The Lost Man, I had seen it some time ago. So let me see if this jogs my memory. So you got a brand new HD master from 4K scan, the 35 millimeter original camera negative, new audio commentary by film historian slash writer Julie Kurgo, and writer filmmaker Peter Hankoff, and then theatrical trailer. And then the movie itself, the iconic Sidney Poitier, who lives in the field in the heat of the night, guess who's coming to dinner, stars in this gripping 1969 drama of street-style crime and justice. The secret leader of a black militant group, Jason Higgs, Poitier, plots a dangerous payroll robbery. The money is marked for a mysterious organization that benefits the children of jailed black men. When the heist goes horribly wrong, Higgs and his men go on the run, with the entire Philadelphia police force following their every move. The captivating Joanna Shimkus uh, plays a social worker who helps and falls in love with Higgs, marked by late 60s racial tensions. This loose adaptation of F.L. Green's novel Odd Man Out was scripted and directed by um, Robert Allen, author, featuring Paul Winfield and music by the great Quincy Jones, who also did
Mm.
the music for In the Heat of the Night. So I remember this movie. This is a lot like when it mentioned The Odd Man Out, I'm assuming it's that movie starring, oh man, this is so The Odd Man Out is a Criterion film, I think directed by starring James Mason. Starring James Mason, also directed by Carol Reed, who of course did The Third Man, which is also one of the greatest movies ever. And yeah, it says a wounded Irish nationalist leader attempts to evade police following a failed robbery in Belfast. That's the premise of the movie Odd Man Out. This is kind of a remake of that, but you take the premise of that, the setting of that, the themes of that, and you put it in, 1969, the civil rights movement here in the United States, black militancy, the Black Panther movement, stuff like that. And you have Sidney Poitier playing the James Mason role, who's kind of on the run from the police after a failed heist. And that's the movie The Lost Man. Pretty good premise, good movie from what I remember. I'll watch any Sidney Poitier movie. So you've got me, and you've got my money. Oh, and Tony did back me up a little while ago. I'm glad he's here because his mind is sharp.
Oh,
He
he's on
says,
it.
yes, A Patch of Blue. That is the
Yeah.
Warner Archive movie that I was thinking of. He also says Sidney Poitier also directed Ghost Dad, a piece of the action with Bill Cosby. Well, we all can't do great things, but anywho. um, um, but yeah, this movie is definitely something I would definitely recommend people to at least watch if you're a fan of the great Sidney Poitier. And there's some other Kino stuff that have been announced here. Spy with a Cold Nose, and this is all stuff I didn't put on in my list, but I thought I would just mention it here. There's going to be a 4K of looks like a Richard Burton film and starring
Yeah.
Raquel Welch as well, called Bluebeard from
Umbrella did a
1972.
Blu-ray of that one,
Mm.
last year or the year before,
Is that
just the
same? I
standard
think I
one.
talked about that movie.
Mm.
I must have talked about it. Now that you mention, it's kind of spurring my mind because Bluebeard it's a title that you see come up a lot. If you go look on IMDb, if you go look on Letterboxd, that title will come up. But I'm
Mm.
a big fan of Richard Burton. I think he was kind of an all-time actor.
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely.
yeah, I remember. There's this movie called Beckett, which he and Peter O'Toole basically just go at each other in terms of an acting clinic, and it's all like it's set during medieval times and stuff like that. It's a great film, and it's just two world class actors just putting on, like I said, an acting clinic.
Mm.
So I love Richard Burton. And there's also a movie here with James Garner called A Man Could Get Killed, starring James Garner, Melina McCory, Sandra Dee, and Tony Francioso. And just some other stuff from Kino that has been announced. But yet again, I didn't put it in my notes just for the sake of time. And for those of you who do listen to Chasing Labels or collectors, chances are you're going to be hearing about Kino because they always have stuff going on all of the time. They always have sales going on this time of year too, so keep your eyes out for that. I know they recently just I think their spring sale just ended. One of those sales. Anywho, it reminds me I still have to get The Phantom, which just got a Blu-ray, which just got a 4K release. I keep seeing it every single day, just in my passings on the internet, and I'm like, I need that movie. I don't know if you've heard, Paul. I have a fond nostalgia for the movie The Phantom, starring Billy Zane from the '90s. Saw it as a kid in the theater. and it's been in my collection several times, and I was so excited and giddy when it was announced, but I still now have to get it. Um,
That's awesome. That sounds like one, yeah, you definitely need to get. I remember the Phantom here in Australia, I feel like it was always on TV. Always, like,
Makes sense.
on the weekend, the Channel 9 would have a n movie in the evening, and it seemed to always be The Phantom or films like that. And then I remember getting, a comic book. It was like a thick, sort of bumper edition, and it had heaps of Phantom in it, and I just would read that. This when I was maybe, like, 7 or 8. I don't have that anymore, sadly, but I wanna get the 4K from Kino as well.
Yeah.
I think it was directed by an Australian, Simon
I
Winson, I
don't
think,
know, actually,
directed that one. I may be wrong, maybe misremembering, but,
let
yeah,
me actually look. I'll look it up right now. But yeah,
thank you.
the Phantom is um it's yeah, the comic book of the Phantom I think predates like Superman and Batman. I think it's from the 30s. It's old school comic book stuff. Um, let's see, Simon Windsor.
Yes, so he's the Australian director.
Okay. Yeah, the Phantom stars Billy Zane, Christy Swanson, Treat Williams is the bad guy in it.
Oh,
Catherine
wow.
Zeta-Jones. This was like the first time I think I saw Catherine Zeta-Jones in a movie because this was 1996, and I think The Mask of Zorro didn't come out until what, the year after this, I think,
Yeah.
and that would be Catherine. She was in that as well. Um,
Wow, Patrick McGoohan also plays Phantom's dad. He's the prisoner from The
yeah,
Prisoner.
from The
That's
Prisoner.
that's amazing.
What's interesting, you mentioned The Prisoner earlier,
Yeah,
and I remember they released a Blu-ray here back in the late 2000s, to coincide with because they remade The Prisoner with Ian McKellen in the
yeah,
Patrick and
and,
I think
Jim Caviezel.
yeah, yeah, it was Jim Caviezel and Ian McKellen, and it
Yeah,
was on, here in the States, it was on AMC, and this was before AMC was doing their original programming, like Mad Men, Breaking
mm,
Bad, The Walking Dead, and all that kind of stuff. So it was kind of them trying out like original programming. I think. I think it was either AMC or A&E. Don't really. I get those two confused sometimes. But either way, that's why they released the Blu-ray of that time. And Blu-ray, when they put that out, Blu-ray was relatively new, especially for television. The Blu-ray format it's only been around for like 20 years
yeah,
if you're looking back at it, and especially for television it was still kind of an upward battle to get people to adapt or adopt Blu-ray as the preferred format, and it was actually eventually kind of the probably the downfall of Blu-ray television releases. DVD was just cheaper and more affordable and easily accessible for people as opposed to HD. And hey, this is going to be me going off on a little bit of a tangent here. A lot of the old shows were not shot or produced in a way that was easy to put them in HD. A lot of you got to do a lot of work that's going to cost a lot of money to on, you know, put them on Blu-ray and stuff like that. Um, I've been thinking about this for days, so I'm just going to put it out there. Recently, Tales from the Crypt, I think, has been available to stream for the first time. The old Tales from the Crypt series from I want to say 80s. And people were a little upset that it didn't look like it was in high definition, didn't look really good. And come to find out that the old Tales of the Crypt television series was shot on 35 millimeter, but it was post processed and produced on videotape. So it's an
yeah,
analog. So when you're going to put analog onto Blu-ray or onto HD, you can't really do it. You
yeah,
can do it, but it would be up converted, it would be up-resed, it wouldn't look good. So that's why there's only really been Tales from the Crypt DVDs for the last, however many years they've been producing DVDs. And that does go back to a lot of what my advocacy for classic shows to be or more older shows to be put on Blu-ray. I know it's going to cost a lot. I know it's
yes,
going to cost a lot, and that whole going from film to video and the video basically the masters being on videotape was done with a lot of shows in the 80s and 90s. Before the inventions of like digital cameras and HD cameras, a lot of things were either shot on film and then done on video because it was cheaper to do it that way or for convenience sake and stuff like that. So it's an interesting thing, but I don't know how I got on this tangent. But I've just been thinking about that for days because a lot of people were like, "Oh, why is this show not on Blu-ray?" Oh, He-Man, for example. He-Man,
yes,
which is getting a big budget movie finally. They've been working on this thing for 25 years. The old TV show they're re-releasing once again on DVD, and And I think the reason why is the same thing I just said. I don't think the old, Masters for He-Man, Masters of the Universe can be put on Blu-ray without going back and essentially reconstructing the show in HD to then put on an HD format. And I know this kind of ties in with a lot of things when it comes to film as well. Sometimes you don't have the elements to put something on Blu-ray. Sometimes you don't have the elements to put something on 4K. So that's why you only get the Blu-ray release, or sometimes you only get a movie on DVD. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. But
Yeah.
moving on from Kino, where shall we go now?
Oh, let's go to new wave video. I
Ah,
feel like it's a good time to go to that one.
it's a good time. It is only one release. So
Yes.
let me go over to New Wave Video, their website, and see if it, because you mentioned there's Visitor
There it
Q. That's
is.
the one I want to look at. So Visitor Q. This is a movie by Takashi Miike, and as you can tell by the cover of this movie is not for everyone. My goodness, is it not for everyone? Paul, have you seen this movie? Just out of curiosity's sake.
No, I haven't seen this yet.
Okay.
John tells me it is one, like you say, not for everyone, but I trust John and New Wave's curation of the titles they're getting and things that fun to discover. So no, I haven't seen this one yet.
No, yeah, and I would say this about New Wave Video. They are not afraid to put these types of movies out there. These movies that are very, very much for a specific audience, or at least a tolerable audience in terms of
Hmm.
what is put on the screen, in terms of subject matter, in terms of visuals and stuff like that. I mean, they're still working on that really big project, that anime film that they're going to be putting out. Um, which is a name that I probably butchered in saying so many times. But this movie is, like I said, directed by Takashi Miike, who is no stranger to being a provocateur when it comes to movies. He's directed so many films during his career. I always mention 13 Assassins because that's the one that immediately comes to mind, but that's not the only film he's ever
Yeah.
directed. Um,
Audition, I think, is one of his.
which one?
Audition? Was
Yeah,
that?
Audition. The Audition is which is getting a new release from Arrow Video. He
Yeah.
also, of course, Ichi the Killer is another one from him. Um, and yeah, he's directed so many movies, over 100 movies. I
Yeah.
think Blade of the Immortal, I think that was also him
Yeah.
as well.
I think that might have been his 100th
Yes, I
film.
think it was his
Yeah.
100th. I think there's actually a little Chasing Labels plug here, might as well. I think I did a review of the Steelbook Blu-ray edition of that a few years ago when it came out, which I thought was a really cool edition. Um, yeah, he's one of the kind of legendary directors of his kind, but he is not afraid to push the envelope in terms of material put on screen. And I think this is one of his more provocative work. This is right up there with Audition and Ichi the Killer. Let me see what I can actually read here without losing losing people. Um, So, Visitor Q Blu-ray release. A deeply dysfunctional family is pushed to the brink when a mysterious stranger enters their home, unleashing long-suppressed tensions and laying bare their most disturbing taboos. His silent presence sets off a series of shocking transformations, compelling each member to confront their darkest impulses, blending pitch black humor with razor-sharp social commentary. Visitor Q fearlessly explores subjects such as you guessed it, incest, necrophilia, and bullying, laying bare the absurdity, cruelty, and unexpected resilience of modern family life. Shot in just 5 days on Raw Mini DV, it stands as one of Takashi Miike's most audacious and unforgettable films. New Wave Video proudly presents a special edition of one of the most shocking films of all time, featuring a brand new transfer from the original master tape and an uh, uh, array of newly created supplemental materials. Those materials are transfer from the original master tape, like we just mentioned, interview with the director Miike himself. That's kind of
Yeah.
amazing.
It's massive.
Video intro by filmmaker and historian Andrew Levoyd. Um, New descent into digital hell, Visitor Q then and now, an appreciation by film critic Ron Peterson. Distorted disturbances, the radical digital aesthetics of Visitor Q video essay by Japanese cinema expert Joe Hickenbottom. theatrical trailer. There's a booklet featuring new essays by Amber T. and Michelle Kisner. And in the new slipcover art by Sean Longmore with UV spot gloss and inner sleeve artwork by Kit Gallery 2001. Um, yeah, the movie only runs 84 minutes, but that's all you need. That's all you need. I even hesitate to scroll down further because the screenshots would get me banned from YouTube for life.
Yeah.
But movie, like it says, it gets into very taboo material, and like I said, Miyake is not afraid to show this taboo material in all of its uncomfortableness. You know what I mean? And all of its risqueness and all of that stuff. Lots of nudity, sexual material, taboo material, and stuff like that. But the movie does have thematic points to what it's trying to do, and it's billed as kind of sometimes as a dark comedy, kind of in the same way as Yorgos Lanthimos' Dogtooth is billed as a dark comedy, which I never viewed it as a comedy while I was watching it. The movie is very darkly disturbing in that regard. This movie is also darkly disturbing, but looks like a quality release from New Wave Video, because I don't think this movie's ever really probably gotten its due on home media before. To get an interview with Takashi Miike himself that's new is kind of amazing. But they've been putting out all kinds of releases. Oh goodness, has it been since last year? I think it has.
Yes, I think it has been since last year.
I have their first release number 1 in Rubber's Lover, which is great. I've got to get their other stuff before I get too far behind. Because their other stuff is also really good and challenging as well. Oh, there's a recent, I talked about it here on Chasing Labels, but I want to mention it again. It's fantastic, like black neo-noir movie that they're putting out. Colt is My Passport. That movie is excellent. For those of you, I want to reiterate that again. A Colt is My Passport is excellent. If you like the films of Seijun Suzuki, if you like kind of like Branded to Kill and stuff like that, or if you like Japanese, any kind of like 60s Japanese noir stuff, Tokyo Drifter's another one. Colt is My Passport fits in right with that. I think recently Nighty Night just came out, and I believe Strange Circus, which is now sold out. Just noticing that right now. I got to get a copy of that if I can find it. Noriko's Dinner Table, Nighty Night, Colt is My Passport. And then there's the anime film, which I'm completely blanking on. But
yeah, Tony gave us the title of that one. The
Overfiend. Tony, there you are. That's why. Yeah.
That's why
You're right, Tsukudoji. Yeah, thank you. Oh, because I remember. It's all coming back to me now. Because Tony, Tony, if you're watching, obviously, you got to watch it, and you said you watched it with friends. And I said, Tony, you got to be real comfortable with the friends you're watching that movie with. It's an erotic anime. It's a hentai anime movie. It doesn't hold back. So yeah, but I believe there was an update from New Wave Video recently saying that they're still working on that release. That's why I want to mention that. Irat Tsukudoji, call it the Overfiend. Yeah, that's the English title to it. He also says, "Be quick because Strange Circus is nearly out of stock." Yeah, I gotta go check. Orbit and Odyssey and Diabolic, see if I can find it as well. And he also says, "I've seen a master of it. My partner saw it and she really enjoyed it. It certainly doesn't hold back." Yeah, he's talking about the Overfiend. And then, of course, he also says, "Colt is My Passport should hopefully be released at the end of the month." Oh, wow, that's coming up soon. All right. I got things to do. But that is it from New Wave Video. Where shall we go from here? Take us away, Paul.
Let's jump to Severin.
Okay. Severin. So Severin
very
had
exciting titles.
So Severin, I believe, had 5 releases. Let's go to Severin Films now. And these creeped up on me because I think these were announced like Friday.
So yeah, they were very, very recent in terms of
it was not very, very recent. And of course, Severin has their bundles where you can get all kinds of extra stuff in there. They package some of the movies together. They package all the movies together, depending on how you want to buy them. I like to go down and just look at them individually. So we've got A Year in the Field, The Music Machine, The War Game, Threads, and then Disco Italiano, which is a Blu-ray box set. If you know anything about Severin, or if you don't know anything about Severin, you're going to learn something now. Their Blu-ray box sets are really nice. They're rigid hard cardboard sets. All the movies come individually in their own case. They open from the top. They're really, really nice. I have um, House of Psychotic Women Volume 1. I've got that. I've got, um, do I have Christopher Lee Eurocrypt Volume 1 as well? And then I've got the Lenny Baker box set too. But any of their sets are really nice. Oh, of course, and their Mac Daddy of them all is their folk horror box sets. Those things are like treasure tomes of movies, just treasure
Yeah.
tomes. But let's get into this here. I was able to watch 3 out of 5 of these. I like a mad person over the weekend. I just kept watching movies over and over again in a complete day. So let's start with A Year in the Field, because this is actually put out by Kirla Janice's company that they're now working with. She just started, I believe, a distribution and publishing company, and this is, I believe, their first collaborative release with Severin. And this is a recent new movie. I think it's from like 2024, 2025, called A Year in the Field. And this is a documentary. It says, weathering the elements in the center of a field in West Cornwall is the Longstone, a natural relic that has quietly witnessed a 4,000 years of tumultuous history. BAFTA-winning documentarian Christopher Morris's elegiac, meditative, yet profoundly important film is the record of a year in the life of the monolith, beginning on winter solstice 2020, as the order of the natural world began unraveling around the globe and the threat of extreme climate change became a reality. Beautifully shot with a richly layered sound design, the film meditates on the passage of time through its appreciation of nature, highlighting the subtle changes of the seasons, but also the need to act in order to battle man-made changes that will forever change our planet. So, this was actually the last movie I watched in preparation for Chasing Labels this week. For those of you keeping count at home, I watched 28 movies in the last week. I'm losing my absolute mind. But anywho, this was the 28th movie I saw for Chasing Labels, and not to boast at all, but heck, why not? And this is a fascinating movie. It was all shot on an iPhone, and it was all shot like it's just shots of this stone in a field in Cornwall, England, and there is a voiceover. I believe it's the director or someone. There's a voiceover of just saying kind of interesting anecdotes and interesting things, and a lot of it is politically based, time based. A lot of it has to do with like nature conservation, environmentalist themes, specifically about climate change, global warming, stuff like that. So it's a politically tinged documentary. If you're not into those things, I wouldn't recommend it. It runs about 80 or 86 minutes long, and it's just beautiful, like breathtaking shots on an iPhone of like nature and in this field, the different shots and angles of the stone. It's got beautiful Terrence Malick-like cinematography of like the sunset behind it, like that magic hour shots and stuff like that. And the stone is like in the foreground, and the sun's in the background, and it's just beautiful stuff. And you're just looking at it, and the music's playing. It's like a screensaver sometimes. And I'm like, oh, this is beautiful and nice to watch at like 3 a.m. But there is a political message behind it, and it is slow. Of course, it's slow if it's just all those types of things. But if you appreciate the beauty of nature and specifically capturing nature in cinema, I think you'll dig this. But yeah, it was fascinating to me just to watch this movie. I had never heard of it before. Paul, I don't know how you feel about Terrence Malick and his movies, but felt like it.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I do really like Days of Thunder. Not Days of Thunder, sorry, Days of Heaven. Days of Heaven is a good one. Yeah, if it's got that kind of cinematography to it, sounds really interesting. And it mentions there in the synopsis a meditative look. So, what sort of music is in the background of this when it's
musical, like a musical score,
right?
like a beautiful, like contemplative musical score, something you would use to like meditate, listen to. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes people will listen to music to sit and meditate and things like that. Felt very much like that. It's a very meditative movie,
Mm.
kind of trying to put you at ease, but also not warn you about the ever changing world of climate change, but kind of like, you know, just introduce certain interesting political themes in there. It's tough to pin down what this movie is actually about. What's
Yeah.
more fascinating to me is this stone has been standing in this field for nearly 4,000 years, which goes back to, like the Bronze Age in terms of historical perspective. So it's been there this whole time, very similar to something like Stonehenge, which has been around
Yeah.
for such a long time. And it's been living through the ages as the world has changed rapidly around it. And all these big time world events that have happened over the last 4,000 years. I'm always fascinated with time and the shifting changes of time, the shifting changes of civilization and society, and how rapidly or how slow things have gone.
Yeah.
And all that time, this stone has just been there gathering moss that's probably older than most people.
Yeah.
Moss that's probably been there for hundreds of years. And it's just fascinating to me how something can be that old, still be around. Like if you think of like nature and trees, some trees have been around for hundreds and thousands of years. So it's just very fascinating to me. And the movie is hitting on a lot of, like I said, environmental things, specifically about, humanity's relationship to nature and the abuses and exploitation that's gone on in it. I just mentioned trees. Um, the overcutting of trees that have hurt the natural world and natural ecosystems and environments. When you think of like the overfishing of certain species of fish and how that's led to shortages and how that's led to like smaller species and things like that. And these aren't really political things. I mean, anytime you exploit something for personal gain, whether it's financially or anything else, there's going to be negative effects. And I think this
Yeah.
documentary kind of points out those things in a rather natural way. But anytime something political pops up, people go crazy.
Yeah.
people
Exactly.
people tend to take it their own way and take it too far and stuff like that and whatnot. Um, but it's fascinating to me. I do want to get into the special features here, get into what's included on this brand new. This is one of their now sub labels, actually. I forgot what it's called. I googled it yesterday. Is it Spectral something? I completely forgot it. But let me read this off. Introduction by Christopher Morris, recorded for the Gimme Some Truth Film Festival. More Than Slow Cinema, director Christopher Morris and producer Denzel Monk in conversation. Paranormal in the West Country as an interview with the Stone Club's Lally Macbeth and Matthew Shaw. Q&A at the Philosophical Research Society, moderated by Will Sheff at Oakville River. Of Oakville River, interview with Christopher Morris at the Zurich Film Festival. Kestav from 2023, short film by Christopher Morris. Holloway from 2015, another. That's a short film by Adam Scoville. Like I said, the movie runs 89 minutes, more like probably like 86 minutes without credits. Um, yeah, it's a slipcase and wrap designs by Of Stick and Bone, and then yeah, it's basically just a picture of the stone.
Mm.
And then there's certain uh, shots here. Oh, you can get shots of what the movie looks like. Like I said, certain shots of like bugs and animals and like that's a Malik shot right there.
Yeah.
Eh, there you go. There's the magic hour. There's the beautiful sky. I believe that's a rainbow or
Looks like a
something.
rainbow.
There's
Yeah.
even beautiful shots of like airplanes flying in the sky. You know how they're moving so fast, they leave a trail behind them. Um, and there's a beautiful shot of one like launching into the sky, and you see the stone in the foreground, and that in the background. It just shows you like something so ancient, but also something juxtaposed to something so modern as aircraft. An aircraft flying through the sky, which is something we've only had for like the last century.
Yeah.
It's such a fascinating documentary. But let's move on to another release. I know Tony said he was interested in the Disco Italiano. Um,
Oh,
I,
yes.
so I'm going to go over to Disco Italiano because it's something I was not aware of. Apparently, there's a disco-ploitation type of subgenre, um,
Yeah.
which is interesting to me. The worldwide disc premiere of three Italian disco exploitation classics with 5+ hours of special features and a bonus soundtrack CD, which is typically Severin's thing. From the country that brought you Shark exploitation, Nun exploitation, and Indiana Jones exploitation. Didn't know that was a thing. Comes the white-suited subgenre that stayed alive for less than 18 months. Okay. Severin Films is now struttingly proud to resurrect this trio of Italian discoploitation classics on disc for the first time ever. American Fever, starring Marsha Carvin, Zora Korova, and co-written by George Eastman / Luigi Montefiore, boldly confronts a young man's disco dreams. The deliriously cheesy Grease rock fearlessly blends comedy, action, drama, surreal dance-offs, and non-stop music. And in the now restored complete version of John Travolta, the face with two left feet. Giuseppe Spezza, who bears an uncanny resemblance to the American star, goofily pursues disco DJ Ilona Staller with a little help from his friends. All three films in this collection have been scanned in 4K from their original camera negatives and includes 5+ combined hours of special features, plus a John Travolta bonus soundtrack. Now, when I mean this guy looks like John Travolta, he looks like John
Yeah,
Travolta.
he does.
He looks exactly like him. Like, look at him. He's even got the suit from Saturday Night Fever. He looks I mean, that's uncanny.
Yeah.
Uncanny. I'm going to leave that up just so people can get that visual. So, American Fever, Saturday Night Fever Italian style. It depicts lives of distant dreams in Italy, all with a little hair gel and a white suit like John Travolta. The last 5 minutes are incredible. That's a blurb from someone. Let's see. The very first Italian disexploitation film is also the closest in tone to Saturday Night Fever, thanks to large part to its smart screenplay, co-written by George Eastman and Luigi Montefiore. Let's see. Marsha Carvin stars as Tony, a gas station attendant by day, and King of the Rome discos at night. It's the same plot. For
Yeah.
those of you who've ever seen this Saturday Night Fever, isn't he like a stock boy by day and then like a dancing fiend by night? I believe that's the premise of Saturday Night Fever. A much darker film than people remember it being. I don't know, Paul, have you seen Saturday Night Fever?
Yeah, so fairly recently I got the 4K of Saturday Night Fever, and I'd never seen it before. I was only aware of the music side of it, and I put it on, and then when the darker scenes happened, I almost thought, "Am I watching the wrong film?" I
Yeah.
didn't realize it had those really dark themes and overtones to
Yeah,
it.
so no spoilers here for Saturday Night Fever, even though it is a 50-year-old movie by this point. The last act of that movie gets incredibly dark.
Yeah,
Like you're watching a different movie, like Paul just said, dark. And all people remember from that movie is the dance scenes and the Bee Gees soundtrack, and
Bee
they
Gees.
don't remember anything else.
Yeah,
Like my mom, and so my parents are from that 70s generation. My parents are both born in 1958. So of course they grew up in the 60s and their teenage years pretty much in the 70s. So they went to the movies all the time. My mother has the old 45s with like disco music and stuff. And she's talked about that movie my whole life. And I'm like, and after seeing the movie, I'm like, you don't remember that movie, do you? And she just remembers the music. She must just remember it. Because she would not be able to tolerate that type of an ending. That's what
yeah.
I'm trying to say here. She doesn't like those types of things on screen, and I'm like, yeah, I people just blur that out, and then you get the sequel, which is Staying Alive, which
I
is
really like
completely
the
different.
sequel. Yeah, I really enjoyed the sequel. When Kino announced that on 4K, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I've gotta get this." I really enjoyed that
Yeah, that's
sequel.
also another great soundtrack. But that movie is a lot more, I think, of what people remember Saturday Night Fever being,
Yes, I
because
think
that
you're
whole
right.
movie dancing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the memory of just the dancing is kind of what Staying Alive is, so it's almost like that sequel cashes in on what people remember the legacy of that first film being.
Mm, very much so. Yes, Staying Alive, the sequel, directed by Sylvester Stallone,
Yeah,
one of his movies that
crazy.
he's directed in his career. I think his brother's in it, Frank Stallone too,
Yep.
as well. He's had a whole singing career actually. People don't know that. Frank Stallone, he's he's made like albums and stuff. Tony says the soundtrack is iconic, which it is. Saturday Night Fever is apparently Tony's favorite film of 1977. Yeah. Okay. You're probably not the only one. It's interesting because I still don't have that same 4K that you were talking about, which I heard looked very good.
Yeah,
Um,
it was good 4K.
apparently they released an awful PG rated version of Saturday Night Fever on VHS. Uh, that's interesting how they would edit. How do you edit that down though? You just cut off the entire. Do you stop after he's
You
done
stop it?
dancing?
Yeah.
You just cut it off right there.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
guess he just
Tony says
dances
he
off
has
into
it
the night.
on.
No real
Yeah,
world consequences. There's nothing going on here.
yeah.
Um, but anyway, let me get back to the Italian version of what's going on here. Let's see. Gas station attendant by day and the king of the Rome discos at night. But Tony's dream of becoming a movie star in America are complicated by his best friend's deepening debt to loan sharks, his growing relationship with ambitious beauty, and the cold-hearted realities of the Italian film industry. Okay, that makes sense. And then we've got some special features here. There's an audio commentary with film historian Nathaniel Thompson and Howard S. Berger, all about the music, the birth of disco, and the road to Italy's American fever. Interview with Alan Jones, author of Disco Mania, fantastic beats and where to find them. That's an interesting play on that
Yeah.
title. Movie's only 91 minutes long. It is Region A locked. Then you have Disc 2, which has the movie Grease Rock. In his first and only film, Monty Ray Garrison delivers a star-making performance as Robbie, a goofy yet charming rogue who loves his sidecar motorcycle, hair grease, and disco. But when he meets a high-class American, he'll pursue her through a polyester odyssey of tight outfits, insane dance-offs, rival gangs, car chases, J&B, a disco cover version of Satisfaction, and the Big King and Queen of Rock, and a Big King and Queen rock contest. It says Fiamma Maglione and pop star Cecilia Buonocore co-star in this defiantly WTF mashup directed by Michelle Massimo Tarantini. And featuring wall-to-wall music by Gianfranco Reverber. Now scanned in 4K from the original camera negative for the first time. We have an audio commentary with film historians Nathaniel Thompson and Eugenio Ercolani. What's this? Boy, Brillantina is the word. Guess like Greece is the word. Brillantina is the word. Interview with Alan Jones, author of Disco Mania, Fantastic Beats, and Where to Find Them. Then you get John Travolta, the face with 2 left feet. Not the best compliment I've ever heard. The most infamous Italian disco exploitation film of all is everything you would imagine such a thing to be, and then some. In his sole leading role, Giuseppe Spezia stars as clumsy wallflower Gianni, who spends his night at John's Fever, hopelessly in love with the club's beautiful DJ. But after his friends give him a complete makeover, Gianni becomes a dead ringer for a certain American movie star who just might win the heart of a disco queen. All right. So this also has now scanned in 4K from the original camera negative for the first time ever with a bonus soundtrack disc. Now, this has an audio commentary with film historian Nathaniel Thompson, Eugenio Ercolani, and Howard S. Berger. The show is over. The John Travolta and the end of the disco film. Interview with Alan Jones, author of Disco Mania, fantastic beats and where to find them. And then you get the US trailer, Italian trailer, and the bonus disc soundtrack CD. I have to commend. I say it all the time, but the mere fact that Severin's able to clear the music rights to get the CDs from these movies is also always fascinating to me, because that's a separate charge from getting the distribution rights for a movie. I feel like you've got to deal with like record companies and music rights holders and stuff like that. I feel like that's always a thing. But that is this Disco Mania release, or Discploitation release, or Disco Italiana release, 4-disc set, including a CD. Yeah, that's a fascinating just subgenre that I didn't think existed.
Yeah,
Didn't think
I had
existed.
no idea either. But trust Severin to bring out another type of exploitation subgenre. I mean, they've done the Nuns, they've done the Indiana Jones, which I got that Antonio Margheriti set, which has the font basically in the exact same Indiana Jones font type on the cover. So yeah, and like trust the Italians to knock off a genre, like they did the Australian movie Patrick. They did an unofficial sequel. So yeah, they took it. Patrick still lives or lives again, something like that. Which Severin put out on Blu-ray, funnily enough. But yeah, I'm gonna look forward to diving into this. As I did pre-order the set that comes with the book as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. So, I guess before we get to the super dark and just depressing, double feature we're about to talk about, let's talk about some music again with Music Machine. It's a worldwide Blu-ray premiere. Immediately after Saturday Night Fever swept the world, the disc-exploitation genre was born, and in the UK's first polyester imitator, director Ian Sharp crafts a gritty time capsule of late 70s London in which an unemployed bloke tries to win the big dance competition at Camden Town's iconic club, the Music Machine. British Nigerian singer Patty Boulay, Clark Peters, Fermain, and Academy Award winner Brendan Fricker co-star in the oddly likable discomania melodrama written by James Keenum Clark and produced by Brian Smedley Aston, with cinematography by Phil Mew, now scanned in 4K from a combination of the um, CRI and original and camera negative for the first time ever. Blu-ray has the film plus special features, dance partner interview with actress Patty Boulay, Howard and Candy, the Music Machine dance rivals, interviews with actors David Easter and Mandy Perriment, the Music Machine mentor interview with actor Clark Peters, the Dance Machine interview with choreographer Anthony Van Leest, the Music of the Machine interview with musician slash songwriter Les Hurdle, Disco Maniacs interview with Mark Moore of Sexpress, and Alan Jones, author of Discomania, the Camden location of the Music Machine Locations tour with Alan Jones teaser trailer, and that is it. I didn't get to see this movie, so I don't have much to say about it, other than it probably pairs well with that box set we were just talking about. Probably
Yeah.
pairs exactly with it. Now let's get to the dark and depressing matter of it all. You have The War Game, and then you have Threads. Two movies that I think have a reputation and both live up to their reputation as the most depressing movies you'll ever see, or at least some of them. Just right away, Paul, do you have any history with these movies? Have you seen them, basically?
I've wanted to see Threads,
All right.
surprisingly enough, as depressing as it is, for a long time, and I never picked up the original Blue, and I never got it on DVD, so I haven't seen it. I've seen movies in a similar vein. I know Testament was one, which
Yep.
Imprint brought out, and when we were talking about that a long time ago, I think it was Tony mentioned Threads in similar. So and there's a BBC one. So yeah, it's one I really want to see. I hadn't heard of the War Game before.
So the War Game, I guess we'll start with that one because I feel like Threads is the one, like you just said, people know of the most.
Yeah.
I think even if you haven't seen it, you've at least heard of it. You've seen the poster, you've seen the image from it,
Oh yeah.
because it has such a reputation. Both programs were made to be broadcast on the BBC. Threads was in, I think, 1984,
Mhm.
1985, somewhere around there. The War Game was not broadcast, actually. It was supposed to be broadcast in, I think, 1965, 1966, somewhere around there. It was deemed too harsh to be broadcast, but they both cover the same types of situations. What would happen if there was essentially a nuclear attack? What would be the fallout in terms of how would society deal with it? How would the government deal with it? What would happen? And basically, what horrors would ensue? Because they they guessed that there would be such great horrors that it would change the world dramatically. So let's talk about the War Game first. The War Game is actually only 48 minutes long, so it's a super short watch, but it is harsh. These are two of the most harshest things I've at least ever seen in my viewing life. So the War Game, like I said, is the one from the 60s, also produced to be put on the BBC. So in 1965, Peter Watkins uh, recruited 350 amateur actors, utilized direct quotes from civil defense manuals, and employed newsreel-like recreations to craft a BBC documentary drama that depicted a nuclear attack on Great Britain. The network condemned the finished film as too horrifying and refused to broadcast it. Watkins' masterpiece subsequently received a special award at the 1966 Venice Film Festival and won the 1967 Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature. The BBC would not air his chillingly different, enduringly brilliant, until 3 decades later. what may be the most important film ever made, is now screened in 4K from the original 16 millimeter 18 A and B rolls for the first time ever, with more than 5.5 hours of all new special features and limited edition exclusives that include an authorized reprint of Watkins's 1967 The War Game Book, collectible postcards, a replica of the UK government's official evacuation pass, and more. So, um, basically, I think they actually um, they first broadcasted it before a rebroadcast of Threads. So I guess Threads had come out was such a massive, I don't want to use the word hit, but it had a big impact on people watching it that then BBC was like, oh, maybe we can release this now. That's
Yeah.
basically what then they rebroadcasted Threads. So, um, what is so horrifyingly shocking about this, even though it's a shorter film than Threads, it's covering similar material, is that in the way in which it's depicted. It's 48 minutes long. It's shot like a documentary. So it looks real, or as real as you can get. And it's all in black and white. It's stark, it's directly to the point. It's very, it doesn't have the sense of graphicness as Threads does, but it still hits pretty damn hard. It probably may be harder in most spots. Um, we'll get to Threads in a little bit, but what I feel the difference between this and Threads is so horrific, but it keeps hitting you and hitting you and hitting you with the horror and the depression and just the awfulness of it all, that you can almost remove yourself from the movie because you have to. You know what I mean? Just to gather yourself. Um, as opposed to something like the war game where you're stuck in it because it's so short and captivating. Basically, I'm saying that Threads feels more like a movie in quotes, and Threads and the war game feels more like a documentary about real life. Because with Threads, which we'll talk about, there's actually like a narrative plot for the first half of the movie, so it feels like a movie. Like there's actual characters in it, and then things fall apart. As opposed to the war game, which is everything falls apart immediately and just shows you everything after that. But let's get into the special features
Mm.
first before we move on to Threads. Like Paul said, Threads had been released on Blu-ray previously. It was released, I think, on Blu-ray in 2018 from Severin. So this is an upgrade of essentially their own release. But we'll get to that. The first disc for the war game is a 4K. It's got an audio commentary with film critic Kim Newman and director Sean Hogan. And then disc 2 is a plethora of special features. Got an intro by Alex Cox, the filmmaker, who's been doing a lot of special features lately.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Some of my favorite movies of his are Repo Man, of course. Uh, that's a good one. And there was another one from Criterion that he did. It's a period piece, but it gets more modern as it goes along. I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't do this.
Yeah.
I've always loved Alex Cox. He gives great interviews, and he'll go to like film festivals and give talks and stuff like that. And I always like hearing him and what he has to say about movies. I wish he would make more movies now. I think he's having a tough time getting funding for his movies, which kind of
Yeah.
sucks. Yeah, he directed Sid and Nancy, which is another one that's really great. Let's see. Of course, they have his acting credits, which I'm not interested in. Let's see. No, I gotta go further back. Oh, Walker. That's the movie.
Okay. Walker.
Yeah. Yeah, he directed Repo Man, Sid and Nancy, and then Walker. And I think all three of those have Criterion releases on Blu-ray by this point, at least. And yeah, like I said, I've always been a big fan of his work. But yeah, he's got special feature intro on this, and then plethora of other special stuff. You have Conflict by Design interview with Ann Davey Orr, production designer on Culloden and the War Game. Who Banned the War Game? An interview with Peter Watkins, historian John Cook. Game of Fact and Fiction video essay by Dr. Alexandra Heller Nicholas and filmmaker Stephen Broomer. I think we've had both of them here on Chasing Labels in the past. The War Game at Cine City, featurette by journalist Eric Valenti, or Valette. Yeah, Valette. Nuclear Britain interview with Attack Warning Red, How Britain Prepared for Nuclear War, author Julie McDowell. Archival interview with editor Michael Bradsell. Peter Watkins reflects on the war game and the media from 1983. Interview from the Australian Film, Television, and Radio School. Introduction to the war game in Sheffield by Vision's producer John Ellis. The war game in Sheffield, Peter Watkins recruits for a proposed war game remake and unused footage for the UK TV show Visions. Trailer, Diary of an Unknown Soldier. That's a Peter Watkins short film. And then Forgotten Faces, another Peter Watkins short film as well. So this is a 4K UHD release of this, intended to be BBC special television broadcast from 1965, which didn't get broadcast till decades later because deemed too horrifying to show. Keep in mind, it is the 1960s. Things were a little looser later on, but this does fit very well with pairing it with Threads, and you can actually buy in a bundle. I think it's called the 4K Fallout, where you get both Threads and the war game, plus some extra goodies. But now we go to the big behemoth of it all. We go to Threads. 3-disc 4K UHD with limited edition slipcase plus postcards. This is a movie. The 80s, I feel like, had a lot of these doomsday nuclear war movies because of being in the whole Cold War. The threat was always there for some type of nuclear war going on, or potential going on. I mean, we got Red Dawn. We got, say, like you mentioned, Testament. I always say The Day After is another one that was at the time. But this is the one that has the biggest reputation. On Sunday, September 23rd, 1984, Threads was broadcast on BBC Two, written by novelist/playwright Barry Hines and directed by BAFTA winner Mick Jackson. The film depicted the effects of a thermonuclear attack on the working-class city of Sheffield. 4 months later, the film was shown on American cable TV in both countries. In both countries, the graphic horrors of detonation, societal collapse, and nuclear winter were indelibly seared into tens of millions of homes. Over 4 decades, it has remained brilliant, according to The Guardian. And then you got a bunch of other pull quotes here. I love how the AV Club says, "Piss yourself, terrifying." That's a I like wow. That does put it into perspective. For the first time ever, Threads is now scanned in 4K from the original 16mm A and B rolls with 7 hours of special features produced by Severin Films. This collection also includes a features produced by a bonus disc of Craig Ian Mann and Robert Nevitt's new documentary, Survivors, The Spectre of Threads, that explores the untold stories of the film's impact on the people of Sheffield and throughout the UK culture. So the movie, if I scroll down here, should tell me, it runs for about 2 hours, 117 minutes. And I would say the first half of the movie is kind of setting things up. It's the calm before the storm. You start seeing news broadcasts on televisions, on radios, about things happening in the Middle East. Things are afoot in the Middle East. Who would have guessed it, right? As if that doesn't happen today. And basically, the U.S. and the Soviet Union are utilizing Iran, and that's where things are escalating. People, they're mobilizing military elements, right? Basically, it plays on the whole idea that if the U.S. would attack Iran, because keep in mind it's the 1980s, there was a lot of tension between Iran and the United States. That never went anywhere. But hey, what do you know? What do you know? History is fun, people, because it never ends and it's cyclical. What was once, it's like, it's kind of nuts, because I studied history in school, and my degree is in history. And one thing I kept writing about over and over again is like, history is cyclical. Things that happened before keep happening again, and they're going to keep happening until they are rightfully resolved, and they never get resolved. The same tensions between Iran and the United States that was happening in the 70s and into the 80s is still happening to this day. And the way that people are interacting in the world, same way. It's endless. But anywho, in Threads, in this fictional Threads, if you will, they're basically, if the United States invades Iran, the Soviet Union will come and invade. And basically what ends up happening is nuclear war breaks out between the United States and Iran. And then who gets drawn into all of that? Their allies. One just so happens to be Great Britain, and there happens to be a NATO base, I think like 30 miles from this industry town called Sheffield, and um, so the people in that area are hearing these news reports. They're here, like I said, there's a narrative feature here for the first half of the movie. They're hearing news reports. There's tensions. People are getting kind of unsettled. There is a plot between a young man and a young woman who they've had an unexpected pregnancy, and they're going to get married. They bought a house, and it just shows you like, oh, these people are starting their lives together. Well, things are about to go south really fast. And what ends up happening is nuclear war breaks out halfway into this movie, and things just go south from there, and it gets harsh. We are talking massive death, decay. Society crumbles almost instantly. And it just shows you like what would happen if just society just crumbles out of nowhere. And it gets bad. Basically, humanity is reduced back down. Like they almost like de-evolve to their like more animal instincts of survival. Like robbing and killing and rioting and to get food and just to survive. And then of course there's the whole health thing with the fallout of radiation that's depicted in the movie. I have to say, whoever did the makeup effects work to show people, suffering from these effects health wise, did an amazing job. And the movie just hits you over and over again with these harsh reality to the point where you almost become numb to it after a while as a viewer. And I'm watching this, I'm like, this is 1984. This is incredibly contemporary for what it's depicting. And the horrors are very contemporary, and things like that, and the panic and whatnot. So Threads still, I think, holds up to this day. But it's been building up in my mind for years as this, totalitarian type of movie, this big gargantuan type of movie, and it really lived up to that. And the fact that it was a TV program, like TV budgets back in the 80s were not the way TV budgets were now. Regardless if it was a BBC special. But yeah, it definitely held up. I just had to get all of that out of my system. But let's get into the special features of this release. I don't know if it's necessarily a movie I would watch again. It's one of those like you watch it once just to say you've watched it, and I don't know if I could watch it again. But you get an audio commentary with director Mick Jackson, moderated by film writer Kayla Janice and Severin Films David Gregory. Audio commentary with actress Karen Meager and television historian Simon Foucault. And then the second disc here is those same two audio commentaries, plus auditioning for the Apocalypse interview with Karen Meager, and then shooting the Annihilation interview with director of photography Andrew Dunn, Destruction designer interview with production designer Christopher Robillard, interview with film writer Stephen Thrower. And then the disc 3 is another bonus disc. You get Survivors, The Spectres of Threads, feature documentary on the production of Threads and its effect on the people of Sheffield, England. Immediate and real interview with Julie McDowell, author of Attack Warning Red, How Britain Prepared for Nuclear War. Now, there are some moments of the movie where you also get the perspective not only of the people suffering literally, but also of like what happens to the British government. How do they react? How do they respond? And how ineffective do they eventually become? I find those things are rather interesting too, because I feel like we as a people, I'm just saying this in generalities, not everybody, but we think the government has this grand abstract apparatus of handling dangerous situations and world-defying dangerous situations, and that is in fact not the truth. If you just look at what happened with COVID, 6 years ago, when things kind of went asunder, the apparatuses to handle those things really weren't there. We saw, the overrunning of hospitals. We saw the overrunning of morgues. We saw people getting rapidly sick. We saw the response to all of those things and all of the anger and distrust and the lack of empathy for your fellow man. We saw all of these things kind of happen in real time, not in a nuclear war situation. I know that, but just in, society reacting to a global type of situation. We saw that in real time. That's why I think Threads, is rather contemporary from that perspective. But yeah, this is a big time release from Severin. It's a re-release of one of their other releases. So I think people are going to gravitate towards it. If you don't have the Blu-ray already, that's another case. But I think that's it from Severin. Yeah, that's their 5 releases. You have Disco
Yeah.
Italiana, Threads, The War Game, The Music Machine, and A Year in a Field. So that is it from Severin. Where are we now when it comes to our magic list? I feel like we are getting closer and closer to our grand finale, but we're not quite there yet. Or I could be wrong. We still have to do Arrow and Eureka. That's where we
There's
still have to
Arrow,
go.
Eureka, Mondo, and Vinegar Syndrome as well.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Some
say, I say, I'll take the reins a little bit, steer us towards Eureka, just because Eureka only has 3 titles. That seems like it's easy. It's easy to do, and
certainly.
yeah, and there's some actual crossover with Eureka and what we talked about recently here with uh Deaf Crocodile. So here we are
Yes.
with Eureka. We have 3 titles. We have Beasts Unleashed. We have Into the Forest, Folktales at DEFA, and we have the Laurel and Hardy, The Silent Years from 1929. So, in the interest of time, Beasts Unleashed is a double feature of 2 like 1950s B monster movies or like giant kaiju movies, if you will. Actually, that's not really. They're more like the first one's not really that. The second one, yes. The second one, yeah. So, The Beast with a Million Eyes is produced and purportedly co-directed by legendary Roger Corman. So this is a Roger Corman film. This is the better of the 2 movies, in my opinion. Follows a family living on an isolated ranch in the California desert after an unidentified flying object crash lands somewhere near their farm. Animals and people begin acting strangely, leading to a confrontation with a threat not of this planet. You could have guessed it, it's aliens. And from a story by the legendary special effects artist Willis O'Brien. Willis O'Brien did the special effects for the original King Kong film from 1933. That's why he's important, who was a mentor of Ray Harryhausen and the animator of King Kong, which I just said. The Beast of Hollow Mountain sees a cowboy living in Mexico discover that his cattle are being eaten by a prehistoric monster. That's literally the premise of the second movie. There's not much to it. The first film has a little more to it. It's slow. Like I said, it's a B movie. It's not doesn't have a large production value to it, but the concept I find to be a nice atomic age sci-fi type concept where you got this essentially this spaceship, flying saucer, whatever, lands in the middle of nowhere and starts kind of like possessing the animals and people around them and starting to control them. A little of yeah, Invasion of the Body Snatchers action going on here. It's a fine film. The second movie tries to do too much, and I don't think it succeeds really at all. I'm not a big fan of it. That big old monster you see here, uh, that is prehistoric dinosaur, which I think it's an Allosaurus, uh, only shows up in the third act of the movie. Uh, that's it. He's not here the whole time. I understand you don't have really in the budget to have this guy be here this whole time, and basically it's like, oh, what happened to my horse? Oh, I don't know, it disappeared, I haven't seen it. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I wonder what happened to it. It was eaten by a dinosaur off screen somewhere. There's a whole plot line between this cowboy and this young woman who's supposed to marry this other rich guy, so they have a little romance on the side and whatnot. Like I said, it's doing too much and kind of getting me away from what I wanted to see, which was, a giant dinosaur just fighting people and eating people. I wanted to see Jurassic Park essentially.
Yeah.
So the movie really doesn't do much of that. Uh, but it's fine. It's fine if you like movies from that, like B movies from that era. Uh, but for special features, we've got high definition transfers. I'm assuming of both movies, original English mono audio. Terror from Beyond the Stars, a new interview with science fiction expert Mark Bold on The Beast with a Million Eyes, and alien invasion cinema in the 1950s. When dinosaurs ruled the earth, new interview with critic Kim Newman on the Beast of Hollow Mountain, and the resurgence of dinosaur films in the 1950s. That's interesting. I find like that would be more interesting than the actual movie we got. I find those things fascinating where there's certain trends where certain genres are like are popular of the time. Let's see. Original theatrical trailers, limited edition O card slipcase, limited edition booklet featuring new writing by genre film expert Christopher Stewardson, on special effects artist Paul Blaisdell and the Beast with the Million Eyes, and a new essay by film journalist Sean McGeady on Weird Westerns and the Beast of Hollow Mountain. Then we have Into the Forest, the Folktales at DEFA. So this is going to be, because I just want a list of the movies, but that's not going to have. So we have 5 restorations. These are 5 movies, and this crosses over with what we talked about recently, which I'm going to bring up right now. Deaf Crocodile's website, because they recently put out this release here, which is DFA Fairy Tales. So there's some crossover with this set in terms of at least 1 or 2 of the movies.
I think it's 2 titles that cross over.
Yes, it is. And I think it's The Little Red Riding Hood, and I think Snow White, maybe the 2 titles. I think those are the 2 titles that cross over. But either way, we're getting more DEFA titles. And for those of you who don't know what DEFA is, it's basically East Germany's film industry production company in post-World War II Germany. That's what the DEFA is. Eureka's been putting out various sets from DEFA, and I've got Rack and Ruin. That's the one I have. I always bring this one up every time because it's the only one I have. It's Rack and Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA, and they put out a couple of these. They put out some ones from Western Germany film industry.
I've got the sci-fi one.
Nice.
That has the Silent Star in it, which that's the one I've watched from that set. And literally the Western one, I've got shipped and it's coming like within the next couple of days. Because that was one which does look quite interesting. So yeah. And then I've actually got the Deaf Crocodile one on order, but I might have to double dip with the Eureka because of the other titles.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's actually, you know just about as much of it as I do. But this one here has ones that range from between 1950 and 1989. The East German studio DEFA produced a huge number of Martian film or adaptations of popular fairy tale and folk tales, basically like Grimm's fairy tales, stuff like that. Like I just mentioned, it was their own versions of things like that, about Snow White, the Little Red Riding Hood, stuff like that. Some other titles too, and this one has some of the finest and darkest DEFA folk tales include The Devil from Mill Mountain, The Singing Tree, Rumpelstiltskin, The Little Red Riding Hood, and The Devil's 3 Golden Hairs. In The Devil from Mill Mountain, a greedy miller attracts the ire of forest spirits when he and his accomplices disguise themselves as demons to burn down a rival mill. In The Singing Tree, a young prince must find a legendary tree to win the heart of an icy princess and risks being transformed into a bear if she fails to fall in love with him. I actually saw that one. It was quite charming. What is unique about these, and I mentioned it when I talked about the Deaf Crocodile set, the way in which these movies are shot, it's all practical effects. It looks like a stage play version of these. Like it's all practical, like makeup and costuming suits, and it's shot on sound stages and things like that. It makes it for a rather surreal version of these. If you're familiar with other adaptations of these folk tales from before, it really is. I mean, Little Red Riding Hood. Let's see. Oh, Rumpelstiltskin follows a young woman whose boastful father claims she can spin straw into gold, leading her to make an ill-advised pact with a magical imp. Then the eponymous Little Red Riding Hood sets off to see her sick grandmother. We know that story, relying on her friends, the rabbit and the bear, to help her evade the cunning fox and the big bad wolf. That is such a surreal adaptation. I applaud people to track that down to watch it. Finally, the Devil's 3 Golden Hairs sees an unfortunate young man tasked with traveling into hell to retrieve 3 golden hairs from the devil himself. No easy task. For special features, like I said, 5 restorations by the DEFA Foundation, original German soundtracks, optional English soundtracks for The Singing Tree and The Devil's 3 Golden Hairs, optional English subtitles newly translated for this release, new audio commentary on Devil from the Mill Mountain by historian Michael Brook. Cool to see him. New audio commentary on Rumpelstiltskin by Sam Goff, editorial director for Classici, a host of the Classici Kino Club. Let me zoom out there. Didn't realize this would be this long. Holy heck. Where was I? Oh yeah, the host of Klasiki Kino Club podcast, Fairy Tales and Nightmares. New interview with the writer, broadcaster, and 14 times columnist Bob Fisher on the history of the singing ringing tree, DEFA and the devil. That's a new video essay on the Brothers Grimm. The Magic Scissors is a short silhouette animation inspired by traditional folk tales and produced by the DEFA studio. A Sleeping Beauty was a beautiful child. Okay, that's a short puppet animation. That sounds fascinating. The Wolf and the Seven Little Goats, a shortcut animation adapted from the Brothers Grimm story by the DEFA studios. Limited collector's edition box set, limited hardbound slipcase, limited 60-page book as well. A whole bunch of stuff in there. These are coming out in July. Eureka puts out really nice box sets. I should say these are usually chock full with special features. So that is the DEFA stuff, and then the Laurel and Hardy stuff. This is classic Laurel and Hardy stuff from 1929. I think these would probably be like their last silent films, because one of the movies in here is actually a sound film. I want to see if it would be nice if I could get just a list of the movies, because people are probably familiar with Laurel and Hardy. Of course, that would make things too
Yeah.
easy if I could go directly to just a list of their stuff. But it is, let me see, a collection brings together the silent Laurel and Hardy shorts produced in 1929. As the boys reached new levels of fame and success, Liberty cast Stan and Ollie as fugitives on the run. In the wrong again, the boys try to claim a reward by returning a lost horse to a bewildered millionaire seeking a stolen painting. That's My Wife sees Ollie forced to choose between Stan and his spouse. In big business, the boys go door to door selling Christmas trees. And unaccustomed as we are, Ollie invites Stan over for dinner and attracts the ire of Mrs. Hardy. Double Whoopi sees the boys take jobs at a fancy hotel. Birthmarks has them cause chaos on the sleeper train. In Bacon Grabbers, Stan and Ollie are bailiffs tasked with recovering a radio. And finally, in Angora Love, they try to conceal a goat that has become very, very attached to them. Have you seen any of Laurel and Hardy's stuff? Just curious.
I actually haven't seen any.
Okay.
It's stuff that my parents know of and have seen.
Hmm.
And they saw that film that came out, the Stan and Ollie sort of biopic type film. But
Oh
it's really
yeah.
something that's evaded me personally. So I'll have to look into some of these because they sound
Yeah.
quite good. And
So
obviously they're icons of comedy. So
yeah. So Eureka's put out some sets. I know Flickr Alley has put out some sets here in the U.S. I yeah. You can watch pretty much all of their stuff or most of their stuff. These shorts over on YouTube. That's where I watched all of these. They all run
cool.
about 19 to 23, 24 minutes long. They're not long at all. I mean, obviously, 1920s silent cinema is a lot different than modern day cinema, especially comedy wise. But if you're familiar with silent film, I think these are worth just checking out in general.
Mm,
It's not Chaplin, it's not Buster Keaton, it's not Harold Lloyd, it's not any of those kind of more grandiose, more higher type of production type of films. These are more like shorts about like physical comedy. Really,
yeah.
I know those were physical comedy guys too, but those were like big productions. Like I'm thinking of the General when he's like riding on a train. These are
Train.
not quite
Yeah.
like that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Harold Lloyd like climbing up a clock tower and stuff like that. That's not that. Or even in modern times where he's attached to that machine and that's going kind of
Yes.
haywire on him, on Charlie Chaplin, or in the Gold Rush, even the Gold Rush where it's got that big physical comedy scene of the house moving and stuff like that. It's not like that. Um, but yet again, you can probably watch a lot of these on YouTube because I think a lot of them ended up in the public domain for a while. So that's probably where they are. But in terms of special features here, there's a ton here. I don't think I can read all these without passing out. So needless to say, needless to say, you've got 1, 2, 3 audio commentaries. You have a new documentary about obviously Laurel and Hardy. I think these all have new 2K restorations. There's all kinds of different scores on here as well because um, these movies back, a lot of the scores for a lot of the silent movies are kind of lost. So you get a lot of different iterations of the scores for silent movies. Yeah, there's so much audio commentaries on a lot of these here. But yeah, that's it for Eureka. I just want to go through them really quick. We've got um, Beast Unleashed, a double feature. We have Into the Forest, Folktales at DEFA, and Laurel and Hardy, The Silent Years in 1929 to go along with the other Laurel and Hardy stuff that they've been doing. Um,
Nice.
so I guess we'll go to Arrow, right? Yeah, we'll go to
Excellent.
Arrow. Yeah, we're here.
I will join
Yeah,
you
do you
again in
approve?
1 second. Yeah, I'll
Mm,
join you again in 1 second.
okay, no problem. So, I will preface Arrow here by, um, yeah, these are the Arrow July releases. So these are the July releases, and it's a uh, or diverse group of movies. A lot of them are from 1970s, 1980s, and some into the 1990s, and even modern day stuff. So we've got ourselves a bit of a cross section here. I'll run these down, and then I will talk about them individually while Paul makes his return. So we've got The Outfit from 1973. We have Red Sun from 1971. We have Falling Down from 1993. We have To Live and Die in L.A. from 1985. That is the William Friedkin film. We have Soylent Green from 1973, starring Charlton Heston. We have Hush from 2016. Now, that is the movie directed by Mike Flanagan, which was I believe, a Netflix film. That got a Blu ray and a 4K release already from Shout Factory, which I'm sure many of you have. But now Arrow's putting out their own version of that. And then we've got Sex and Fury, and then Female Yakuza Tale from 1973, and that is a double feature of like these 1970s Japanese. I think the kind of erotic. I think they're pinku films. I really do. At least because I watched Sex and Fury, and that had a lot of those elements in it. So that would lead me to believe that that is the case. But we'll start with The Outfit here. So The Outfit is a 1973 film, and it's let's see. The description is before he embarked on a roar. Oh, are you back, Paul?
Made it back. Yeah. Here
Oh,
we go.
good, good, good. So I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about the. So you didn't miss much. I just ran down the Arrow releases, and I'm just talking about the first one here with The Outfit from
Perfect.
1973, starring Robert Duvall, recently deceased Robert Duvall, one of the best actors I think of our time. Of course, he was in such movies as The Godfather, amongst a plethora of other films. But before he embarked on a roaring rampage of revenge with 1977's Rolling Thunder, director John Flynn made The Outfit a hard-boiled thriller par excellence based on a novel by Richard Stark and one of the greatest crime writers who ever lived. Earl Macklin, Robert Duvall, is a professional thief. Once upon a time, he and his brother Eddie robbed a bank together. Unfortunately, that bank was owned by a criminal syndicate, The Outfit. Now Eddie is dead, and it looks like Earl is next, but The Outfit hasn't counted on Earl's iron will. So Robert Duvall starts out this movie in prison, and he's a bank robber who's in prison, but once upon a time he robbed the wrong people. Once again, don't mess with organized crime.
Yeah.
Don't rob them. Don't rob businesses that they have a stake in. Don't rob banks that they have a stake in, because they will come after you no matter where you are. So his brother is basically killed as a form of revenge. He gets out of prison, finds out about it. Now he wants revenge on The Outfit, this organized crime unit, and he starts taking these guys out. That so imagine Robert Duvall like taking taking out mob bosses. That's this movie. Sounds pretty cool, and it is pretty cool. Um, and so we have a new restoration from the camera negative, just from the camera negative by Arrow Films. High definition presentation with the original and alternate ending options. That's cool via seamless
Mm.
branching. You don't hear much about seamless branching anymore, so that's kind of nice. Seamless branching was something they developed for DVD, where you could watch two cuts of the same movie on the same disc via seamless branching. You didn't have to have a theatrical cut on one disc and a director's cut or extended cut on another disc. You could put them on one disc, and it would, they could combine them together. That was a way for them to save disk space. That's an old school thing. We talked about VHS earlier and
Yeah.
NTSC, and now we're talking about seamless branching, which is a term I haven't used in years. Because with Blu-ray, it's always kind of been like that. You just go to the menu screen and you can watch anything. There was no need to swap discs. Uh,
No.
Nice. So we've got the original lossless mono audio. We got English subtitles. Brand new commentary by critic and author Jedediah Ayers and a film critic Mike White at the Projection Booth podcast. The Man with the Getaway Face, a brand new appreciation of author Donald E. Westlake by Westlake expert Levi Stahl. Paths Not Taken, a brand new appreciation of the film by critic Walter Chaw, tapping into the outside, a brand new featurette in the outfit, and the Parker novels by Alyssa Marmol Cernat and Shay Dennis, creators of Tough Business, A Parker Site, archival interview with filmmaker Walter Hill on director John Flynn. That sounds fascinating to me.
Oh,
Um,
yes, that'd be
yeah,
great. I
that's
love
a good.
Walter Hill.
My biggest regret is not getting that Walter Hill box set from Imprint that we talked about earlier, just because it's impossible to find now for an affordable price.
That's
Impossible.
fair. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, 'cause there's so much Walter Hill put out over the last like 5 years. I didn't realize there was so much love for Walter Hill's work, but that makes a lot of sense.
He's made good
Then we have,
films.
yeah, yeah. Then we have Red Sun, which is a movie I talked about before because I think someone put this out. I can't remember who it was. It may have been Studio Canal, but this is a movie that has uh, it says it right here. It's Terrence Young's East Meets West classic Red Sun, shot in Almeria, Spain, and starring four intercontinental superstars. You got Charles Bronson, Toshiro Mifune, Ursula Andress, and Alain Delon, all in the same movie, and it's a western. Red Sun is a western with a global flair with like no other, and ceremonial samurai sword intended. Let's see. Red Sun is a western with a global flair like no other, a ceremonial samurai sword intended as a gift to the U.S. president from the Japanese ambassador is stolen by the devilish rogue Alain Delon. To restore their honor and return the sword to its rightful owner, disgraced samurai Kuroda Mifune, double-crossed bandit Link Stewart, Charles Bronson, and femme fatale Ursula Andress must set aside their differences and hunt down the merciless gauche across the beautiful vistas of the American West. Um, yeah, it's worth a watch just for the star power alone. Just for the star power alone. That's what got me into watching the movie. Now, the movie itself, I think, is fine. Like you would think it would be amazing with all these great actors in it, and I think it's just a fine movie. But I'm a fan of like all these people in it. It's all of them in the 70s as well, so it's relatively within their prime. Uh, I dig it. So you got a 4K restoration of the film, Dolby Vision HDR presentation. You've got mono audio, brand new audio commentary by critics C. Courtney Joyner and Henry Parker, a global western, a brand new appreciation of the film by scholar Jose Arroyo, the Ghosts of the Samurai, a brand new visual essay by Daisuke Miao, The Man with the Golden Tooth, a new appreciation of Alain Delon by Mark Gallagher, Per le Cinema, an archival behind-the-scenes look at the film, Un Journal du Cinéma, an archival television interview with Terrence Young and Toshiro Mifune. There's a Blu-ray version of it too, and then you get Falling Down. Now, Paul, have you seen the movie Falling Down, the Joel Schumacher film?
I haven't, and it's one I
Oh,
do really, really want to see. So I'm glad that it's coming to 4K because I'll be getting this one for sure.
yeah, I
I
would
love Joel
recommend people
Schumacher.
to check it out at least. It's Joel Schumacher. Forget what you think about Joel Schumacher's Batman movies. Forget it. Throw it out the window. I know people like to criticize Batman Forever and then Batman and Robin. Throw those away. Get them out of your head because Joel Schumacher, outside of that, made some really good movies and dark
Yeah.
movies dealing with dark things. Like I'm thinking of Flatliners, which deals with
Oh,
death.
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking of 8mm with Nicolas Cage, which deals about the seedy underground of like snuff movie culture. It's crazy, crazy dark movie.
Yeah.
And then you've got Falling Down with Michael Douglas, where have you ever wondered what happened if you just stopped giving a damn one day? It's like a much darker version of Office Space with Michael Douglas, like a more violent, darkly comedic and satirical version of that. So you have a darkly comic, razor-sharp portrait of modern urban frustration starring Michael Douglas and Robert Duvall at their very best. On a sweltering Los Angeles morning, a man only known as Defense, Michael Douglas, abandons his car in a gridlock traffic jam and sets off across the city on foot. He just wants to go home, but his path is marred by increasingly everyday irritations that escalate into explosive confrontations, leaving a trail of violence in his wake. Trying to piece together these events is veteran cop Pendergast, portrayed by Robert Duvall, whose quiet final day before retirement becomes a chaotic hunt for dangerous man on the edge. Basically, it takes that idea of like if you basically it takes the idea of if you just acted out all of your inner thoughts, that is kind of the Michael Douglas character. Like he goes to like a fast food restaurant and he gets frustrated with the workers there and he takes it out and he just takes out his anger out on them. You know what I mean? Like in this case here, like the movie starts off with him, he's stuck in traffic and he's like, screw it. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm just going to get out and walk. He just leaves his car there. Like, but things escalate more and more as the movie goes on, gets more and more violent as the movie goes on. But it's just a fascinating kind of look at that type of almost social experiment. And Michael Douglas is excellent in the movie. I was talking about Michael Douglas actually earlier way before the show. He's actually coming to my local Comic-Con in November.
Wow.
And it's like the first convention he's ever done. And I'm like, yeah, I don't remember Michael Douglas needing to do, conventions, like signing autographs and taking pictures and stuff. But it's because to me, he's still a big time movie star.
It's like A-list sort of.
Yeah, it's like a legend. He's like, we don't have very many legends left. As sad as that is to say, I say that half kiddingly, half not. But we don't have a lot of them left. I just mentioned Robert Duvall just passed away. Al Pacino just turned 86. It was his birthday the other day. I saw him. It was Jack Nicholson's birthday the other day as well. And he's well into his 80s now. I saw him hanging out with Joni Mitchell.
Wow.
Like on a picture online, and it's like, these legends are now in their 80s. We talked about Martin Scorsese earlier. He's in his 80s as well. Things are happening, and we're seeing a lot of these people pass away. So when I'm thinking of legend, I'm like, oh, Michael Douglas, yeah, but why is he doing conventions? He's still doing movies. But anywho, he's coming to my local convention, so I'm curious what it would cost for an autograph from Michael Douglas. I think it's got to be well over $100 at this point. I would assume so. Because I was talking to my mother earlier, just telling her that Mark Hamill famously charges like hundreds of dollars for his autograph, and I'm like, people were kind of criticizing for him for that a few years ago, but I'm like, he kind of has to, because if you charge like $50 from Mark Hamill, he's gonna get thousands of people, because he's so famous. But neither here nor there. But that's a nice Michael Douglas kind of connection. But Michael Douglas is, like I said, kind of a legendary actor. Wall Street and oh goodness, so many other movies. This is one of his most famous ones for Falling Down, the Joel Schumacher film. I'm glad it's getting a 4K re-release, just because the Blu-ray has been around for so many years that it was one of those movies that is primed for a remastered re-release. Like the Blu-ray's from 2010, so 16 years ago. It's from Warner Brothers, which famously at the time was still doing VC1 encodes on their movies, more compressed encoding for their video stuff. So it needed, and this also goes to show you that this is another Warner Brothers and Arrow collaboration for the distribution deal they've got going on. So that's nice to see that it's still going forward, as Warner Brothers is trying to figure out, are they being sold? They're not being sold? What's going on here? What's going on here? Like every day it feels like there's new news about like them like trying to be sold at this point.
It's hard to keep up with what the latest news is, because it will be superseded the moment they seem to make a decision.
Like, right now, Paramount's still trying to gather the funds to make the deal go through. From what I understand, they're getting a lot of their money from overseas. From what I understand, ironically from Saudi Arabia, actually, that's how they're trying to get a lot of their money. So they're trying to get like approval from the government here, telling them, hey, we're getting this money from there, but they're not going to have any type of controlling stake in the government and in the company and whatnot. It's all, again, politics and money is kind of a lot of things going on here. But this was a much needed Warner Brothers re-release. I've had this theory here, Paul, that all of the Warner Brothers Blu-ray releases from like 2006 to like 2011 need remasters. Like, I feel like they were just putting them on disc at the time because the
Mm.
format was new, and we've reached the point now where with remastering, with new scans and 4Ks and stuff like that, these can look a heck of a lot better. Just a heck of a lot better. Even their recent stuff I've got here of All the President's Men
Yeah,
and Ben
yeah.
Hur.
Ben-Hur,
These are
yeah.
two recent ones that look really, really good because they go back and remaster them. And All the President's Men, I think, came out around the same time on Blu-ray as Falling Down. I think I have both of them on an old Blu-ray digibook.
Yeah.
So
And,
yeah, go
Poseidon
on.
was one as well. I had the old Blu-ray of Poseidon, and yeah, now it's on 4K, from Arrow, so and that looks great. I really like that disaster film. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's one I really enjoy.
Mm, let's see. Let's see, as I'm slowly losing my voice. Let's see if I finally lose my voice tonight. Who knows? So we've got Falling Down for special features. Newly 4K restoration of the film by Arrow Films, approved by cinematographer Andrei Bartosky. Dolby Vision and HDR presentation, newly restored original lossless stereo, and a DTS HD Master 4.0 track as well. Archival audio commentary by director Joel Schumacher, and the editor and the screenwriter, LA Times writer Sean Hubler, and actors Michael Douglas, Michael Paul Chan, Vonda Curtis Hall, and Frederick Forrest. That's a lot of people to do a commentary. Man on the Edge, a brand new interview with screenwriter Ed Burrow Smith. At War with the World, a brand new interview with composer James Newton Howard. Okay. Going
Mm.
Home, a brand new location featurette revisiting the real life Los Angeles sites used in Falling Down. Deconstructing Defense, an archival interview with Michael Douglas himself. That's getting a Blu-ray release too. To Live and Die in LA. Now, this is a big one.
Yes.
So, Paul, I did see. So I actually just started following Paul on Letterboxd. So I
Thank
did
you.
see that you did watch this recently. So I will let you talk about To Live and Die in LA because you gave it the highest score possible.
I certainly did. I gave it 5 out of 5. For me, basically from the first frames and those, that the when the music starts, I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna love this because I love 80s music, I love 80s cinema." This falls into that in a very perfect way, as we mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, the way, 80s films are. The, Wang Chung, score for this is amazing. The, the theme that they do over the credits, which is actually interesting, William Friedkin, originally didn't want a song to be, the name of the movie with the name of the song, but they handed it in and he said, "Yep, that's perfect. We're putting this on the credits. It's in the film." It's like a neo-noir sort of crime movie. You've got William Peterson and Willem Dafoe both playing, amazing characters. It's directed by William Friedkin. There's like a kinetic, sort of pace to the action scenes, but there's also like a meditative, arty look to, the dialogue scenes and the exterior shots of LA. It's like the gritty side of LA, the crime side. And you've got bursts of intense violence, which almost caught me off guard, moments that I wasn't expecting in the plot. It's one which, you're on the ride basically from, when you, meet what the case is with this, Secret Service officer dealing with, counterfeit money, and you're on the ride through the whole film. Yeah, I think it was that drive and the direction and the music which just made me think not only is it a beautiful film, but an amazing film. I watched it on Blu-ray, knowing that it's going to come to 4K. Just the look of it, the lighting. I reckon this is going to look great on 4K.
Yeah. So this was also released a couple of years ago on 4K through Kino.
Mm.
That Kino's the 4K has been around for quite a while. I've been trying to get it for several years now because I was kind of beefing up my William Friedkin section, and I just never got around to getting it. But I guess my my indifference of buying it has patience has paid off. I guess because now I got this what I assume to be a beautiful Arrow release coming out relatively soon. And that, I echo with everything Paul just said. The movie is really, really good. I got to give it a rewatch. I watched it a few years ago. I want to give it a rewatch. But young Willem Dafoe in it is great. The Secret Service agent is portrayed by William Peterson, who's kind of an underrated actor. He
Oh, I
was
think so.
in Manhunter, the Michael Mann film Manhunter. He played he's gee,
Um,
what's it? Will I forgot the character's name.
yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the one who interviews Hannibal Lecter in prison, portrayed by Brian Cox, who does an
Brian Cox.
amazing job.
He was so
Um,
good in Manhunter.
yeah, that movie. I've also heard that movie's getting a 4K release
I hope
eventually. I
it
feel like
does. I've got a Blu-ray, but yeah, I hope it gets a.
I
Will
think it's
Graham.
Prime.
Will Graham.
Yeah, I feel like I said it recently on Chasing Labels that I think Michael Mann's movies are slowly getting 4K releases, slowly happening. Um,
Mm.
they did the 4K of Heat, they did a 4K of Collateral, they did a 4K of Black Hat. Um, they need to do The Insider. That would be great, and Ali would also be really nice too. But they've done a 4K release of
Thief. They've done
Thief.
Thief. Yeah.
Yeah,
On Arrow. Yep.
so so I feel like slowly but surely we're getting those re-released. But for special features here is a 4K restoration of the film. I'm assuming it's the same 4K restoration probably that was utilized just a couple of years ago for the Kino release. Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film. There is an audio commentary by director and co-writer William Friedkin. Taking a Chance, an archive interview with actor William Peterson. Doctor for a Day, an archive interview with actor Dwyer Brown. Renaissance Woman in LA, an archive interview with Deborah Fuhrer. Let's see. So in Phase, Scoring to Live and Let Die, an archive interview with composer Wang Chung. Wrong Way, The Stunts of To Live and Die in LA. Counterfeit World, The Making of To Live and Die in LA. That's an archival piece, which features like Friedkin and the actors
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
That
Alternate
I've watched
ending.
that piece. Yeah.
Oh yeah, alternate ending, deleted scenes, stills gallery, trailers, radio spot, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, and then collector's booklet featuring writing by Ann Bilson and Rick Gentry. Then we have Soylent Green. Now this is the 1970s film directed by Richard Fleischer, starring I believe Charlton Heston,
Yep.
and this is a movie I'm pretty sure many of you are aware of. It's a post-apocalyptic film, and this I don't know if it's post-apocalyptic or if it's just dystopian future. It's dystopian. It's not
Dystopian.
post-apocalyptic. It's dystopian. A dystopian science fiction thriller with a venomous sting in its tail. Oh boy, little spoilerish there. Not spoilerish, but little leading to a big third act twist. In a frightening, prescient world, a world of overpopulation and ecological collapse, resources are scarce, while the elite live in spacious, walled-off communities, eating natural food and drinking clean water. The masses live in squalor. Uh, yeah, they really were predicting the future. Collecting water from communal taps and eating highly processed food wafers made by Soylent Green Corporation. Soylent Red and Soylent Yellow are a staple, but now there's a tastier and more nutritious option, Soylent Green. When a member of the Soylent Corporation's board is murdered, Detective Robert Thorne, Charlton Heston, is called in to investigate. His search for answers will lead to a shocking discovery. I'm pretty sure many people know this movie's been spoiled for a lot of you. But
Yeah.
it's a dystopian movie of which a third act twist that you probably, like I said, have heard of, but it's not something that hasn't been utilized in dystopian films before. I think of Bong Joon-ho's film, um, the one that's on a train, um, Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer, very similar. It's kind of like this movie, but on a train, where you've got the wealthy, more well-off people hoarding all the good resources up in the front, and then the people all the way in the back are eating these bars of whatever it is made of. I won't say anything if you haven't seen the movie Snowpiercer or even watched the TV series Snowpiercer. But either way, similar types of things. There's those at the top that hoard all the money and the resources and the good stuff, and they don't bother with the people down below. It's kind of like what we deal with in real life when it comes to income inequality. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the big political term, income inequality, which is at its highest now than it's ever been in recorded time. That's not political. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
we see it every day. Just go look at prices at the stores. People can't afford things anymore. But back in the 70s, this was a weird dystopian future. Oh, how could people, how could people
Yeah.
be hoarding money? Oh goodness,
How can
how
we
could
let the world
society
get
live
like
like this?
this?
Yeah, how could society possibly live like this? Oh, it's so ridiculous, isn't it? Let's get Charlton Heston to figure things out. But he does figure things out in this movie eventually. But I'll leave that to people to figure out for themselves. Let's get into the special features for this. Um, we got a 4K restoration of the film from its original 35 millimeter camera negative, Dolby Vision HDR presentation, archival audio commentary with director Richard Fleischer and star Lee Taylor Young, brand new audio commentary with film historian Michael Brook and author Johnny Maines, Charlton Heston at the BFI, and then we have Richard Fleischer at the BFI as well. We have a look at the world of Soylent Green, a vintage featurette, MGM's tribute to Edward G. Robinson's 101st film, a vintage featurette. That's right, Edward G. Robinson was still making movies or being in movies in the 70s. Of course, he was famously started off back in the 30s doing gangster films, and then of course in film noirs as well. Um, but yeah, that is Soylent Green. The Blu-rays, the 4K is coming out, the Blu-rays coming out. Then we have the movie Hush. Now, Paul, have you seen this movie? I'm just curious because it's
I have
recent.
No, I haven't seen it. I know that it was
Okay.
on Netflix, and then I missed it, and then it was taken off Netflix, controversially, at least here in Australia, it was taken off. So I'm glad it's getting a physical release so I can hunt it down because I do like the work of Mike Flanagan.
Mm. I mentioned earlier, this is the Mike Flanagan film. This is kind of the movie that started off like people being like, "Oh, who made this?" It was Mike
Mm.
Flanagan. It was a Netflix film called Hush. Before he did Haunting of Hill House, before he did Doctor Sleep, writer-director Mike Flanagan delivered Hush, a lean, nerve-shredding exercise in minimalist terror, co-written with and starring Kate Siegel, who is his wife. This stripped-back home invasion thriller showcased the filmmaker's mastery of sustained suspense. So Maddie, portrayed by Kate Siegel, a deaf novelist living in secluded woodland isolation, finds her hard-won peace shattered when a masked killer portrayed by John Gallagher Jr., appears at her window. Cut off from help, she is forced into a brutal game of cat and mouse where silence becomes both her greatest vulnerability and her only weapon. As the night deepens, Maddie's survival will depend on ingenuity, resilience, and sheer strength of will. So it's really an exercise in just tension and terror. She's deaf, so she can't, she has that limitation or that disability. She can't, hear when her attacker comes or is around. But we as viewers can see him looking through the windows and moving around, and it's such an old school way of eliciting terror and fright amongst audience members that I thought was a really cool tactic. It reminded me kind of a lot of that Audrey Hepburn film from the 60s, the one where she's blind, she can't see. I have it and I can't remember. I'm going to look it up right now. It's let's see, Audrey Hepburn, who's one of my all-time favorites, and I'm just not my recall tonight is not where it should be. You know what? Sometimes when you get so locked into chasing labels mode, you part of your brain shuts off,
I can
you,
imagine
and you
because you've
can't
taken
recall.
in so much over the past few days that there's
Yeah, and not only that,
using
but
all
even
that
when you're,
storage.
it's Wait Until Dark. That's the movie,
Wait
Wait
until
Until
dark.
Dark, which is really good and has that same type of tension because she's blind and these people come in to rob the place that she's in and she can't see them and they know that she's blind, so they're moving
Okay.
around silently. And she's like, "Oh, is somebody there? I feel like somebody's there." It's really got a lot of that tension. Alan Arkin is in the film. He's one of the robbers. Really good film. Uh, but it reminds me a lot of that. And this was one of the first ones that really got Mike Flanagan on people's radars. Of course, after that, like I said, he went on to do Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, House of Usher. He did, Doctor Sleep, which I think is still criminally underrated. As a sequel to The Shining, you don't get much better movie than that, in my opinion. Especially, an adaptation of the book, but also a sequel to the movie as well. Right now, he's making an adaptation of Carrie. Actually, and there's
Yes.
another adaptation of Carrie,
That should be
which
really
I don't.
interesting because, yeah, I
It's going
love,
to be really interesting. And
the
I'm not
book.
sure when it's coming out. I don't know if it's this year or next year. I can't remember. But he likes to do adaptations of Stephen King's work. Like I think he um did he do 19 I don't think he did 1922. That was somebody else. Gerald's Game, I think was his. I think that was his adaptation. But either way, the miniseries that he did on Netflix are fantastic. If you haven't seen them yet, really well acted, great ensemble cast, great stories, really captivating stuff. And it's within the horror genre, but it's different type of horror. It's not horror like scary. It's horror like horrifying situations. It's dealing with a lot of horror themes like
Mm.
grief and death and stuff like that. Very macabre. Reminds me a lot of like Vincent Price, Edgar Allan Poe stuff from the 1960s, which I really love. I really
Yeah,
like.
that's good stuff.
That's my favorite type of stuff. Let's see. So that is, let's see. For Hush is getting HDR10 presentation of the original full color version. There's also a Shush cut that's on the second disc. We'll get to that. Let's see. There's a Dolby Atmos sound 5.1 option. The Shush cut has an audio 5.1 mix. Audio commentary with co-writer slash director Mike Flanagan, co-writer and actor Kate Siegel, actors Samantha Sloyan, John Gallagher Jr., and Michael Trucco. Picture-in-picture commentary with Mike Flanagan, Siegel, Sloyan, Gallagher Jr., and Trucco. You don't see that very often. The Dance Macabre, an interview with Mike Flanagan. To Stand Alone, an interview with Kate Siegel. The Constant Reader, an interview with Samantha Sloyan. The Shape of Silence, an interview with John Gallagher Jr. Silence Witness, an interview with Michael Trucco. One Good Scare, an interview with actor Trevor Macy. Violent Strains, an interview with composers the Newton Brothers. One Terrible Night, an interview with cinematographer James Neist. And then original trailer. And then you have the Shush cut on disc 2. It has an HDR presentation of the Shush cut, which is in black and white with a revised audio track. So kind of
Mm.
a tweaked different cut of the movie in black and white. And that's got just, technical specs on there, plus an audio commentary with Kate Siegel. Mike Flanagan Artist Talk, a feature-length Q&A with the filmmaker, recorded at Fantasia Film Festival in Montreal in 2024. Beyond Fest Q&A with Mike Flanagan and Kate Siegel, recorded at Beyond Fest in Los Angeles in 2024. The Silent Mask, a brand new visual essay by author and critic Alexandra Heller Nicholas on the film's presentation of deafness, or representation of deafness, actually, I should say. So that's cool. I've been wanting, like I mentioned earlier while you were away, this did get a Blu-ray and a 4K release from Shout Factory here in the US. I've been kind of wanting to get that release, but once again, my indifference has paid off. I have an Arrow release to look forward to. Now we've got a double feature of Sex Fury and Female Yakuza Tale. I was saying earlier while you were gone, I only saw Sex Fury, and these are two 1970s Japanese films, and I think they are of the erotic kind. And I
Interesting.
think they look like Pinku films to me. That whole
Mm.
subgenre of Japanese kind of erotic films. Description: following the genre-defying female delinquent classic Girl Boss Gorilla, director Narufumi Suzuki and action star Riko Ike would join forces once again for the shocking sex fury, pulpy, bathed in lurid violence of the higher order. The film would beget the sequel, Female Yakuza Tale, directed by none other than the king of Euroguro, Turo Ushi, who did Horrors of the Malformed Man. Oh boy, that's a title. So, in Sex and Fury, deadly swordsman Ocho Inoshiko is looking for the men who killed her father and finds herself infiltrating a sordid den of sexual deviant yakuza. She basically um joins a brothel, and she is looking for the people who killed her father when she was a little girl. And the only defining physical characteristics that she knows of are different tattoos. She saw different
Mm.
tattoos on these men, and she's basically waiting for them to come along. This movie features a lot of sex in it, a lot of sexual encounters in it. Obviously, set in a brothel, you can kind of understand that. There's also a lot of violence in the movie as well, because it's a revenge film. It's a revenge film. But it feels like very much like a Pinku film. It was the only, and I watched that one, and then the sequel sees Ocho captured by devious yakuza who use Chinese women as drug mules, forcing her to use her sharp wits and blade to fight her way out. These two movies remind me a lot of Lady Snowblood. That's what was the comparison I saw. I felt most of when I watched the movies. Is they felt like Lady Snowblood because they are revenge, revenge films. Um, I would not be surprised if Tarantino saw these movies and used them as influence in Kill Bill and Kill Bill Volume 2. He seems
Yeah.
like the type of person to do that. Um, it, it seems apropos. So that is kind of it from Arrow right now. Or yeah, that's it from Arrow. I'll just run these down one more time so everybody gets a sense of what's coming out in July. We've got The Outfit, Red Sun, Falling Down to Live and Die in LA, Soylent Green, Hush, and Sex and Fury slash Female Yakuza Tale, that double feature. So that is it from Arrow. I think we have Mondo Macabro, and then our grand finale will be the Vinegar Syndrome stuff. And now for Mondo Macabro, let me go to their Facebook page. I'll go there and see if they have the titles. I'm probably just going to run these down because I don't know anything about these movies, and I feel like the fun of Mondo Macabro is not knowing anything about these movies because you will be in for a wild ride.
Yeah, reading some of the synopsis before in the days leading up to this, I was like, "Wow, these
Yeah,
sound
these
crazy."
are not for the faint of heart. And I feel like that's Mondo Macabro's thing. Like these movies I've never heard of. So I think it starts with the Blood Rose. Yeah, we've got
Yeah,
the
I think you're
Blood
right.
Rose. See, great artwork there. We've also got Morbo, which is that's announcement number 2. Yeah, the plethora of special features here. But for the interest of time, because we still have to tackle Vinegar Syndrome, I'm just gonna read these off because I don't have anything really to say about them. We have Lust in the Swamps. It's a great title. That's announcement number 3 from them. And then we've got Marquis. Now this is an interesting film because it plays on the bizarre French, the weird sadomasochist Marquis de Sade. It plays on that, but I think this is like an animated movie or stop motion or something. Anywho, it's that those are the 4 titles, and I just want to quickly mention those. Then now, I think that is it. I'm just quickly checking my notes before we did Severin, we did New Wave, we just ran off Mondo Macabro, and for the interest of time, let's go over now um to Vinegar Syndrome. We'll go over and check out their releases, which dropped this past Friday, the first of the month. First of the month is Rent and Vinegar Syndrome. That's what we get here. So Vinegar Syndrome. Here we are. So they dropped quite the plethora of titles, as you can see here. They also had their halfway to Black Friday, like pre-order sale, I think was going on, where you could get in your orders early. And there's also 2 titles they did not announce yet. I think they'll be announcing those for their halfway to Black Friday sale, which is typically, I think the end of June. That seems to be around that time. I think so. And yeah, so some titles here very interesting to me. Once again, we are hitting the 4-hour mark, so I don't want to spend another hour on this because my producer will get me. So we will get into these right away. So right away, VSU is Explorers. That is the Joe Dante film. We have Night Watch. That's the 1997 English language remake of the 1994 film, which I've already talked about. We have Macabre, which I talked about a couple of weeks ago when Indicator speaking of which, Paul, do you see the cover of the Indicator of the Vinegar Syndrome release? Isn't that super spoilerish for
Oh,
Macabre?
yeah.
Yeah,
Now
like, that's the third act right there. I mean, wow. Then we have Anything That Moves from VS Pictures. And then Cinematograph is putting out Comeback to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean, Jimmy Dean. Now, and then we also have The Lustful Turk, but that's a Distrib release. Excuse me. And I typically don't talk about Distrib releases just because I'm probably not going to get it. But out of these releases here, Paul, is there anything that interests you specifically?
Yeah, the Explorers interests me. River Phoenix obviously in there, and he was in so limited amount of films before his untimely passing, so it's good to be able to get that, an homage to sort of sci-fi films. I watched the trailer. It was like a teaser trailer. It looks, like, really intriguing, and a Joe Dante film. I hadn't actually heard of it,
Oh.
before. So, yeah, one I will probably be picking up.
Yeah, so I had heard about this movie, and for some reason I thought I had already seen it, but I did not.
Mm,
You did mention it does star a young River Phoenix as well as a young Ethan Hawke is in the
yes.
film as well. Ethan Hawke, it's like Ethan Hawke and River Phoenix are like close friends in this, and they so Ethan Hawke has this dream. They're like young kids. They're like, like I would say middle school aged kids around there, like pre-high school, I guess, somewhere around there. I don't know. And Ethan Hawke has this dream of of this like this microchip or these blueprints plans for this uh scientific device, and he goes to his friend who's like really inclined in science and really um like does experiments, builds stuff, someone like that, right? And it's River Phoenix, and he gives him these plans, and he makes this, and they start constructing these different like scientific things that actually work. They end up constructing their own spaceship. So already this movie is playing on wide-eyed idealism of kids and dreaming and all this kind of stuff, and it's playing on like 1950s sci-fi stuff, which Joe Dante is a really big fan of. I feel like you see that throughout many of his work. Is he has this affinity for 1950s sci-fi, which is probably when he grew up. It makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah,
George Lucas was the same way. He used that inspiration for Star Wars. And so they enlist this help of this other kid that they befriend, and they're dealing with like angsty teenage type of stuff, like people, they're getting bullied at school. Ethan Hawke has this crush on one of these girls in his class. There's all of that stuff is mixed there as well, but on the side they're constructing this spaceship, and I won't say what happens, but needless to say, it works. It works. So you got a lot of wide-eyed, like good nature. It feels like an Amblin film, Amblin from
okay.
E.T. and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And of course, like the Goonies, things like that. It's got that vibe to it. Not quite to those to that heightened sense of Spielberg with the John Williams music and stuff like that, but it's in that vein of young innocence and exploring, and it's capturing a
Mm,
time that really doesn't exist anymore, for young people. And I really like the movie. Little sidetrack here. So it came out the same summer as Back to the Future. Actually came out 9 days after Back to the Future, and the
wow.
production was so rushed that the cut of the movie that currently exists today is not Joe Dante's cut of the movie. It's the cut that he was basically able to give the studio because they rushed him in post, because they wanted to get it out to make money, because they're like, oh, this summer is going to be a big summer for movies. Paramount was the company. We were just talking about those bastards. They're back again.
They're back.
So they were like, give us, basically stop editing the movie and give us what you got. So
Wow.
that's the movie that currently exists. And it's not Joe Dante's cut of the movie. Probably there's an hour and a half of footage that was just left on the cutting room floor, and it would have changed like certain aspects of the movie, would have had like a B plot and stuff like that was not introduced in the movie, that was not in the movie at all and whatnot. And the third act, unfortunately, of the movie kind of falls apart a little bit, and you can kind of understand that this was a movie that wasn't fully finished.
Well finished,
But
yeah.
yeah, so that's an interesting aspect to this film, and this movie's actually gained a bit of a cult following over the years as a beloved film from Joe Dante. If you don't know who Joe Dante is, he did Gremlins 2. He did was it Small Soldiers, which is from my childhood, which just got not only a Blu-ray release a couple of years ago, but a 4K release recently too. He also did, oh goodness,
He did Inner Space as well, which,
yeah, Inner Space, which
Arrow
is,
has just brought out.
yeah, Arrow just came out with that. He also didn't he do the original Piranha? I think that was
Yes,
Joe Dante
that
as
was
well,
him.
the one from the
Yeah.
70s. I actually kind of really like the remake as well. Just
Oh,
yeah,
I like both
yeah, I like
the
it.
remake and the sequel to the remake.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd's in it.
Yeah.
Talking about Back to the Future connection. Speaking of which, Christopher Lloyd is I think he's writing his autobiography right now. uh,
Oh, that's
which
exciting.
which is great because I saw him post the other day. So that's gonna be a great read. But Joe Dante is great. He also did the movie Matinee with John Goodman playing William Castle, essentially, and it's so great. That just got a 4K re-release. Actually, the Blu-ray already looked great. The 4K probably looks even better. But if you
Mm.
want to see a love letter to like 1950s B like B movies, Matinee's the way to go. It's so good. Oh, I love John. I think John Goodman's one of the most underrated actors.
Oh,
Uh,
I agree. John Goodman, I grew up watching him in, like, the Flintstones, so, like, for me,
mm,
whenever he's been something, I've just, like, yeah, gravitated towards that because he's such a good actor. You're right.
Yeah. So this release here is a 3-disc set, 4K Ultra HD. Region A is 2 Region A Blu-rays. You get the movie in Dolby Vision, high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from 35 millimeter original camera negative. Commentary with movie, Ooblet podcast for the theatrical version. Thunder Road Making Explorers, an all-new 77-minute documentary produced and edited by Elijah Drenner. There's a video right now on Vinegar Syndrome's social media with Elijah Drenner talking about this release and what went into this release and why they wanted to release it and stuff like that. It's fascinating. It talks specifically about this new 77-minute documentary, also talking about how it does port over all of the Blu-ray special features from the Shout Factory release as well. So you get that new documentary, which is 77 minutes long. You get another 84 making of documentary from 2021. That's the one that's on the Shout Factory release. So you get a lot on here. Deleted scenes with commentary by director Joe Dante, which runs 34 minutes long. The original 1985 electronic press kit, that's 5 minutes. The Tales of the Farmer and the Wise Man, that's 10 minutes. The 1976 UCLA student film by the screenwriter of Explorers, Eric Luke. Still gallery, theatrical trailer, 40-page book. Yeah, this is going to be a really nice release. I'm surprised this isn't selling out pretty fast already, but they do make quite a few of these releases. Um, 8,000 units. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
It's still there.
Yeah.
But that's Explorers, the Joe Dante film. Like I mentioned, Night Watch is the English language remake of the 1994 film, directed by the same person. Actually, it's directed by Ol Bondal. This English language remake of this movie stars Ewan McGregor, Josh Brolin, Nick Nolte, Patricia Arquette, Lauren Graham, and Brad Dourif. A lot of names you may know, but a lot of names at the time were not as big as they are now. Certainly not Ewan McGregor. This would
Yeah, this
be,
was before
I
his stardom, really.
yeah, this would be. When did I think this was right after Train Spotting? I want to say this was after Train Spotting. Um, and obviously before Star
Mm,
Wars and
before, yeah.
before a lot of the other films he's been in. Josh Brolin, he had been acting since he was a kid within the Goonies. Patricia Arquette, I don't think was quite as big. I think this came out the same year as Lost Highway. Lauren
Wow.
Graham hadn't been on Gilmore Girls yet, which got her fame. Brad Dourif, I think by this point had already done Chucky a few times because I think he's the voice of Chucky, if I
Yes,
recall.
that's him, yeah.
Yep. So this is so quickly. This movie is about a law student who gets a job as basically a night clerk, a night security guard at a morgue. The original movie from 1994, directed by Owen Bondal, who also directed this. That original character was portrayed by Nicholas Coster-Waldau, who of course was
Right.
in Game of Thrones, and that was the first movie he was ever in. And yeah, it's a Danish, I think a Danish film. Yeah, I think this was a Danish film. But
Yeah, I think it
anywho,
is Danish, yep.
they made a sequel to that in like 2022 or something. Like it was relatively recent, maybe 2024. I don't know, but he reprised his role for that. But in 1997, they did an English language remake. This was made by Miramax. Makes a lot of sense. I feel like that was kind of the thing that they would be doing at the time. It also goes to show you that the Miramax catalog from the 90s is getting more distribution now. It's getting out there. It's getting out there. Paramount owns a good portion of that catalog now, and I feel like
Yes.
they are the ones letting that out to other studios. I mean, we just mentioned Dogma, which was a Miramax title, but Kevin Smith had to go back and actually buy the rights for this. It's a different situation, but still Miramax title from the 90s. Um, but so this English language remake is pretty much the same exact movie. that the 1994 movie was. It's kind of like when Michael Haneke remade Funny Games, when it was kind of just an English language version of that same movie, done by the same director. We don't get to see that a lot. Usually, when a movie from another country gets an English language or a Hollywood remake, it's a different director, it's a different vibe. Steven Soderbergh actually worked, I think, wrote the screenplay for this movie, which is fascinating. And he didn't change much. Like, I'm watching the movie, I'm like, it's the same overall premise. They do a little more like graphic stuff because you could get away with, I guess, a little bit more with in Hollywood. The original movie kind of hit things a little bit better, was a little more spooky as opposed to being overtly out like, oh, this is the person who is doing such and such a thing. So the Ewan McGregor character is a night watchman at this morgue. Creepy place to be a night watchman, especially for a job you really don't care about. And he thinks he's just going to spend the whole night like reading books and doing nothing. But he's got to walk around and actually check things. He's got to put a key into certain places to confirm that he's checked things. And one of the places is like an actual morgue with bodies. And it's a freaky, creepy place. Like the lights are all flickering, like you're in a Darren Aronofsky film. It's a thing. And meanwhile, there's a serial killer on the loose. Who knew? Who would have guessed it? And the serial killer is going after sex workers, and he's kind of got a bit of a Jack the Ripper thing going on. So there's that happening. So there's like murder happening and creepiness of the more going on here. Ewan McGregor's kind of getting more and more crazier as the movie goes along. He's got this relationship with Patricia Arquette. His best buddy is Josh Brolin, who's kind of the buddy you have that gets you into a lot of trouble, but he's your friend, so you like go along with his antics just to appease him. That's a whole thing going on. A lot of things happening in this movie. I'm rushing it so we can move on to what I really want to talk about. But let me talk about the special features here, and then we'll move on to what I really want to talk about, which is the Robert Altman film. You've got 2-disc edition, one 4K, one Blu-ray. 4K is in Dolby Vision. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative. Commentary track with author/screenwriter Kelly Goodner and film historian Jim Hemphill. World of Nothingness, an interview with co-writer/director Ole Borndahl. A thrilling cast, an interview with casting director. Building Suspense, a featurette with production designer Richard Hoover and decorator Brian Hash. The Paranoid Cinema of Night Watch, a video essay by filmmaker Will Webb, behind-the-scenes featurette, still gallery trailer. So that is Night Watch. If you've seen the original, you're curious what the English language remake is from the same director, there you go. Now we will talk about I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Oh. So now I want to talk about Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean. I've been wanting to watch this movie for a good at least dozen years. And it's a Robert Altman film. I'm a big fan of Robert Altman's work. And I've been wanting to get this movie actually in my collection for years. And the only Blu-ray release that's been around has been an old Olive Films release, which is, of course, now out of print because Olive Films doesn't exist anymore. You can still find that release, but it's for all the good Olive Films did about putting out movies that didn't have releases before, they didn't have the capabilities of restoring, remastering, or making special features or anything like that for their releases for the most part. Not until they got to their Olive Signature editions, which they put out a few of those, and those were their deluxe releases. And then the company kind of just fell apart. But this movie here is I thought this movie was amazing. I don't know how you feel about Robert Altman, Paul, but I think he's one of one of the best all time.
Yeah, I really haven't seen as many Robert Altman films as I should. So it's something definitely I need an education on. Reading up on this one, it does sound great, and so yeah, it sounds like a really fun piece with a great cast. Like I was reading that cast, I'm like, wow, Cher, Sandy Dennis, Karen Black, Kathy Bates. Like even on that alone, I'm sold. Yeah, and Cinematograph do great releases as well.
They do some great stuff. I'm going to add this to another one that I need to get. I've got like a rolling list here of Boxcar Bertha, A New Leaf, and now Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean are three like must-haves for me. And three must-haves I would say for everyone. You know, Boxcar Bertha is an early Scorsese film. A New Leaf is an excellent film. It's an excellent film that is that stars the great oh from Grumpier Old Men, and it's also directed by what's her name, who's just absolutely brilliant, Elaine May. Elaine May
Oh, Lane
directs
May.
that,
Yeah.
and Elaine May didn't direct many films. She stars. She's in that movie as well as Walter Matthau. Great film. That's another one, ironically, that Olive Films put out a signature edition release of that as well. But come back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean. Jimmy Dean is based off of the play that Robert Altman was producing at the time, and he thought it would make a great movie. So Robert Altman basically shifted from Hollywood to doing plays in the 1980s or so, and he did this play, Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean, which all takes place in this small Texas town very near to where they shot the movie Giant, which was James Dean's final film. If you all know who James Dean was from Rebel Without a Cause, East of Eden, and Giant, he passed away very, very young in a car accident, driving incredibly fast. And in this movie, it bounces around from modern day. By modern day, I think like um, the 1970s, it's like 1975 to 1955 or so, or yeah, 1955. And in this 1959 portion of the play, these young girls who are all, I believe, in high school at the time, they have a James Dean fan club, which seems like something right out of today, in my opinion. But they have this big James Dean fan club. They all wear red jackets like he wore in in Rebel Without a Cause. They have pictures of him up all over the place. It's all set in this five and dime store, this convenient five and dime store that doubles as like the place like the old places that would sell like malts and things like that. Anywho, uh, and it bounces back and forth between 20 years after this and during that time. And you get certain plot revelations based on where you are. And the way the movie transitions from one scene to another is fascinating. Like one character will be looking into a mirror and it'll transition backwards in times or transition forwards in times. It's fascinating. So all these women come back to basically 20 years later, and you get to see where all of them are, and then you get to see where all of them used to be back in their younger days. Certain character revelations are revealed in terms of things that have happened. The acting in this film is extraordinary. Yet again, it's incredibly stagey because it's based on a stage play, so it's very theatrical, very over the top, very emotional. But all the actresses are amazing in this movie. You have Cher. This is Cher before she was in Moonstruck,
Mm.
which of course she won her Oscar for in Moonstruck. And I believe all of the people in this movie are reprising the same roles that they did in the stage play version of this movie. And I thought it was extraordinary. I thought it was amazing. I was quite taken with it. Probably the best movie I watched for Chasing Labels this time around. And I'm going to get this eventually. By eventually, I mean there's 1,200 copies left, so I
Yeah.
may want to get on that. But for special features here, you've got a 2-disc set, 4K UHD, as well as the Blu-ray. New audio commentary by Transfilms critics Willow Catlin McClaw and Caden Mark Gardner. Archival audio commentary by film critic and historian Lee Gambin. Uh, Alive, Not Nostalgic, a new video appreciation of the film by filmmaker Isabel Sandoval. And then we have To Be a Woman That's Priceless, a new video essay by curator and professor Dakota Newt. And Cutting Jimmy Dean, an archival interview with the editor Jason Rosenfeld. That must have been a heck of a job editing this. Designing Jimmy Dean, an archival interview with production designer David Grotman. Two Turner Classic Movie introduction by uh, for the film by Dave Karger and Willow Caitlin McClaw, and Robert Osborne with Lorenzo Soria. And you get new essays in there as well. But yeah, this is probably going to be one of my favorite releases of the year. Not only is it just well made because of the way in which it's set, but the interactions between the characters, the acting, and all the themes that are explored in this movie, I think are really, really good. Friendship, tension, camaraderie. There's also a lot of um, uh, se- um, sexual identity themes in the film as well, which I won't get into because it's a big plot point. Karen Black, I still think is an extraordinary actress. Um, And she was, I think, really, really good. And this was right in that time frame where she was doing a lot of great work, all the way from like Five Easy Pieces to this movie. Really great stuff.
Mhm.
So let's come back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean, Jimmy Dean. That's the movie I want to talk about the most. Now we will shift over in the interest of time to the partner labels. Now, these are 22 partner labels. I will list them off. I'll talk about some of them in the interest of time because it's past the 4 hour mark here. Um, One I definitely want will be talking about will be the Todd Salon's film in here,
Mhm.
just because it, it's a fascinating movie. So we've got Beware of the Clowns by ETR Media. We have Biosphere from IFC Films. We have Bird Eater from Dark Sky. We've got Blood Relatives from Shudder. We have Brotherhood of Blood from Wild Eye Releasing. We've got Bushido from Film Movement. That's a movie I really wanted to watch. Can't find that thing streaming anywhere. Butcher's Bluff from Dark Star. Dark Horse from Brainstorm Media. That's the Todd Salon's film. We have David the Rock Nelson Collection, Volume 3. That's from Saturn's Core. We have Desolation Angels from Umbrella Entertainment. We've got uh uh what's that Girl Internet Show, a Katie Kelly mixtape. That is a series of like online videos like just edited together, I believe. We have Life Changer from Darkstar. We have Mr. K from Music Box Selects. That movie stars Crispin Glover, the madman himself. We have My Name Ain't Susie from Canny. We have My Sunshine from Film Movement. That movie is actually very, very good. We have Phantom Beirut from Several Futures. Pools from Circle Collective. We have Residency from Factory 25. We've got Roman Porno Reboot Collection Volume 1 from Film Movement. And then from our buddies over at Canadian International Pictures, The Rubber Gun. Fascinating movie. Teddy from Shudder, and then White River from Film Movement. I like to work backwards here, Paul. I don't know if there's anything here that you want to touch on right away, but please let me know.
Yeah, I mean, there's one that I have seen in a little bit of history with the Umbrella release, Desolation Angels,
Yeah,
if you
we'll go to
wanna
that one.
go to that one.
Because this is a movie that came out a few years ago from Umbrella Entertainment. I know this is kind of Umbrella Entertainment's Region A um, placeholder, and not placeholder, but like this is like where they put out like some of their titles that they've already released in Australia. They put them
Yeah,
out here through the partner label realm through OCN, and they've been doing this right along. This is actually like their 22nd release, so
okay.
it's here. So yeah, talk about the movie since you've seen it and I've
So, yeah,
seen it
we
too, but
in Australia, from Umbrella, we got the Ozploitation Rarities collection, and Desolation Angels was part of collection 2. I have a big history with Ozploitation films. It's Australian films which I've always enjoyed seeing. I sort of studied it a bit at university, and really enjoy the titles. But Desolation Angels is one which wasn't previously released in Australia. This Blu-ray release was its first time being available, so it's considered one of the rarest exploitation titles. It was released in the US under Fair Game, which is a very generic title. It's kind of like a cat and mouse, almost slasher film. It's got slasher elements to it, but I won't give away the ending. But it's got a really great
mm,
ending. Um, Great little cast in there, and Australian locations. I think in Melbourne, this one. So yeah, it was like a tight little. It's only 78 minutes long, so it's a short one, but it is very entertaining. And as I say, because it was so rare, it was one that probably I wouldn't have had been able to find if it weren't for Umbrella releasing it. So I'm glad that it was in this set, and now obviously coming to the US, and likely it looks like the same special features which are on the Umbrella
yeah, I was
disc.
gonna say I'm pretty sure it's just the same release that was in Australia that we get here,
Yeah.
and Paul is right. Like the only way to really see that movie is through that box set or to get this release because it's not streaming anywhere. You can't find it anywhere either, which is fascinating to me because I thought like since it had come out on disc, it would be somewhere at least. But no, that's not the case at all. So that was that was an interesting little wrinkle that I found. But Paul is right. It is rather short, rather tight. I think the movie gets better as it goes along.
I agree. I think it
Yeah, I
is.
think as it goes along,
Yeah,
I think you have to
starts off
get
a little
through
slow.
that first act's a little like, okay, where are we going? And then once things kind of escalate, we get to that third act, it becomes a much different movie, I would say.
Yes, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, and so for the well, I don't know what special features you guys got on that release, but on this one, it says audio commentary with Chris Fitchett, and cinematographer Ellery Ryan, the car as a villain in Australian cinema, a visual essay by screenwriter and author Stephen Vag, and Aussie car movie trailer reel, and then 1983 AFI trailer.
Yeah, exactly the same special
Oh, exactly the same.
features as
Okay,
the Umbrella release. That's Car as a Villain in Australian Cinema is a really great visual essay because obviously you think Ozploitation and you do think a lot of cars. Obviously, we have
that's
Cars 8,
true.
8 Paris, Mad Max. Cars
I
are a
was
big
gonna
part of
say,
our
yeah,
culture because we're such a big country, and same as you, I guess, that, it's a very car-centric society. So they played a big part in our films. And yeah,
yeah.
that I do like the cover on that release there. It's obviously quite different to the Umbrella one that we got, and then sort of
It is rather different. Um,
yeah,
Yeah, exploitation is interesting. I always bring people to the documentary about exploitation, which I think isn't it Not Quite Hollywood?
not quite Hollywood.
That's the
Yep,
documentary. Do I have it?
directed by Mark Hartley,
Oh, got it right
2008.
here.
Yeah, that's I've
Right in
got that
front of
same
me.
release. Yeah,
Yeah, this is from the exploitation classics line from
yep.
Umbrella that no longer exists. Um,
That's in my top 10 films of all time, that documentary. I love it to
yeah,
bits.
w- when every time an Australian film was released on Blu-ray over the last few years, not every time, but I'm using generalities here,
Yeah.
there would always be clips from this documentary as a special feature on
Yes.
on the Australian movie, on the Australian releases, or just
And
the Australian movie.
you'll
Yeah,
almost
this is
always get, extended interviews from this documentary because obviously Mark Hartley filmed hours upon hours of material for it, and not everything made it into the film. So when there are special features of Australian films, obviously the outtakes of interviews with particular people, if they were involved, will be included.
yeah,
Um,
and all of the special features on this release here are just hours of like unused interview stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's incredibly interesting. It's like a, history, it's history in a documentary. So,
Yeah,
so
I
well
don't
put
think a lot of
together.
people know about the Australian the history of Australian cinema. I know a little bit about it myself, basically just from what I've got here. But during the 70s and 80s, this is kind of the revival of it, really.
Yep,
And
it really was.
a lot of these exploitation films are kind of getting their due now. I know we talked a lot about Wake and Fright, which is
Oh,
one of the
yes.
best, I would say, Australian films that at least I've seen. Um, that's a really great film. I know everybody mentions Mad Max, of course. 'Cause I think that's the one that's gotten the most international acclaim. Uh, but yeah, that's fascinating. But moving on from there, I do want to talk about. Let's go straight over to the Todd Solondz film because that's the one that really stuck out the most out of all these movies. So Todd Solondz, ever the provocateur filmmaker. For those of you who don't know Todd Solondz, he did the movies. Oh my goodness, Happiness. Oh boy,
Yes, that's the one
Happiness.
I'm familiar with.
Yeah, he did the movie. He did Happiness, and he did Palindromes, which just got a Radiance 4K release. Those two movies together, plus this one, is a triple feature unlike you will ever see. Just dark stuff. Yet again, another one of those filmmakers not afraid to go there, not afraid to explore dark, uncomfortable themes, and really just not only pushing the envelope, it goes beyond the envelope, blows up the envelope. And if you've seen Happiness, remember this way: if you've seen the movie Happiness, you can handle pretty much every other Todd Solondz film. I think, in my opinion, because it's just like that's the one I feel like is the measuring stick of Todd Solondz's work in terms of what you can stomach, if you will, what you can take. But this film is about this guy Abe, played by Jordan Gelber. He's in his mid 30s, clings to the trappings of his adolescence, including extensive collections of toys and action figures adorning his boyhood bedroom, still living with his parents, who was portrayed by Mia Farrow and Christopher Walken. Uh, what a cast.
Hmm.
Abe works for his increasingly disappointing dad and spends evenings ruthlessly trouncing his mom at backgammon. His older brother, who's portrayed by Justin Barther from the Hangover movie fame, who's a successful California doctor, and he basically, yeah, Abe meets this character Miranda, portrayed by Selma Blair. He meets her at a restaurant and has just awkward conversations with her, and he decides that he kind of wants to try to date her. And right away, he asks her to marry him, and they kind of decide, and then she doesn't really want to do it, and then eventually she just basically just says yes, just out of happenstance after she's known him like a week. And then chaos kind of ensues from there, but it's chaos in only the way Todd Solondz can deliver chaos. This movie's kind of trippy. And this Blu-ray release unfortunately only has like one special feature, new video interview with Todd Solondz. Well, at least it's something straight from the director.
Hmm.
That's kind of nice. But yeah, so quickly, what are your thoughts on the movie Happiness other than horror?
I mean, it was an experience. For
Indeed.
me, it was a five-star experience. I feel the same way about 80s movies as I do about 90s movies. There's a very particular aesthetic to 90s films, which is I just really connect with. I was born in 93, so didn't really experience many of them, like, super young, but, they were around when I was growing up. And I got the Criterion 4K of Happiness,
So do I.
and I put it on, and I sort of knew its reputation, and yeah, you're right. It just hits you with these dark themes, yet it's darkly comic, and so you find yourself being almost weirded out, but then enjoying it because it's so expertly filmed. Like he's a filmmaker that really knows how to handle camera and character. It's a great cast, um, and yeah, I was really really impressed with the film. It's definitely not for everyone, and it is an acquired taste, but yeah, that's the Todd Solondz film I have seen.
Yeah, definitely
So,
an acquired taste,
yeah.
not for everyone. He basically operates in the indie realm. His
Yes.
most recent movie was the movie called Wiener Dog, which came out in 2016. I think that's an early A24 film,
Mm.
perhaps. I may just be making that up. I would look it up here, but we are 4.5 hours into this, so I'm not looking up anything right now. Needless to say, that's the last feature film that he did, but he also did Life During Wartime, which got a Criterion release. And that was actually when I first heard of who Todd Solondz is. I still haven't seen that movie, but I remember that Blu-ray came out in like 2009, I think, somewhere around there. And I remember just seeing that name. I remember seeing people buying it, and I had no idea who Todd Solondz was. At that time, I was 22 years old. I didn't really know anything about, independent cinema for the most part.
Yeah.
But yeah, his movies are very challenging. I put him in the same category as someone like Harmony Korine,
Oh, yeah.
someone like that. I think I bought Gummo and I bought Happiness at the same time, at the same sale for Criterion, and those movies are not really the same, but I feel like Harmony Korine and Todd Solondz, Greg Araki is another one I feel like is in that realm a little bit. Greg Araki's films, although are much like they're much more thematically rich
Mm.
than I would say uh, Todd Solondz's film, although they have themes in them. But like Greg Araki, I just happen to have Greg Araki's Teen Apocalypse with Totally Effed Up, The Doom Generation, and Nowhere right next to me. But the Greg Araki's work is fascinating. I can't wait to see his newest film, which I think is coming out within the next couple of months. It premiered at Sundance. I believe Cooper Hoffman is in it, as well as Olivia Wilde. Um, so I want to check that out.
Mm.
But moving on from Dark Horse, we'll move on to a couple more titles, and then we'll gracefully get out of here. Just a couple of things that I did get to watch because I spent my whole weekend watching these movies. I do want to talk about My Sunshine, which is a really small, quaint, quiet film. Reminds me of an Ozu film. This is being put out by Film Movement. This came out a couple of years ago, I think 2024,
Wow, okay.
and it's about these two young people. I believe this is set in it's a Japanese film, and it's about this young boy, this young girl, and then there's this teacher, this mentor person, and this young boy is they're like young, like probably 12, 13, like high school age, middle school age, and they going through those things of that time. But it's a quiet film. This young boy, he's basically trying out for the hockey team, just to kind of do it to be with all of his buddies, right? He's not really good at it. He's not athletic. He's not skilled in any way. He can barely skate and all that kind of stuff. But he's just kind of doing it to hang out with his buddies because that's what you do when you're a kid. You just do things that other kids are doing because you're just going along with them, right? And one day he sees this young girl who is practicing her figure skating with her coach, and he's just absolutely mesmerized by it. He's probably, he's got, a young crush, young kid and whatnot, and he's absolutely just mesmerized by her. And the way they shoot her in the movie, they shoot her with like the light in the background, so she's glowing like an angel or something like that. Really, building up all of that. And he basically, the young the young coach is also noticing him and him struggling with the hockey and playing and whatnot, and he basically recruits him to, hey, I'll teach you how to do, because he's trying to do figure skating to kind of get in with this young girl. So the coach says, I'll teach you how to figure skate. I'll give you these skates, the proper skates, and they start training together. They start training, and they all start getting along. It's all nice and stuff like that. And it shows a lot of like camaraderie and things like that. It's a beautifully understated movie. I'm thinking a lot of the Wim Wenders film Perfect Days. It's shot like that, where nothing is stated outright. Everything is done with just acting through emotions and visual storytelling and things like that. I don't want to give away the whole plot of the movie, but it's a very laid back type of movie, like the movie The Perfect Days by Wim Wenders. I really enjoyed it a lot. Um, I had never heard of it until now, but I think it played at like several festivals a couple of years ago. Called My Sunshine. I thought it was really nice. There's only a one special feature here. Director Hiroshi Akuyama does an interview, and there's an 18-page booklet with an essay by film critic Robert Daniels. Robert Daniels, who I've been following his work for many years. He's written for like RogerEbert.com, covering film festivals and such. He did a special feature from a Criterion release of a Netflix film a couple of years ago with, I can't remember it, but I just wanted to mention that. What else did I see? Bushido I wanted to see because anytime there's a modern samurai film, I want to check it out.
Mm.
I couldn't really find it, but I did see this. Canadian International Pictures. I always like to shout these guys out because they were gracious enough to come on our channel a few years ago, and they're putting out The Rubber Gun. They dig up these Canadian films from way back when. Now, this is an interesting movie. Um, it reminds me a lot of a John Cassavetes film because it's completely and utterly chaotic. Just chaotically edited, chaotically shot. You don't know what's going on. It's charismatic painter Steve has carved out a reputation as Montreal's premier drug connection, trafficking narcotics with a crew of friends and lovers living as a makeshift family on the fringes of society. But tensions rise when the police catch wind of their latest shipment. Steve strikes up a friendship with a university student eager to observe the group's illicit lifestyle for his graduation thesis. As the walls start to close in, old jealousies and new paranoias surface, and the family scrambles to adapt or perish. So the university student in this movie is actually the director himself, uh, who is Alan Moyle. He portrays this student who is basically recording this documentary of this found family that deals drugs, and one just happens to be a painter, and he's just chronicling their lives and the kind of slow decay of their relationships as as this movie says, the more this kind of drug dealing escalates, the tensions and the jealousies and the relationships kind of dissipate and stuff like that. But the movie is shot, like I said, in a very John Cassavetes guerrilla style way. It's in the 1970s in Canada, super low budget movie, fascinating work in my opinion. I just thought it was very interesting. Um,
Mm.
but I just thought I would mention that to people. It's called The Rubber Gun, and for special features, you get a bunch of stuff here. You got the
Wow.
newly scanned in 2K from the original 16 millimeter A and B negatives by Canadian International Pictures. And you also get a new interview with the actor and co-writer Stephen Lack, get an interview with the director Alan Moyle, interview with the composer Louis Fury, interview with the co-cinematographer Frank Vitale. You get a Q&A from the director, you get a Q&A from Lack and Vitale. You get the original theatrical outro song. You get archival stills gallery as well. Canadian International Pictures, they do good stuff, so I'm not really worried about the quality of their release at all. But that was kind of most of what I was able to watch. I wanted to watch The White River. I didn't get a chance to. Teddy is something that's streaming on Shutter, so I could have checked it out, but I didn't. A lot of these other releases, like I said, Mr. K stars um, George McFly himself, Crispin Glover. Let's see. Bushido, like I said, I want to watch. And then, let's see. Oh, E.T. Amir, Beware of the Clowns. If you want to watch a movie shot by friends on a iPhone, this is the movie for you. This is the movie.
Yeah.
This is a movie that's super low budget. Like I said, it looks like it's made. It's like a small low budget movie that you make. That's your first movie. And it's a killer clown movie. The movie is like 68 minutes long. Like it's barely a feature. And what happens is this town years ago has banned clowns is because I guess like it's like some clown went on a rampage or whatever, like a killing rampage. So they've banned clowns completely. But now there's this clown cult, underground cult that's risen up and it's starting to starting to kill people. And not only when it kills people, after it does so, it paints their faces like clowns. This is a super low budget movie, by the way. Like this is like zilch money, and uh, that's kind of the whole premise of the movie. So it's very interesting. But it's ridiculously low budgeted. You know, it looks like I said, shot on maybe like iPhones or other cameras and whatnot. It feels like a student film, really. That's kind of charming about it. But
Yeah.
some of the acting's not great, dialogue's not great, none of that stuff. The fact that they were able to get a Blu-ray release, I salute them because there are many movies that still to this day don't have Blu-ray releases, but they got one. So that's called Beware of the Clowns. And then Biosphere is the movie you can actually watch right now on Hulu. This movie stars Mark Duplass as well as what's his name? It stars Sterling K. Brown. Sterling K. Brown and Mark Duplass are and this whole movie takes place within this biosphere. The premise of this movie is thus: Mark Duplass was the president at one point, and he screwed up so badly that the world ended. And the only way to survive was for him and um, Sterling K. Brown to construct this biosphere, and they've got to survive in this biosphere. And things are starting to get a little dire. Food is starting to run low. They have this whole like not terrarium, but like this pond set up to keep the ecosystem going within this biosphere. It's starting to starting to fade, if you will, and their relationship is starting to get strained. And then the movie actually takes a bit of a twisty turn, which I won't you know spoil here. Interesting movie from two people that I'm just well aware of. Mark Duplass has been within the indie movie realm for so many years now. His movie, what was his movie called a few years ago? Blue Jay. His movie Blue Jay, which was really good. For those of you who've never seen this movie Blue Jay, it was on Netflix for the longest time. Really great indie film from him. He also did one of his earliest films was it was called not The Fuzzy Chair. It was called something else where basically the whole basically this chair functioned as a MacGuffin the whole time, and but it was about more than just that. He pretty great. Let me see. He's probably known mostly for doing television work as well. He was on that show The League for many years. Let's see. Go back. He was also in those horror movies, Creep and stuff like
Mm.
that. That's where people really there was Creep 2, and then there was a Creep like TV series as well, or online or streaming series. The Puffy Chair. That's what it was called. The Puffy Chair. That was that movie. But I really like Mark Duplass' his work because sometimes he'll be at film festivals like South by Southwest. He'll do like these panel talks where he'll talk about like indie filmmaking and the process and all that kind of stuff and what that process is like, which I think is really fascinating. If you're a young filmmaker, you kind of want to hear about how this all works. And there's not a lot of ways in which you can get like a lot of firsthand knowledge about the way the indie film works. But I feel like he reveals a lot of those things. So he's in this movie here, and I think that's kind of about it. I feel like we'll close up with
Cool.
that. We're 4 hours and 46 minutes into this. Yeah, well, that's a good place to end things. I will remove this thing here. We'll do a little outro, and then we'll be done. So let's see, move us back to our 2 shots here. And that is it for Chasing Labels episode spine number 190. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Paul, for being here. Please tell people where they can find your work.
Yes. So I'm occasionally on the Imprint Cast podcast. So you can find me on episodes there. And Letterboxd, I'm on Paul Berriman on there. I love logging things on Letterboxd, and always following other people back, and it always gives me ideas of things to watch, seeing what people are watching and enjoying. So, definitely on Letterboxd is where you can find me. And thank you, Andrew, for having me today. It's been great fun discussing these releases, and you've definitely got me excited to see some of these, some which I can now add to my cart to pick up. So yeah, thank you for sharing all your information
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
no
stuff that you've
problem.
watched.
Thank you for watching previous episodes and for wanting to come on and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
yeah, it was great having you. It went much longer than usual, but I kind of figured since when it comes with the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff, that always adds extra time. That just because there's so many of them to talk about, even though we didn't talk about a lot of them, they're still there here in the end. A couple of comments I do wanna talk about here, before we do go. I don't know that Micah Monroe was in a Howling reboot, but I know she's going to be in the It Follows sequel that they've been working on for a little while. I know that. That's a second site release I still wish I bought when it was more readily available, is It Follows.
I got the
Um,
standard release of that one. I missed out on the limited.
mm, yeah, I missed out on when you miss out on a second site limited edition release, grab it when you can for a decent price because it gets really pricey. I
Yeah.
still to this day I missed out on Drive a few years ago,
Oh, no.
and I missed out on Dawn of the Dead. Good luck getting those.
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead was my first second sight release
Nice.
ever, so yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
one.
I've got Possession next to me. Um, I gotta get that on a shelf because I'm afraid it's gonna get damaged, and I don't wanna damage it. I got Possession, I got Reanimator
Oh,
next to me.
cool.
Those are my 2
Very
kind of bigger releases from last year. Um, let's see, what is the best making of special features of the year so far? I don't really know. If you wanna know what some of our favorite, um, like, releases are of the year so far, I can tell you that Excalibur from Arrow is probably my favorite release of the year. That's a nice one.
That is a good one.
But
Yes.
anything for yeah, Arrow's been putting out like so much good stuff so far this year. I haven't even any Hard Boiled or The Killer which just came out. Probably gonna be really good. I gotta get those. Inner Space, that Joe Dante release. I know a lot of people are hyped for that. There's so much stuff that's currently coming out. Even Criterion. They put out the Hood trilogy, the John Singleton films. Also one of my favorite releases of the year. Super comprehensive in terms of special features about John Singleton and his work. Really, really an important release. Um, so those are some of the highlights for me. I think that's about it. I think one of these here were like, what is the best like Meryl Streep performance throughout the decade from each decade? That's a bit of a tough question.
Wow.
Meryl Streep. I've been yeah, I think here it is. Best Meryl Streep performances of each decade. Which ones you want special editions for? I will tell you this: Meryl Streep has been kind of an exquisite actress since the '70s.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, like goodness gracious, she was in. Oh my goodness, obviously Kramer versus Kramer. She's great in. I think she was nominated for an Oscar for that. Of course, you
Yeah.
have Sophie's Choice. Um, um, so many other good films that she was in. Uh, wasn't she in Out of Africa?
Yes, she
Yeah, that
was
was
with,
her in Out of Africa.
yeah, Sydney
Um,
Pollack film.
yeah, she was exquisite, and she was, of course, she was in The Deer Hunter as well. That whole movie is just filled with great
Yeah.
acting.
She's in
Um,
a great, Australian film called A Cry in the Dark or Evil Angels, as it's
yes,
called here, where she plays Lindy Chamberlain, directed by Fred Skepsey. That's a really good one. That needs a desperately upgraded edition because I think
oh,
it's
there's your
stuck
answer
on
right there.
DVD.
I do know that Sophie's Choice got a Blu-ray release several years ago. Hopefully still in print or still around, easy to get. That's always a difficult movie to watch for obvious reasons. But I believe Meryl Streep, if I do recall, she's been nominated for an Oscar over 20 times. So
Yeah, something crazy
she's
like that.
elite. I think I obviously perhaps that question is most apropos now because of The Devil Wears Prada. That's
Yes.
probably, I mean, of the 2000s, that's a movie where she was really good in that film. I know The Iron Lady, I think, gets a lot of
Yeah,
love
where
as
she
well.
portrayed Margaret Thatcher. She's
R
really good in that.
Yeah. Um, favorite John Travolta performance of the 2000s? Was John Travolta in any good movies in the 2000s? That's a better question. Um, for me, Pulp Fiction's from '94. That was part of his comeback, but anything after
Oh,
that.
probably Taking of Pelham, the remake. He's good
Oh,
in
you know
that.
what? People don't tend to like that movie because they revere the
It's just
original so much,
yeah.
but I will say that movie's not bad. It's the Tony Scott erratic editing, I think, like, throws people off,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't
I
I don't think that's a bad remake.
I saw the remake first, and I saw that in the cinema, so for me, it has more of a connection to it, but I have since gone back and watched the original as well, which was a masterpiece. Um, and the other then it was it's funny because you got that, Taking a Pelham, the train film directed by Tony Scott, and then you've got Unstoppable, the other
Yeah.
train film directed by Tony
Trains
Scott.
are always in style, I guess, for movies.
You gotta get
Uh,
trains.
you also people also forget that John Travolta was in Hairspray from 2007, uh,
Yes.
which is the remake. It's not. I don't think it's a remake of the John Waters film, but I think it's just an adaptation of the musical, if I
Mm,
do recall. So you get the John Waters movie, which was turned into a musical, and then I think you have the movie version of
of
the
the musical.
musical. I think that's
Yeah.
what that is. I could be wrong. I'm no expert here, but I think that's a good way to end John Travolta, just because um, we talked about John Travolta Saturday Night Fever earlier. We might as well end with John
Yeah,
Travolta now.
and his
Uh,
doppelganger.
yeah, yeah, and with his doppelganger. Um, let's see. JB44 says, "Great show, guys. Thank you very much,
Thank
JB.
you.
Thank you all very much for listening. Check out all the things we have going on here on Chasing Labels this weekend, May 9th. I don't know what month we're in anymore. May 9th, we will be having another episode of the Unwatched Pile. I'll be handling. It's going to be all like movies within movies themed. So I'm going to be watching Day for Night, which is the
Oh,
Francois
that's a good
Truffaut
one.
film. Um, I think, yeah, that's the one where it's a director, right? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's about a director. So I'll be watching that. Steven will be watching Fade to Black, which is that coincidentally we just talked about Vinegar Syndrome, which is the one about the killer who, like, does his murders based off of classic movies that he loves. It's a good movie. So we will be talking all about that this coming Sunday. The final episode of Movie Mutations coming out on Wednesday this week. Check that out too. Plus all the stuff we've done recently. And we will see you all here in 2 weeks time for another episode of Chasing Labels. Once again, hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.